Uh, Hello guys, welcome to the stream. Yo yo yo. Dang 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 dang. Wah, patah-patah cuy. Patah-patah cuy. Hey yo. Halo. Sentinel atau Genji nih? Ya. Hmm, gitulah pokoknya setting lowest gitu. Teng, ting, teng, teng, teng. Teng, 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 teng. Mulai gas, kuy. Oke, oke. Minggu final. Mantap nih. Hantino tidak tertipu. Ya. Wuh. Gek. Yo, John Cutie. Mana tau gak sih ini? John Cutie itu FNS with aim. Halo, Bang Rizky, bukber dong, kok nggak ikut bukber? Ya maaf ya nggak ikut bukber. Ntar lah besok Senin bukber lagi Senin. Tapi ini Genji terserang gitu. Sisa 2 bro. Dari 3 lawan 5 anjir. Genji kelahiran tahun berapa bang? Kan kalau Gen Z kelahiran samain menit dong. Kayaknya ketinggalan jauh. Ini lagi-lagi ini 2 kali orang. Second. 47, 46, 45. Three v 3 loh. John Cutie punya bulldog bro. Wow, wow. Bener. Bro, ke thrift tree sama klasik bro. Bang Bill, Genji temennya Serizawa itu mah Genji. Wah gila cuk. Blunder gitu anjir Genji. Udah mulai nih. Ronde 3 bro. Yoi. Ih, kameranya bagus anjir yang di B ini. Di atas gitu. Gimana sih cara naruhnya? Nggak pernah bisa ya? Oh. Ini dua controller gini ya, yang punya smoke-nya karakter yang dua smoke ini apa ya? Oh, jadi ini gak sih? Kayak metanya? Oh, nggak jadi. Eits, apa nih? Wah, tadi ada yang masuk. Kok nggak ada alertnya ya? Iya, Thrifty di bawah Thrifty. Sorry Pang, yang nyeting lu tadi ada sesuatu yang masuk nih. Ada yang ini nih, nyumbang buat takjil PRX nanti nih. Tapi nggak tahu nggak masuk notifnya. Iya, overlay-nya nggak masuk. Tapi ada soundnya. Kenapa ya? Oh, terima kasih ini walaupun gak masuk ya. Udah deh, ya, kita ini ya. Kita pajang gimana kita pajang? Tunggu bentar nih. Thank you banget nih. Gimana sih? Image. Bentar. Kok nggak masuk overlay-nya ya? Bad nih. Saweria, bro. Thank you nih yang udah ngasih takjil nih buat kita bagi-bagi nanti ya. Semangat dan sorry bentar. Semangat dan tawakal, anjay. Ceban pertama. Thank you banget. Kenapa jadi V2 V4? Ke thrifty lagi, Cuk. Ini kok thrifty lagi? Oh. Yo, thank you nggak sih buat cobaan pertama. Kenapa tadi alertnya nggak masuk ya? Aku mau ngetes alert dulu ya, bentar ya. Sayang banget nanti kalau ada yang nggak masuk. Bagi-bagi takjil kita. Pepper X menang dulu tapi, Cuk. Oke, ini testing udah ada nih. Oke, udah bisa nih kayaknya nih. Alertnya. Thank you ya cobaan pertama. Suara temennya nggak masuk. Oh, bentar. Suara lu nggak masuk, Pang. Coba cek lagi, Pang. Oke, sip, udah. Desktop audio juga belum nyala, cuy, semuanya, cuy. Sorry guys. Ternyata belum nyala. Oke, sorry. Nyeting dulu ternyata tadi banyak yang enggak ini ya.
The script really is just paying dividends at this point. Around breakback for Gen G. Coming off the clutch again, we talk about Sentinels in these retakes, and they're phenomenal. Just being able to come in from behind, isolating these fights, and even after the aggressive positions that were held. But it's Munchkin, the leader of the team, someone who's been highlighted so many times by different members of his roster.
Oh, bikin pengumuman dulu nggak sih nanti? Setiap ronde kita nyumbang satu takjil buat Pepper X. Setiap menang round.
Berarti kalau menangnya berapa? 13 aja.
13. Iya kan? 26 berarti lah maksimal. Enggak dong kalau 3 map. Bisa. Ada yang udah nyumbang nih.
Itu baru buat 2 map tuh.
Iya.
Paranoia still to work with almost every PC utility, the big ones online. One flash just
Satu
popped.
round,
A meteor
Fair
turns.
X
The
menang.
blades are used up. And look, they're not finished. Pushing
Satu
Lakia
takjil ya.
charging forward. Even though his teammate had fallen back, a little disjointed from Genji, but Munchkin capitalizes on the chaos.
Oh!
And keeps having control.
Munchkin
That's a
gila,
huge
Cuk.
position for them to play with. And now Sentinels even send Sassy back to reclaim it, buying so much time as only John QT's on the side.
Ai, Sassy lama.
By Meteor, the clock is running down. Munchkin late flanks up through.
Wah, pisau.
Knife kill is in, but it's still a little too late.
Too late bro, gak ada time. Anjir, lucu banget anjir. Klik keadaan klasiknya lihat, gak ada yang kena pang.
A second round in a row after what was a crazy back and forth.
Replay.
It is Genji to come out on top, but again, it was close and Jung QT comes out with a knife. Munchkin though, he has got off to a fire.
Ini meteor ya.
Iya.
Ini lucu banget lagi.
Punishing them as they try to rotate. His late flanks in the backline have been so
By Genji
problematic.
bandel.
It's the spike to do the job.
Semuanya ketawa cuk.
4-2 in the lead. As said, this has been Sentinel's home turf. We even saw the video earlier, John QT saying, like, you know, it's his favorite map. You can understand why. 4 back-to-back victories. 7 of the last
ini mapnya Sentinel ya?
won on this map. But, as said, Genji have been so fantastic at adapting. They beat EDG, they beat PaperX, they've been evolving throughout this
Bete ya,
tournament.
double controller gini.
It's not going to be easy, just because this map is solid.
Kalau mereka kan main double controller biasanya buat control mid kan.
Ya.
Kalau cuma satu nih emang sulit. Biasanya juga buat ngeset ini sih, ngeset flanking di ini kayak gini nih. Punyanya Sentinel tuh, punyanya Genji. Gitu kan, dia motong ambil kontrol.
Allowed that spike to explode. Now he's got a Viper's Pit. Thanks to his
Baca
hard
sih
work,
tapi ini sama
Seekers as
Sentinel.
well. But
3-2.
instead, it's going to be dashed straight out in front of the Seekers. Meteor, though, he's caught. He can't quite see anything for a moment, but as the Cloudburst fades, he's able to find a target. Nice
Meteor.
shot, but the wall gets in the way. Sassy holding on to life barely. And he'll eventually be shut down with the Viper's Pit in. This becomes
Wah.
a round to win.
Kita lihat ultinya second.
It's going to be a gamble from Second. He has to pick a
Wow.
but landed with his back turned to Munchkin. A quick execution leaves John QT alone. But with Meteor down, there's a chance that's the hat popped off.
Wow, ke spam cuk. Percuma ultinya.
It's been so good so far. I just love watching his reposition within that Viper's Pit. He hears the showstopper, he goes, what's the chance of him shooting it straight down? Yeah. Very, very low. You're going to try and hit towards that plant spot. So he repositions forward into that Viper's Pit and just manages to isolate the battle, takes him out. And then I'll be honest, this was just prediction. Knowing that his opponent would eventually try and catch him on the ping. It has been
Udah mulai ini nih, Genji nih. Udah mulai ejek-ejek nih, Pang.
This is his 7th, I believe, international event. The best spot the Munchkin has ever finished is 9th to 10th. He went through the likes of Crazy Raccoon in the past, a team that never really achieved anything. As mentioned, he has already got top 3. This man is gunning for so much more. Yeah, they were Crazy Raccoon, I remember, a good regional team, but once they came to the international stage, and for a lot of Munchkin's teams, they just got tested in a way that they couldn't stand up Gambit. to. Yeah,
it ended.
Actually, even Munchkin's runs, it was always playing the same teams twice. Like, it happened against Foot, it happened against Gambit. I can't remember the other team, but it was definitely a back-to-back as well. This guy always ends up facing a team and then coming back and being eliminated by them later on.
Does always seem to improve though. That's the thing I
How he
find
got here.
Yeah, give credit to him.
Ada yang mau
as
papat
someone
is
leading.
booster casting.
He's leading by example right now. He's forced Sentinels into a position
Anjir, Boston
where they're
di rumah
taking
aja,
pause.
anjir.
Again, you look at some of the results.
Nggak lolos
This is a team
champion.
that, well, they played Loud a couple of times in their last 4 matches. Loud only managed 4 rounds and 3 rounds. So Genji are already way far and above a lot of the teams that Sens have had to battle against. Interestingly, again, actually, you can see that outlaw onto Lakia. Clearly having a lot of faith in this gun, but having your Sky play it, that's intriguing.
I wasn't already a fan of Gen G. I'll tell you what, I'm going to need a jersey after this one. Been complaining all tournament, all
Us,
month
Gen.
long about how little
this is being used, and they're coming in attack side on Split.
On Sky as well.
On Sky, yeah.
Has he been watching
the
Yumpies? Is that what's happening?
It could be. It could be. He's learning from the best. Well, 5 on the board already for Gen.G, as we said. This was not going to be a pretty start from what we guessed, at least. Split has been terrifying, like you're saying. But Gen.G have already far exceeded expectations. They've got a commanding lead early on, even after a scrappy beginning, even after denial of the second round. I thought that was the start of the end, Tom. I was starting to worry. But here we are, round number 8, and Gen.G have another chance to extend this lead. Sentinels down to their last credits and used all their ultis very recently.
Oh, disuruh ini.
Meteor left in a lurk. He's been able to take quite a lot of space. Now this is space that's given up. John QT has his cam, consistently watching. And with only 40 seconds left, we're seeing this late clear into middle. Now a lot of this was probably off the idea that, okay, we could have doubled back through and taken control into heaven. Cam already going to be gone, but now with 30 seconds left, they look to head into this top site. Sentinel and Viper. It's never easy to get past this util, but they're beginning to predict it, and now they have to try and clear the place.
Enggak, John QT masih di satu. Ya.
Good trap by John QT, a little closer, 12 seconds left. And there's still some harassment. John QT drops the spike.
Gila.
8 seconds left.
FNS with aim, anjir.
Surely not able to deny, no nade, nothing to clear
Sesi
them from
whiffing,
position.
bro.
And the fight's going towards Gen.G.
Tens kena.
Full HP, but one hit to that outlaw. Tens, one hit to damn near anything. Second closes the distance, but a shot to the head from Texture.
Nice try.
Seals the fate
Oh.
of this one.
Tenang, 2v1.
Oh,
nice try.
6 rounds now for Gen.G.
Gen.G menang terus nggak sih ini?
And
Di split?
Sentinels left with scraps for the next round.
The crazy thing about this is a lot of the
Kita
setups that are
cek
being
dulu ya,
played
kita
by
cek.
Sen are actually catching players. Look at John QT right now. He's 12 and 5 because they're running into his trips. He's getting an opening kill. But every single time there's a response from Gen.G. That's been one of the things I've loved about this team is the trading is on point. They are so quick and so committed as well. You're going into a site with 20 seconds left. There are so many variables that you have to look for, but this team is ready to trade whatever comes their way. And with 8 seconds left, they get that spike down.
Iya, Gen.G menang kemarin. Si Split
That's the
menang.
point where most teams start to panic. It's the point where I start to panic.
Split lawan EDG kalah tapi.
Yeah. I can only imagine being in the coaching seat. You're screaming about the time left, but they had it all under control. Cool as a cucumber as we go into round
Ditunggu
number
di
9.
pojokan nggak tuh? Iya, pasti ditunggu di pojokan. Soalnya di map ini tuh emang susah entry ke site-nya.
This is a round that they've won before, so
Wah.
careful and well, caution to the wind for Tens. He goes
Telat,
through the orb
euy.
and falls
Bentar.
right down. Let's see what else we got though. The weapons are upgraded.
Kena spoiler sama Mane.
Sorry.
We've talked about the likes of Tens. Maybe we underestimated Munchkin.
Ini kemana nih? Viper
Because right now he is
racunnya nih.
on
Oh,
an
ke atas ya.
absolute
Kayak Heaven-nya ke
tear.
sini ya.
Again, just the patience. You can see the gamble. I don't really blame Sen at this point. They've had so many late A takes that they're reading into the fact that, okay, this is going to be A. And what happens? Texture just walks a little stroll straight in towards this
Kata
B
tekstur,
side.
cuk, nggak ada siapa-siapa, cuk.
Now,
Masuk.
Already looks over. Yeah, sure, the Sentinels retakes have been good historically. But if they pull this one off with a couple of ghosts, a classic, and a sheriff, well, we're going to be marveling at that for a long time.
Yeah, there's something special about doing it in a post plant and your way back through a site like this
Oh, udah nih Mas saving
with
nggak sih?
essentially a quick fire semi-automatic
Nggak mau ngasih
two-shot
ini,
op
anjir.
in play
Apa,
for
Orb
Lackey with
Ultimate?
everybody on light shields. It really is one of those rounds where you start to think about just going down to the spike, maybe dropping some weapons if Gen.G do get a bit aggressive.
Lakia suruh ngecek.
And well, that's
Mati we
a
Lakia
big...
ya.
What in the world is that? What?
Outlaw bro, nggak ada
Of all the ways to
akurasinya
use
bro.
that weapon, of all the ways I thought I'd see that weapon used, running through your own nade to double hip fire at a player who's eco, that was not on my list.
Gila, nggak
I didn't see
ngasih
that
orb
coming.
sama sekali cuk.
Hey, you know what? They've got the credits to play with. It's a gun that he doesn't necessarily need to bring forward. In fact, he's going to buy straight back into a
Just
rifle
go big,
again.
though. That's the only request I have.
The thing is, his opponent's not going to pick it up. So realistically, all that's happened there is Black Ear has gained an orb
Oh, terus
and maybe
smoke
wasted
anjir.
a little bit of extra credits. But that's the thing. Again, it was spoken about in an interview
Bete sih
with
itu.
Alex after their last match. He said that it just feels like Gen.G have a great
Sampai
read
bawa
on us.
anduk cuk.
At the moment, it's looking like they have a great read on Sentinels as well. Because the way they've started this match off, they've gone the right way every single time. The paranoia, decent.
But the counter there, Tens will be able to keep his life and the aggression quelled for a second.
And look how quickly they've got a response. There's 4 players from Sentinels.
Wah, di ulti cuk. Wah, nge-lag. Streamnya nge-lag. Langsung 1v5.
Players swinging. And that is about as bad of an attacking start as you could expect, in that they run into the entirety of the defense and they still win it. Not only win it flawlessly. That's how this game is going for Gen G right now.
Wah, gila cuk, udah
Genuinely
7-2
took
cuk.
about 40 damage across the board
Like
in those
what?
fights. It's absurd. Again,
Menang ini
this
Genji
time
udah.
Sentinels had the perfect read.
Map 1.
They had the expectations, they had the
dua
rotations,
nya
they had the players
Map
in
2
position,
Lotus.
and they lose every single fight.
Ini
Jungkook's
sini.
team, all he can do at this point is just look to hold on to the rifle, but the credits are flowing for
Udah nggak
Genji.
apa-apa lah, ini mah 2 map aja lah biar
Of course they're gonna
Pepper
try
X
and
cepet
hunt it
main. Biar kita mabar lagi kemarin,
There's
ada
no
segame mah.
hassle even for most of these players dying. I'll take an orb and give you 1 towards a neural theft. No worries.
It's great, you can have 2.
Yeah, have them all, mate. Have the ult. He's got 1 at least with Munchkin down. The
Wah,
others
dikejar
maybe a
anjir.
little too far
Jangan
away.
cutie.
Texture, no blast packs. Nade, but it's not even going to blow up in time. So, 8-2. This is a scoreline that I think, hey, I actually don't think is that surprising.
Pacific
One
number
team
1
having
ya.
8, the other team having 2. The fact that it's Gen G with the 8 on their attack side so far, little surprising. The fact that we've actually,
Tapi kalau
I would
misalnya
say,
ya, ini
most of this
Genji
game so
menang ya
far,
Pang ya.
I've been
Berarti
complimenting
Sentinel
Gen G,
turun
pushing
kan
and pulling
kalau
them out,
bracket.
finding open sites, being
Terus
able to
Pepper X
run
menang
to the
nih.
lighter
Pepper
side
X
of the
ngadepin
defense.
semuanya
Then we
anjir
see what
berarti.
happens if they run into the entire
Iya,
defense,
betul.
and they
Ketemu
still
sama
win
semuanya.
that flawlessly. What
Ya,
a
namanya
kind of
luar
challenge
bracket
you can
ya.
present.
But that's the thing, I think going into this
Segame
match,
lagi dong biar seru. Oke, ntar ya kita mabar ya
unequivocal
segame
that
lagi ya.
Sentinels were the best team in the world on
Di
split.
sela-sela nanti ya. Match yang ini sama nanti Loud versus
We
Pepper
might
X.
have to reevaluate that after this map, because right now it's not looking particularly close. There needs to be some sort of response here for Sentinels. They brought back in again the ults, particularly close, at least the valuable ones, but they are looking to put pressure on. Looking to try and deny Meteor. He's going to go straight through. If he waited a second, I think he actually gets the kill, but he's still going to be able to survive.
Dikejar
They've used
gitu
a lot
Meteor.
of utility to try and shut this man down, and he's not taking a lick of damage. Zelsis, though, the timing here could be everything. He's got it nigh on.
Wah,
After a big
Zelsis
play,
dapat
he's
2
found
cuk.
one. 2 kills down, the first time they've really managed to catch them off guard.
Terus
Extra
semua.
falls, and just 2 remain. Meteor looking for a move. He's at least
Wah!
one quick step back. Make this one a little bit competitive. And the man they're up
Apa-apaan
against
cuk,
is
transfer
doing
ini cuk.
insane.
Heal through for Zelsis. It's not going to be an easy fight.
Ah, udahlah.
On any front,
Nice
he's
try lah.
choosing the harder of the 2. Just 1 player towards the spawn. Whoops. There we go. 1 player towards the spawn, but 2 up top. Make that
Udah
3
3
now as they
orang
come into
cuk.
position.
Heavennya
No
tuh
snake
gimana
bites.
cuk.
That orb only going to block vision, maybe add some decay, give him an opportunity though to play up top with the shorty. I like him trying to create some opportunities, but ultimately too big of a task for anyone to take. 8-3, and the last round could see Sentinels find a 4th.
9-3
That
ini
is
mah kena
not
kutukan
something I
cuk.
was
Kalau
ready to
9-3
say
tuh
today.
comeback nanti.
The good thing
Cepet
for
banget
Sentinels
tuh
fans
guys.
out there is we have
Udah
seen
begini aja.
mass landslide
Ini harus Meteor
victories
transfer spraynya
for
anjir.
the side of Sentinels on either side of the map. They've proven it
Gelo.
time and time again. Look at their last match versus Loud, 9 rounds. So they can do it. It's not a death sentence, especially if they can get to 4, but it's the manner in which Gen G have been winning that
Tahu gak sih kemarin
does
Aing
make me
ketiduran
doubt that.
stream terakhir
And they're going
map
straight
3.
back to the bread and butter. The A take has
Tunduk.
been fantastic.
Tunduk
Tens
pisan.
has been able to delay them at least a little bit, and the Seekers are going to
Kuat
give things
banget.
away. The nade
Wah.
from Zakid is good as well. They've got off to a strong start.
Udah nih, 9-3 cuk.
Yeah, the util through from Sassy as well helps out. They're blinded and
Oh,
paranoid by Tens, who's
Tens.
now making his appearance up top. Boombot through. It's found a player, and the bullets soon
Udah lah
follow.
ini.
Only 2 left standing for Gen G. A healthy recovery for Sentinels towards the end of the half. It was looking a little bit shaky. But they found their footing now. And actually, I maybe even spotted both players there. I'm not sure if the dog got far enough through that wall to see Karen, but either way, they'll suspect it. Spike on the floor, and they'll attempt to take it. Problem is, Zelsis has stood on the other side of that smoke. Sassy up top, spraying away with him. With 50 seconds left and 5 players to take down. Well, we said the last round was a bit too big of a task. This one, good luck.
Protect the KD at all costs. Munchkin can't really hope for anything else.
looking for the fight. And Tens is just being an irritation at this stage, just placing smokes in his face. This is all just a formality. No hope for this one to go wrong for Sentinels.
Wah!
And they will at least close out the remaining couple
Dikasih
of
satchel,
fours
Cuk.
to get them
Terakhir,
their
Cuk,
fourth
loncat,
round
Cuk.
onto the board after what was almost a flawless half out of Genji. An early, shaky back and forth that was competitive, and then a 6-round streak for the Korean super team. They've definitely put themselves in a good spot. But as we know, Sentinels can definitely turn the
Buka
tide.
sama apa Erin hari ini, Erin?
It's not over yet, that's for sure, but Genji have to be happy with how things have gone so far. In fact, we've got some friends of Genji stood by in the audience. Let's hear from them.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here in the crowd right now with Jules, a Gen G super fan. Hey Jules, where are you from?
I'm from Korea, but I live in the States as well.
Oh, okay, so this is a tough match for you, but clearly you are for Gen G.
Next
I
to the
actually
friend,
hear,
anjir.
you're a friend of
Ini friend
Textures,
zone.
right?
Yes, I am.
Di friendzone.
Oh wow, so how do you know him, and what is he like outside the game?
I'm his channel moderator, and he's just a great guy, a friendly guy as well.
Yeah, you mentioned that he works really, really hard as well outside of the game, right?
Absolutely. We call him pro streamer because he's a pro player, but he streams like streamer. He always works outside of his streams as well. He's amazing.
Yeah, he's been such a character as well, and so fun to watch too. Now, finally, I hear you're not just a Gen G fan, you're not just a Texture fan, but you're an overall VCT fan. You've been to so many events. Can you let us know what they are?
Yes, I've been to Pacific last year and also went to LA for champs. This year I'm at Madrid and I'm going to Seoul for champs again.
Awesome! So we might see you again, and we might have to loop back this interview and come full circle. Now, finally, I need you to give one big shout out to all of the Gen G fans over here in the stage and everywhere. Give your best battle cry for Gen G.
Thank you. Wow! I think Gen G's gonna win. Guys, Gen G's has been exceeding the expectations, and they're really gonna do well. So please root for Gen G.
All right, let's hear it for Gen G!
Woo!
But on the other side, we
Genji!
also do have to hear it for Sentinels before we get back into the game.
Genji!
All right, Tom. Yeah, you know what? I got to hear a Gen G battle cry, but the crowd didn't really turn up for Sentinels, Tom. Give me your best Sentinels battle cry. Hype them up. Give it to me.
Oh, buy the Sen bundle. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. I can't believe.
You can work on your delivery, Tom. I'll say that.
The battle cry, I have a tear in my eye. That was fantastic.
That's wonderful. Well,
8-4 though.
we've heard about Gen G's hard-working nature in that interview, and listen, hard work pays off. So far, a 4-round lead, double the rounds of Sentinels, hailed as the best team in the world on this map, Tom. They've got to show us why they're called that here on their attack.
It is time to prove it, because as we know, next map up is the choice of Gen G. Lotus has been a home turf for them. 5-map streak. Not a bad map for Sentinels, but you wouldn't want to be going in this series with a deficit. Zekken now becomes the pinnacle. He's had a bit of a quieter game, but we know that at any stage, this youngster can turn it on.
Biar asik kita pakai
Take over
leaderboard,
rounds,
oke?
especially on that raise. It's been fearsome. Blackie though, ooh, he's actually just looking to deal with utility. He's calmed down. Been having a bit of a rough map individually. And the problem is, this is all just the ruse. This is going to start pulling players
Tuh,
over.
harusnya kemarin tuh gitu rencananya
That's a spot we'll have
Correct.
to check on the way
tapi
out.
main streaknya gak
As
dapet
you imagine they will. John QT, look at him. You see him in the X-ray just sneaking past towards the screens. They'll never expect him to be in this corner. And the steps heard on the rotation back. Oh, this gap is absolutely massive. No way that Munchkin could expect it. But does he expect someone to be on the side? He could think that's the only player. One guy in screens coming back to check there's no one and running back. This all makes sense. For Texture to be here, though, oh, they'd have to be ever vigilant to see it. And now he's got an opportunity to trade it.
Wow!
It's huge.
Wow, texture, wow!
Finally bamboozling them.
Cok!
10 seconds left. Nade on the floor. A blast back for the fight, but seconds still wins it.
Gelo.
5 seconds. They need to plan
Gitu.
it now. If they can
Gitu,
deny
Pak.
this,
Ninja
it's done.
Divis.
On
Pak
the
Ninja
spot
Divis
counter
lagi,
as well to find one, and there's the follow-up. Gen G with another round. The pistol injecting some rounds and
Seru
bringing
banget,
them
Cok.
ever closer to winning Sentinel's map pick.
That is the second time in this tournament I have watched That man there, Texture, win an impossible round. Win a round that never should have been. There was one where he exploded through a smoke and instantly popped 3 heads. This one was discipline. This one was waiting patiently for the perfect moment to strike. And again, he takes down 3 players. This man has been revitalized within this Gen G roster. And that has got to be infuriating for Sentinels, because John QT basically did everything right. Gets an opener, catches the player rotating, but one man missed. And that's the pistol round to Gen G.
That's got to be so frustrating. Even thinking back, he heard the second player running up in heaven. Chance of the third being there very low. Karen not in danger. In fact, three kills. They were close, but well, the numbers advantage doesn't really matter when the judges firing away like that. The last could have been his, but Texture finds it instead. One man lost on Gen G. A fantastic follow-up round to their pistol, stacking them the chips even further on their side of the table.
History might be made in more ways than one today. Unless Sentinels come alive fairly soon, we could be seeing their greatest ever defeat with this iteration on this map. They've played it so many times within the Americas, so many times already in this tournament as well. Right now, Gen G are showing why they might just be the hope of Pacific to finally get towards a title win. It definitely feels still a fair bit away. But in this round, they've not got a completely weak purchase. A few rifles, an outlaw as well. Okay, Karen's left on a pistol, and Munchkin's SMG. It's not the most desired weaponry. I'm also looking at Texture being 2 orbs away from having that showstopper. The main thing, though, for Sentinels is they finally got the rifles.
That's the pressure of this round. They've got the rifles, but they need to find success with it. Weaker weapons for Gen G. That outlaw is dangerous. What's even more dangerous is the 4 players on this A site. We saw Gen G run into this. 4 Sentinels up in heaven. And Gen G lost about 40 HP total with a flawless execution on the A site. Sentinels are doing it with a split through vents. 2 players on their way to crunch heaven. Problem is, Gen G can crunch right back. Lucky and Munchkin aren't in heaven, instead out on the ledge. It's a very unusual position. Lucky can flash up from down below. Munchkin can always have somewhere to fall back to. Oh, no, with his knife out. That's a big mistake.
Anjir ngapain ngeluarin knife
I know at least
anjir?
there's another player on site. They might even have heard them in screens, but again, they have a chip for this extra man. Lucky Sentinels 12 seconds left. And a 1 versus 2. They bought themselves the space to plant.
Siapa nih? Karon, wah
Karon pakai ghost doang, Cuk.
Banyak senjata
around the
yang
window
keras.
means that he might even have to put himself out into the open to give this
dijagain
one the
tapi lihat
reposition
itu.
as well for himself. Is Sublime, it would have to be an instant headshot. And although they pushed
Nggak
in
dikasih Cuk senjatanya, Cuk.
to pretty much all of Gen G, at least
Harusnya
all of their
smoke dulu, ambil
weaponry,
senjata dia
Sentinels do
lari.
manage to weather the storm just about.
Nah ini si ajarin nih cara main
Tom,
ngomong yuk.
this is the expected result, though. 2-round win,
Man,
one on the back of the
yeah,
pistol,
yeah.
the other the follow-up. You win your third up against those weaker weapons. It still gets close. Couple of well-placed shots by Sentinels puts them ahead in those fights. A good reposition in the end.
Oh bang,
Halo, ini partiannya Alvin ya?
Going slightly
Oi.
differently, and this map
orang Banjar
spirals out
berarti.
of their control. They're holding on to a cliff's edge by their
Ini suara
fingernails.
jelek sebenarnya.
And at 10-5, Gen G now pull out the show. And they've gotten away, just about rounding the corner in time. That was a target-rich environment. But now Gen G have to fall back, surely. They won't keep pushing. They won't keep taking this space. With Texture's gone back, but Meteor's gone forward. He doesn't even have a dash online. This guy's crazy. He's cloud bursting around to try and stay alive. He's still not running away, Tom. He's sticking around for a fight. I did not expect that.
Maybe not expecting that many players to be there. Texture as well, he wants to try and recover this. Such an aggressive start. The Paranoia showstopper combo could have eliminated half of Sentinels. Instead, it found nothing. And now it does kind of look like Gen G is scrambling a little bit. Such aggressive positions, and the fallback is going to go towards that A site. The thing is, though, because they had so much map control, there's been an early read from the side of Gen G. Once again, it's looking like we might have 4 players within this A site as Sentinels go to push.
One flash on Lakia, one nade on
Pau,
Texture.
kita bagi-bagi taji,
No
Pau.
paranoia, some smokes. The second just came online for Karen, and one's just being popped down. Here comes the
Oh,
showstopper, though. That's the
Here
big gun
comes
on
the
the other side.
party.
And Sentinels find the opening with it, but there's a response. Genji
Wah!
equalizes. Rotate up through heaven.
Jadi
Drop
Fitri.
the spike. 20
Jadi
seconds left.
Fitri.
And the nade buys even
Fitri
more
itu.
time. The rotation
Fitri
now.
ke B ini.
Texture as he realizes they're going to want to hightail it. Move to the other side, but look, he's already here. He's ahead of them with 10 seconds left. There's no time for
Anjir.
delay. They need this fight.
Udah kejar sama Tekstur.
Anjir.
Tekstur.
Udah nggak cukup.
Lima.
Nggak cukup.
Empat. Udah.
Udah, Cuk. Nggak cukup, Cuk.
The spike plant doesn't come in.
Gila,
Udah.
Cuk.
This man's positioning.
Kirain ini anjir, kirain masih
pretty
anjir.
much second to none. Every single time he makes the right read, Texture is having a worldie of a defensive half, and Sentinels are just walking into this trap almost every single time. Genji's read to get 4 players there, perfect. He drops the spike and then instantly hightails it, knows that he can have faith in Munchkin to hold on to that site, and buys almost exactly
Hey, Pau.
enough
Biasa,
time.
Pau.
The fact that it has to be slowed down just enough, that split second does the work. The heroes are there, the stars are aligning. Sentinels are on their last legs, investing back into this one. They have some rifles, and they're almost at a Viper's pit.
Genji being bypassed on mid already, but that was heard. Karen knows exactly what was going down. This weapon, the judge in hand, it could be somewhat unexpected. They'll see his economy was low. Will they anticipate it upstairs in heaven? This is a danger up against any buy. And they're on their
Kita
way
bikin
straight
mesra.
into Karen's waiting arms. If he wins this, at first already,
Udah
it's
lama nggak
another
pakai
nail in
jas.
Sentinel's coffin, and he's back.
Yo, lu
He's just creating
live, yo.
some space.
Live.
Not getting out alive. In fact,
Nice.
sticking around for another
Anjing.
fight, but Tens doubles up.
Kok bisa gitu anjir? Ke flash. Masih ke kill 2, Cuk.
Fansnya dari mana?
Itu, tadi ke flash.
Poison orb up. He's going to be able to isolate the spike. Already dropped to the ground. Good
Alah.
trade though from John QT again.
Emang mau ada event Dota
Bringing
apa
things
kok?
back into an
Yuk.
even scenario. The
Itu
clock
nanti.
not so low this time, but Lakia
Teaseran ya, kita ini ya, review ya. Buat para penonton setia segame lagi ini ya.
ready to go straight out of it.
Ini nanti bakal ada ngabuburit bro, main Dota 2 bro.
Lakia steps up, puts the 12th round onto
Udah
the
main
board for
Valorant
Genji.
bro.
Valorant nanti dulu. Mereka udah sama bos Naban Valorant, sekarang Dota 2 dulu sama
I can't
Fly2.
believe what I'm seeing.
Kayaknya nih ya, kayaknya. Doain aja nih semoga jadi ya,
On their
Fly2.
best map, the map they chose, and a map that I'll be honest, we did not see Genji competing in.
I was already looking at Lotus
Fly2
once
tau
I
nggak
saw
Fly2?
the veto come up, and no team's been able to shine a light
Pro
on
player, Cuk.
Sentinels here on Split. A close game
Oh,
is
iya.
the best you
Mantan
could expect.
pro player
A
EVOS.
dominant victory though?
Sekarang jadi
GG.
caster.
Siapa?
They really
Fly2.
are changing the game.
Fly2.
15 could be the
Fly2.
last with an early fight up top.
Fly2.
Done a little bit
Oh.
of damage, but not too much. Sentinels not deterred from their aggression. Another player on site now. 4 players from Genji here ready to fight. Meteor the first to take it, and he won't
Wah,
stop.
udah ini
3
mah.
kills already.
GG.
GG, Cuk. Maaf satu GG.
Pin, Bulldog ini pin.
You might have expected to see this scoreline, but not in the hands of Genji. A devastating start to this series for Sentinels. I can't imagine what the locker room chat's going to be like ahead of Lotus.
This now puts it down to one map to Genji, matching the best ever Pacific performance
Bisa.
at an international event. This team last year didn't really do too much, but they have come out swinging. We'll be back after the break to see if they can do it.
Bisa.
Nah tanya aja Pau kemarin ketiduran nggak sih Pau gua?
Betul.
Ngantuk banget anjir map 3.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Boleh deh. Bagiin nggak yuk?
Login. Nanti dong. Emang butuh orang. Minus satu.
Belum.
Aduh, kepencet.
Pengen sih login tapi Pepper X cuk. Pepper X. Ah kalah gitu kalian 1-3 anjir. Oke, sambil nungguin map 2 kita main dulu aja kali ya. Spike rush.
Nggak bisa ini ya, nggak bisa catur ya.
Nah, nantilah catur kita. Lu sampai subuh Pau main.
Kemungkinan.
Mantap.
Wah, ngeding aja. Boleh nih.
Main spike rush lama banget cuk, 50 detik cuk.
Apanya?
Nunggu semenit.
Apa next map?
Ini main spike
Oh, mana yang mau spike rush?
Lama banget coy.
Kita bikin
Match found akhirnya. Icebox main apa guys? Icebox. Main chamber. Nanti kalau misalnya dapat shorty, aing pakai skill chamber.
Welcome back. We're here right now with Solo and with Jen to help with some translation. Now, Solo, once upon a time it was you and Lakia up there up against a very different Sentinels, but I wanted to know how it feels like now that you're seeing
Sama aja
the
Vin,
Sentinels, but now you're in the coach's seat.
Spike rush.
Please, Brimstone. I'm your key to the other side. You
Pau, belakang gue, Pau. Ada.
That's a good spot.
Maaf ya, Pau.
Apa ya? Dua-duanya.
There they are. Enemy spotted mid. Reloading.
standing. Spike planted.
Show me a target. Destabilizing.
Hold.
One enemy remaining.
Watch it. It's close.
Kau punya ini nggak? Kau punya recon?
Teng.
No more doubts. We're ready.
Sambil nunggu ya, kita spike rush dulu guys. 50-an ya. Di Lotus ya, Genji lawan Sentinel.
That works.
I'll find you.
Breaking them. Making cover. Teleport's ready.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Blocking sight. Last round before the switch.
Last round
This
for
fight
the switch.
isn't over until we are dead.
Main tapping juga.
That's a good spot.
I'll find you.
Bring him down.
Found my trap. No distraction.
Spike planted.
Who's next? Stop the fire. Teleport's ready.
Last player standing.
Wanjir. Pak.
Switching sides.
Pakai shorty euy.
What do we learn by fighting ourselves? Thinking out loud. That works. Focus now. Eyes off me. A gift. Out of charge. I have them. I begins.
One enemy remaining.
Too far. Let's pack it up. Nice. When we go out there, someone dies. Carry that weight.
Here.
Teleport's ready.
Tuh di mid.
That's smoke.
Mark 3. Bring them down.
Trap destroyed.
Enemy there. They're flying with you here. Reloading.
Catch them.
Here.
Nice. Ult is ready. Nightmare, take them! Give me those back.
Last one.
Blocking sight.
Wah.
Enemy spotted mid.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Wow.
Hey, 别往心里去。
Match point.
Nice.
They're desperate.
That works.
Dim beacon down.
Here.
Boy, I'm pissed!
It's you and me.
Last player standing.
Ready.
30 seconds left.
Wah. Di ulti ISO.
Sudden death.
Sudden death.
A gift. Do better.
Kira ada Yoru.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Clutch.
Astagfirullah.
Defenders win.
Ah, kalahnya cu. Ini udah main nih. Oke, balik lagi kita nonton dulu guys.
Much this time because it was a full investment out from the side of Sentinels, but what a way to get right back into things. That's the thing. They had a slow map in the last. They got outplayed by Gen G. But to say they can't come right back in and sucker punch their opponents, it would be foolish to admit. Either way, not going to be a mass investment on the other side. A few pistols, a Marshall put into play for Meteor. Definitely know what he can do. He's actually going for an aggressive peek around the edge of the one way.
Satu-satu.
But again, this control is being taken. Sassy farming up the orb, not far away from his ultimate already. Given a lot of space.
Once Gen G go for those fights, you know, they're really not favored. It has to be a miracle shot, although we've seen plenty of them. Just on the last
Wah,
map.
susah nih retake-nya nih.
Getting back through here. There's a couple 1v1s available, but that paranoia from Tens, it does a lot of work. John QT's able to clean house. Big kills to have as well for John QT. This man is now 3 away, I believe. Yeah, 3 away from a Viper's Pit. Very early on as well after the fight back.
John QT emang the new FNS with M, bro.
There you go. He got his what is that?
Oh my god!
Your chances of him getting the last 2 though, extremely low. They peak together and close it out.
Yeah, at least make things a little bit more costly and get himself ever closer to having his ultimate online, just 1 orb away. Actually, the same for Texture as well. Getting ever closer to having quite a lot available. But I have to say, like, you bring in John QT, someone that obviously a lot of the reason he's into this squad is for the strategy side of things. And he's been popping individually. Definitely up there with the best frag in IGLs. And into this round, well, it's going to be our first 4-buy already. Going to have that Nightfall online for Sassy. By the looks of it, Lakia taking a lot of early space. You don't normally see the Odin push this far forward.
We've seen it before, and it was punished almost immediately. Most times the pushes come, but I think a little bit more confident with Texture being there. Munchkin toying with the idea of pushing up, and Zels bites the bait. He's down. Wanted to see if someone was on the angle, but 6 HP is all he escapes with. Now they've got to be worried about this position. Karen just bailing. Happy to cause problems, and look, he's already burnt up their paranoia. A very valuable flash used up for next to nothing because he was baiting them.
That's one of the major things, is you don't really have flashes when it comes to this composition. The paranoia really is a huge, valuable piece. Already though, early rotations did actually pull players away from the A site. You can see that Sassy has managed to drag them back. He is selling a ruse. This is going to put serious pressure onto Meteor. He is now the only player. This fake from Sentinels is sublime, even using the Nightfall. And Meteor's even starting to rotate away. They have fallen for the bait completely.
Oh, they've seen him. There was no way out. Zekin's caught. And now there's no way to stop this spike from being planted on the side of Gen G. They have to play for the retake. Spams are coming close. But Munchkin's dodging the bullets for now. An angle for Karen as he sees the corner, but Tens will make it out of there just about. The Shrouded Step buys him the space, and he's hightailing it to play the post plant. 6 HP on Zelsis, 22 on Tens, and Second and John QT are not too healthy, but they have to go for a save on Gen G because of all those players still standing. Fight, a bullet or two landed extra, and this round would look different, but instead Gen G are out of here.
Yeah, we've given so much credit over to Gen G in the first map about how they were able to push and pull their opponents, even winning fights when they push into the stack. Sentinels this round, that was literal perfection. They used even an ultimate just to sell the ruse, but the fact is Sassy just reclaiming that space late was enough to sell that fake perfectly. Meteor was even rotating off the site. He was so convinced that that was going to be a play in towards A. Using their smokes on that side as well. Just fantastic stuff. Well, when you have someone like Zekin as your entry, even if there's one man there, you're not going to have too many problems. From that point, Sentinels managed to convert 3 rounds in a row. And well, what looks like a very peculiar fight, mainly because of the saved weaponry. Still some slight bit of hope based on the ults for Gen G.
Be right back, be right back.
That showstopper could definitely change the course of a round. A lot of early pressure from Gen G around A. It's not in what they've thrown out, it's what they're preparing to throw. 4 players towards the angle. The first drop of the snake bite deep, but a little late. Lakia, good for 1. The damage done. It's still recoverable, but that makes it a little harder. With Munchkin down, they know Karen around this angle. There's not too much that we can rely on Gen G to finish off the kills that have already halfway started. Odin retrieve for Karen, but he's going to find it hard to even find an angle to use this one.
It might just come down to a save. The fact is they're almost having to gamble on where their opponents are going, but the fact is Sen are happy to just play patient. A second round again where they're using Sassy as this luck.
What?
Meteor, though, he's just executed him. And Karen's managed to get a kill as well.
He peeked stairs, and now he's up top suppressing fire. The guy's got 42 HP. He swung out wide. Paranoia hadn't quite landed just
Kayaknya
yet.
Siskanya bakal mau ngambil ini, Bang. Oprang di sini, Bang.
Could have been close with Meteor now having to clutch it out, and the problem is he doesn't know where these players are. They could have snuck away to anywhere. It could cost him a lot of time on the way back
Satu
through,
backstab
but it
sini.
seems he's relatively confident that they'll play towards the site, inside that pit. In fact, the lockdown is going to be used here and now. They have to open the door to run away or emerge from
Sky sudah di
that
sini.
ult, and the timing. Oh, it was so close to seeing Meteor fall. He catches John QT on the other side of the wall. Zelsis is standing and now spotted and taken down. A sensational clutch for Meteor. 3-2 now for Gen G. I am flabbergasted. A 2v4. Both of them had pistols, Tom. And they managed to recover an Odin that somehow does some work. But this man, that is unbelievable.
This is the thing. A Red Bull clutch, and at this stage, honestly, you're going to look at the clutch statistics. You might head over to VLR, and you'll see, Meteor's really not that high on the board. But there's been so many occasions where he's in a 2v2, and he wins the 1v2 while his teammates rotating. So I am not surprised that he was confident in the 1v2, because he's been doing it all the way through the tournament. To use his lockdown there to force them out, he's wasted their Viper's Pit, but more importantly, he's put them on the board when they shouldn't have been there. A big clutch coming out of Meteor. Texture now has an operator. They're putting in utility, but it's being destroyed. Almost just baiting the fact that there's someone here, but he's so clean with it. First kill goes through, instantly retreats.
A few shots landed, but with the op refacing to land those last bullets will be a difficulty. Even the shot just here whizzing past the head. Sentinels, one man down early on. They've gotten mound control for it, but not necessarily a worthwhile trade. From here, though, maybe they can posture a fake. Not really, though, considering Meteor's utility in play. They'll have a lot of information and content to play a little further back than the C side. Reveal goes up and over. C confirming there's still someone on mound. And Munchkin's in position here on this B side. Wall up. Don't slow down any attempt at a push, and with 45 seconds left, we see the spike rotate around to A. Still stacked up, and look who's rotated into position, Tom. Textures here with the operator.
That's the thing, they use some util to try and destroy their opponent's utility and bait out that they might be going in this direction, but the fact is Munchkin has sat around. There's still a showstopper available here for Texture. He might be able to deny them, but he goes through, takes a risk, and is caught by Celsius. Karen's still in position. 15 seconds left. It's getting late on the clock. The timer ticking. He's waiting for someone to go for the plant. They've done it right in front of him. Not hit him. And because of that, he's able to drop two. Surely it's too far gone. Karen takes this round into his own hands. And Sentinels, they've been flabbergasted, flustered again by just one man on the site.
This is becoming a recurring trend for this squad. It happened on Split with Texture on the back of A, but this time it's a little worse, Tom, because they hadn't threaded the needle. They hadn't heard two players around this area. They thought that op on the angle was the only thing there, the only element to this defense. And maybe part of that is the Texture ran through the orb. Why would he do that? Like, he would only do that surely in their mind if the A side, if he's the last bastion of defense. But no, he wasn't. An unbelievable round, and one that's gutting if you're a Sentinels fan.
Oh, for sure. Like, the last two rounds probably should have been theirs, or at least got close. One of them taken by Meteor now, but they're not stopping. Great start to the round. Zekken on these entries in C has been unstoppable. The showstopper in his hands, and he's just not stopping. The youngsters had enough.
Maaf, tadi habis dari WC.
Best player in the world right now, and you've just witnessed one.
Tukang live-nya ke WC.
Iya, maaf. Ada yang nanya nih, kok gelap, Om? I'm sorry, guys.
And towards their spawn, there's not much movement.
Masa itu Raputs ngedonate cuma 5.000 apa-apaan itu.
Parah ya. Kasih tau lah, Karakala.
Genji, look, 3 to 4 Sentinels. They have that heartbeat up, but this entry was just too much to handle. The fact that the players are already tagged up.
Second gila.
Caught, I believe, by a C or a reveal on the way through, and then blasted with a showstopper, left to no HP, and you got a quick draw on that stinger to finish them off.
That's the
sensational round.
I feel like you have to look at someone like Sassy and just see how much under the radar value this man brings to the team. Like we saw his work in one of the previous round victories where he basically baits an entire rotation on his own using his ultimate. Does he get anything on the scoreboard for that? No. We've seen his lurks throughout this, but also just, again, the reveals. Just putting into play Zekken, because he gets that showstopper kill. He might not know there's a second player right behind it.
Dikasih ke
But instead, it's just a
meteor ya, OP-nya ya, snipernya
that's
ya.
what this man brings. That's why he's
Texture soalnya ini punya ulti, guys.
big move away
Punya bazooka.
from the Brazilian team of Loud. Why he was a hot, sought-after property. Like this though, Genji instantly looking for a response. 4 players looking to pressure onto A again. They put some real value in Meteor being solo. And he's gone up this time.
changing around who's pulling that all
Buy one
out.
lah follow kita zone A
Texture had the
only.
early pick
Ada
before,
nggak?
but Meteor, the solo
Ada.
on this side
Mau
of the
buy
map.
one. Nanti ya.
Only now
Habis
have a
match ini
player
oke.
come towards him.
Kita buy one lah Bang Rizky.
Munchkin that's around. Not even, previously we've seen Lakia. This is where he'd throw over a haunt and figure out if there's someone in the area. That's a tough smoke to play around. Yeah, do you take the risk? Because if he goes down here and they close the distance, there's no way out. For Meteor, he's going to take that way out here, and now
He got dinked.
oh, 10 HP. It's dangerous. The nade from Texture might delay them slightly, and he has a showstopper to work with. He's sticking around. That nade actually landed perfectly, and now the showstopper comes through.
Wah!
Find the kill though. A battle in the air, and second takes
Second
it.
selamatnya,
The site
Cuk.
now under threat.
Terbang,
The
Cuk.
tower responding. Meteor's big gun shows up, and he's got the little one out as
Ay.
well. The one from the bundle. Won't be able to use it with 10 HP inside that smoke. He just backs off.
51,
Posts up
51,
with the
51.
operator again. The snake bite's coming for him. He's got to back off, and he does.
Nice
A
try.
third
Whoa!
kill. Oh, a sliver of health. The snake bite will eventually drop him. But John QT's got 2 more opponents to take down. One on the way with an ult in the back pocket. I don't know if they'll use it. There's 12 seconds left. This is where we want to see him stick that plant. Oh,
Whoa,
no
laki
We're
ya.
lining him up through the wall.
That was filthy.
Buy one gua harus ke kantor dong. Lain kali dah. Oke.
Oke.
Oke. Ditunggu nanti ya. Kita bikin kontennya buy one. Buy one ini. Apa? Buy one. Apa namanya? Orang-orang Segamelagi. Tim Segamelagi. Udah. Bikin ini nggak sih? Udah itu konten FIFA tuh kita jadiin playlist aja nanti.
They've had so many ridiculous
YouTube.
hero rounds.
Elbow.
Keeping things level for now.
Elbow.
And yet, he's still going to give up that operator to Texture.
That's a good teammate right there. This door is going to give him an angle. You're not often going to be too scared about an op being posted on it, but no one reveals themselves. Sentinels hunkered down. There's 5 players here. They don't want to give it away and have the rotations of Gen G come through to catch them. Instead, they're going to wait, but if anyone pokes their little nose out before that smoke is up. In fact, the smoke is for stairs. Texture's still good on the angle, but he doesn't find the shot. He's going back for more. He's sticking around. He's got his shot. Zeus is down. Blast packing away, being chased by the boombot, but he's able to post once more, and the door control remains in the hands of Gen G. There's no threat from his left-hand side. This man only has one direction to look at, and Sentinels realize there's no way through. There's no space for them to capitalize on. Instead, they'll break the door. At least that's the idea. But Meteor's waiting for that too. Oh, no, in fact, that was Lakia breaking the door.
Yeah, I think he's almost trying to give his teammate an opportunity to make a play through the door.
30 seconds left.
Still, Sentinels sit, waiting for someone to make an error, someone to make a mistake. They've still got utility. The Nightfall previously used by Lakia delayed them a massive amount. And it looks like they might just have to save this one. Not finding any gap, any way into this round.
10 seconds
Saving lah
left.
udah
There's
ini.
going to be
8 detik lagi.
another on the board. The question is, can they remove any of these extra weapons? Because they do not want to allow Sentinels to get away scot-free.
Pau si Abang nggak jadi main
Push
bareng.
the door, so it's only the one player hunting. Meteor, it's not going to land. Not this time, so a few weapons saved.
Lagi pada fokus gitu kayaknya nih.
This man Texture, he swung into 3 players, but again, there's a lot of utility coming their way. It's pulling their crosshairs off the angle, and I think they just weren't expecting this man to be as unhinged as he is.
He did it almost off the rip of the Nightfall.
Yeah.
So that's where all
Time
of your
out sih
opponents
buat
get
gantiin
instantly taken down to like half HP.
Doesn't
They
help
also
the
don't have any of the sound as well. That's the main thing. They're obviously not going to be expecting someone to just run through an insta-peek, and they're also focusing on trying to reclaim tree control. Definitely risky, no doubt about it, but that has been what Texture has been doing. He's been disruptive. And now Sentinel's clearly feeling after the last of the last 5 rounds, 4 have gone the way of Gen G. They're starting to get themselves back into control. And from what we've seen from them, they definitely feel more comfortable on the attack, which is a very scary prospect for Sentinels who, sure, there's no doubt they can do it on the defensive side, but you look at their victories versus Heretics, you had a 9-1 over on that attack side, 10-2 versus Loud the last time they played, 9-3 versus 100 Thieves. They've always been solid on this attack, and right now they are being challenged.
Well, after split, it can't be a nice feeling for this squad. One of the bigger tests that they've faced. from a team that I think the community has been favoring Sentinels for sure, but we even heard it from the desk. You know, they're the favorite team, but it's not an upset necessarily if Gen.G win. Like, this is pinned to be a close game and one that Gen.G have chances in. Maybe it's better to say not the most incredible upset we've ever seen. It's going to be marginal. But from what we've seen, they look like the better team so far. Sentinels have to be challenged by Texture's aggression once more.
Wah, kalah cuk.
Zekin's
Sama
caught him.
Zeken.
And Lakia, he's left in a bit of an awkward position. Does he stay around there aggressive?
Lakia
No,
masih
it's time to fall
nunggu.
back. It's good
Wah,
one, too.
Lakia dikejar nih.
But that's the thing. I think
Oh,
Sentinels
enggak,
are starting to learn that there's never really just been
Sabar banget ini.
one player. There's always been a second
Sentinel.
layer to this B push, especially like the last time out we saw Munchkin make a play and Karen was just behind. So they made sure that they cleared everything. The operator hanging out in the wall. That won't be able to be retrieved, at least for now. Still plenty of time though, and you can see space being taken across the map for Sentinels. Again, they love selling this ruse towards the A site, using this time John QT because of the fact that Sassy has his ult again. Not going to be used to fake it as he instantly catches both players. Karen though has already made it into the corner. They've got to be careful of this. He's done this before. We saw this yesterday. But the trade is immediate.
30 seconds
I
left.
was hoping for a little bit more
Nice
in the
trade,
crossfire, but Meteor doesn't land the
Live
first.
score
and now
berapa, Om?
caught by
Live
Sentinel.
score 5-4, Genji 5, Sentinel 4.
Sticking around on that angle to look
Sekarang
for a
lagi
fight.
for
His teammates miles
Fitri.
away, goes down, the save call might be made.
Wah!
He sends
2 lawan 1. Meteor anjir. Mana tau Meteor nggak? Meteor Garden nih.
Lakia. Oh, he wants to just contain him. Make sure he
Map
gets
dua kan
ya?
to main. And now he might have. Be in the back
Spray
of the
transfer.
line.
Sassy.
The angle and Sassy isolates one.
Wais. Gila cuk, rame banget cuk, rame cuk. Dibales sama Sesi anjir. 1v3 anjir. Fuck.
This game has been a treat already.
Ah,
I
sorry nih ya.
thought Meteor had done enough. AA is having
Kalau ya.
a worldly of a game. Being able to take
Kalau
this
gue
much
teriak-teriak,
space, they even knew he must have been
agak
around
dijauhin
this
ya.
angle. Even putting in a snakebite just moments later, split second later, to stop him from being able to do that. But luckily,
gila.
they have this man, my bald brother, in Sassy to be able to clutch things out. We've credited him when it comes to his utility usage throughout the game, but he also has the clutch in his locker. Again though, this control instantly fought for by Gen.G. They are never sat back, they are never comfortable just giving up map control. And while this is a bold position.
I've seen an all pull day alone before, Tom, but you know, usually from a little bit further back. Yeah, just a
Well, he does have the short range weapon of the op. So
Aku dari tadi
That's
ngomong,
true.
oh ternyata aku mute.
See if he pulls out
Yeah.
any fires with it. Well, this might be a
Nah,
surprise
itu
for
dia tuh.
Sassy.
Nah, maaf ya.
Snake
Aku
bite
mah
up and
nggak
over,
balas,
that's
emang
probably
nggak ada
trouble.
suaranya.
yeah.
Unfortunately, he's a bit more aggressive than you anticipated,
Ini
man.
berapa ya?
5-5. Aing dukung Genji lah ini mah.
Why
5-2.
be that far? He's going back. He's not
Sekarang
scared.
5-5.
Like, that's the thing. He's gone right back
Masa
to the
diem
same
di
spot. He's
5-5?
confident that he'll hit the shot. Obviously, his
Ini
team
5-5.
have also
Menit,
stepped
menit,
up
menit,
from the
detik,
C
detik.
side.
40.
Utility being broken.
Oke.
Still a chance, but just look, 2 players already. And Meteor
Meteor.
goes through. He spots the
Keren
majority.
skor.
Ya,
Wah,
ya.
anjir.
Just about. I thought that he might
Bisa
have
gitu
flipped
mah,
away.
Jadi
Karen's
res
still here though.
helikopter
They're gonna be
anjing.
traded out and back again.
Bisa,
Leaving it all on to Zekin.
bisa gila.
25 seconds left, trying to fake out the plant, but
One
Lakia
v2,
don't
one
want him
v2.
to overextend. They pinged
Waduh,
exactly where he is.
ketahuan.
And Zekin's gonna go hunting, gonna try and take this man down and do
Ketahuan, ya.
exactly that.
Tekstur ber-OP.
He's also got a flank coming in from Texture, but already he'll make the realization that this is gonna
Gak
be
ada
a push
waktu
towards the B
mau
side.
pindah kemana.
He's actually gonna go running in. That's the thing. Texture
Mati dong.
easily puts
Iya,
it in. He
mati.
has to try and stick this
25.
baby.
Anjir, 25.
25 HP. But Zekin's
Their
still
X tuh,
standing, still holding on. Texture just sticking it.
Aduh,
though.
padahal di stick
Already
menang
gets
itu.
it to half.
Ya, iya.
And looks to try and bait him in. He's got so much
Oh,
time to play with.
Wah, anjir.
Zekin lands the
What
shot
the
anyway.
fuck,
Back
Zekin,
to
anjir.
clutch for Sen.
Cuk. Nggak pernah yang kayak gitu, Cuk.
Di stick
What an
menang itu padahal.
incredible play. That
Asli.
headshot. It's what it needed to be. Anywhere else, and he was going to be traded out by the bullet swinging back at him. And the idea here from
It
Zekin.
was a double check. I thought I saw him look away, and I was like, "There's no way." But
That was a fool me once. Shame on you. You ain't getting away with it again. It was Karen.
Miracle.
I think literally the round before. Certainly the last round that they went see. He was in that same corner. So, of course, they're going to check it. great reactions to deliver. Gen.G, well, they were all smiles not long ago. Now, feeling pretty deflated after that, but they're only one round behind. And as we said, Sentinels usually have a very strong attack, so it's not a bad position to be in, even if it ends 7-5, and they've called a timeout here.
That's the thing. I feel like it's one thing losing a round to your own mistakes, your own misplays, or your opponent maybe just doing something that you didn't foresee. I don't really believe that Gen.G did anything wrong in those clutches. Like, you look, the last two 1v2s, you're sat there going, okay, they tried to play it together, Sassy manages to isolate the fight and win a round. Then you look at the next one, Lakia falls back so that his teammate can rotate, but Zekken gets aggressive, takes him down, Texture rotates quickly enough to nade him on the plant, and with 25 HP, he gets it to half, waits for his opponent, and gets
Dua kali kalah clutch
Those are
begitu.
two rounds where Gen.G are looking at going, well, there's not really an adaptation there. We played the round correctly. Sentinels are just better with those individual plays.
And sometimes
Ya
that's
kan
all
yang
it is,
satu
man.
Sassy,
Like, there are
2v1,
rounds
terus
where your
barusan
opponent just
Zekken.
goes off. And there's rounds
Gila.
that Gen.G have had very similar. I mean, even earlier on in this tournament, Texture with a pistol over on Split, emerging from a smoke.
Ketahuan Zekken.
3 kills. What? Got one through the smoke already with 10s dropped.
Coba.
And Sentinels in this last round on their attack
Mas
side.
kalau
find
aing
themselves in
kalau
a
aing yang main ya yuk
disadvantage.
aing jadi
Early
tekstur
A fight.
berdiri di situ aing nge-spam aing yang mati
The
Sama,
timing is
sama.
perfect.
Sama.
Toxins down. Good trade from
Anjir.
John QT though. They needed something extra. They needed to bring that back to at least within contention. And with the way the last few rounds have gone,
kok bisa gitu.
wouldn't be surprised to see the clutch. Also,
Ambil kali
Mark for John
orknya,
QT.
ulti.
we'll get him his ult online. You can see though, Meteor is already set up. The
Mau di
Viper's
ulti
pick is
ini
great.
ulti
It's not going to be that
Viper
impactful
padahal.
if your
oh
opponent has a
ada ini
lockdown.
kontak.
Especially on this side, Tom, you can very easily box them in, and the only way out is it's a long run. Probably not getting back in. There it is. Ultimate ready. You hear the voice line called. John QT probably wants to use this a little closer so they have an escape. And in fact, very aggressively used. Immediately look at Gen.G's rotation. They come pushing in towards the spawn angle. But that's where Sassy's waiting. And the orb's obscuring him for just a moment. It's a beautiful angle. He can even get out of here, but they drop it to take a fight together. Destroying the lockdown as well. Clinical play from Sentinels, leaving Karen to do it all. And he doesn't stand a chance. Sentinels have earned their way, fought their way back up to 7 at the half. Not a bad score line, but their defense is going to be tested.
That was brilliant. Honestly, I'm thoroughly enjoying this match. The adaptations from either side, the orb put in play deep to give them a little bit of extra space. They knew exactly where their opponents would go once they placed the pit. That is honestly a Jung QT masterclass in repositioning, and they've earned themselves the 7-5 at the
Tapi
half.
gila juga dia
A lot
juga
of eyes
bisa
have been
menawan
drawn to
Sentinel ya.
Sentinels and Tans, one of the main players. He's been
Saya berarti dia
sensational.
bisa
It's
menawan
time to hear
Sentinel.
from some of
Karena
his friends and family
ada
over
ini
in the
ada
audience.
chance lawan Sentinel.
Nanti kalau meteornya kayak tadi, kayak meteor garden terus.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here, and we are back in the crowd with some very special guests. I have Valerie here, who you all know as Tenza's mom, and we have Billy here, Tenza's uncle. The whole family's out here. Let's give a round of applause. All right,
Kaide
I
udah
saw
sembuh
you
ya
guys
katanya.
really into the
Si
game here. Of
Kaide
course, how are
udah.
you guys enjoying it so far?
Oh, it's amazing. Hola, Madrid!
Hi, it's been awesome here. Watching the Sentinels play their game.
Yeah, and I hear that you were actually a big influence on Tens while he was, starting his gaming career.
Yeah, definitely it started out. You're definitely a gaming family and just making sure that he stayed competitive and focused on getting better. And he just took it off by himself from there.
And Valerie here told me a little secret. What is your rank, sir?
Probably Decade Ascendant, but my peak's Immortal too.
Whoa! Let's give a round of applause for that. Now, of course, it's massive that you get to see your son here. You go to another corner of the globe, and you have fans all over just applauding his name. How does that make you feel?
It's very heartwarming. It's, like...
Don't make me cry!
No, amazing. I'm so proud. Tyson, oh my God. So proud.
Speechless. We love him. We definitely do. Now, let's hear the both of you. Can you give a massive shout out to Sentinels and to Tyson playing up there right now?
Let's go, Sentinels. You guys are amazing. Let's go. You got this. We love you, Tyson.
Let's go, Tyson. Let's go, Sentinels.
Let's get back into the game.
on that. Tom, you told me let's do that when it comes back.
I've heard a lot of people heckin' love that guy, so you know.
But not you. Okay, fair enough. 7-5. Sentinels doing pretty well at this stage of the game. We said they're used to a very strong attack, and sure, there were some stumbles. But now let's see if they can get off on the right foot here on their defense. The pistol round underway. One Ghost, and just classics to back it up on that defensive side. Gen.G not showing their intention just yet. They've got some control for the A push, looking for any B aggression. But it looks like the intention is to take this to C or open that door and quickly double back.
The smoke timing
will
deter them for now. A little bit of space towards that B side, but it looks like Sentinels have a decent read. 2 players walking their way back up. The Prowler's actually going to give it away. There's a couple of players here. Zekken does have his nade available if he wants to try and deny them. He's just going to spam, and he's taken out Lakia.
Sneaking into that corner as well. It's a beautiful crossfire if they do emerge onto the site. Deep smoke stopping for any C aggression. Turret watching the push up on the other side. 2 players on C as well. Sentinels have no worries on that side of the map or B. But A, on the other hand, has come under threat. They've lost Rubble control. They've seen players here, and they're making a quick reaction with a 3-man rotate onto that actual site.
So well placed for this push. Tens of smokes has made it awkward again. Already though, Munchkin's able to trade one back. The Paranoia's missed, and Sassy's going to try and capitalize off it. But Munchkin lands another shot. Even gets a fight onto Tens, who's low. Somehow they're trying this.
Kok jadi
Gonna get
trip
that
itu,
spike
Cok?
down. Snakebite into position, but it's not going to deny. Karen just holding, at least for the moment. But Zelsis, again, he's going to be able to bring this back. Both players low, but Munchkin just
Munchkin!
He hits his 4th kill of the round, and just whenever there's a moment for someone to step up, it always seems to happen.
Unbelievable. I mean, this
Pedes lagi
guy
nih makan gorengan.
unreal last map. Don't get me wrong. Pretty sure he came out of the first map. Yeah, the first half with 2 kills.
Yeah.
He was quiet,
Mantap.
and now he's woken up at such a crucial time for this squad. It's not just the 4 kills. He's 1 hit, and I'm pretty sure his teammate is too.
Bear in mind, that reaction was Texture,
Yeah.
the guy who won them the pistol on split by hiding and killing 3 people. And he's like, whoa! What?
Looks like we might have gotten an early reaction, because I'm sure he's going to be hyped up after that.
Wow.
Though sneaking around the corner, good for 1. Caught immediately. Good catch by Munchkin, good react, and the follow-up from Lakia closes the round. Pretty clinical on the way through. 1 player lost.
Langsung round 3, Cok.
Much slower because my
skip
brain
round keduanya,
wasn't
anjir.
able to comprehend
Cepet banget.
how Texture got 2 kills that quickly. Even still, relatively clean. I'm seeing Meteor with a sniper on attack, and I don't mind it because at this point, not going to doubt him. 17 and 9. He may not be on the duelist anymore, but he definitely has that duelist mentality. And yeah, couple off. Actually, both players not that far away from a showstopper. It could be a big round for these players.
Especially with the economy kind of low for the attacking side. Texture, there's 1 already. Now just 1 from the showstopper with most of his HP still intact. Gen.G, they haven't gotten away with it scot-free. Karen's been
TP
lost.
atas ini tau, Pong. Box ini, Pong.
Moment on each side out. Paranoia is no longer in play. Zalsis with one of the stranger angles you'll see held with an Odin. It's just a fall back, so he's covering C and B. And a wild shot through the smoke for John QT. There's the advantage claimed, although marginally considering Sassy's HP.
Sassy was able to trade off that first kill. I think it was actually a solid reveal from Lakia that actually gave up Tenz's position up close. There was expectations there for Gen.G that they were going to be challenged. But even still, it's going to have to be an almost complete reposition. Now, they've got the turret, they've got the alarm bot, so they know that there's not really much of a chance that anybody's got this aggressive. But other than that, information is barren for the side of Gen.G. They have no idea what they're pushing into. You mentioned that Odin and its position. Well, depending on the plant spot, it might actually have quite high impact. And he's holding on to one of his nano swarms. With 20 seconds left, sure, it's probably going to end up in a retake, but there is a chance that this might be stopped by Zelsis.
There's the nano activated that's on site already. One thrown through to delay even further. 10 seconds. Time to get that plant through. It's got to be safe in the corner. Got to wait a little longer after the nano runs the clock down, and that is a very tight plant. I think he's just about got it, but no spray coming through on the other side. That was 0.1 or 0.2 of a second by my read, but just about close enough to come through. But with texture down, the numbers thin even further on the attacking side. Now the defenders, I suppose, of this site. One found by Lakia. Meteor needs some impact with this, and he'll find it. Another kill, but he's 4 HP. 1 against 2. The nade hunting him down. So too is Zekin. 8 found.
Kayaknya ketumbar pulpok.
Genji made a good attempt at this one.
Yeah, definitely made it a little bit more costly, but they did have a fair amount of rifles going into that as a bonus. Again, though, I'd like the delay. The fact is that came down to a split second, and I think there was a very real world where Lakia fat fingers that and they lose the round just off time.
Yep.
Like, it was so insanely close. Good positioning, though, meant that they were able to find a lot of these kills before things really got too dangerous. And now we mentioned the showstopper. Texture used his in the last round. Zekin has his available now.
Rounds are trickling in bit by bit. The lead only ever summed up by a round or two. It's never safe, it's never secure, nor are these players. Early aggression, again, from Sentinels. A lot of utility, and most importantly, 4 players here. Paranoia used. Zekin gets caught by the other sides, though, so he's not able to get a clean shot off on the showstopper. It's interrupted, and Sentinels start to fall back, concede some of this space. It's a good battle by Genji, and they thought they had a lot to work with Meteor sneaking through to B, but he's being caught.
It's now back into that awkward scenario. They had so much space, but also that takes off all of that
Rada
extra
susah
utility.
ini entry-nya Genji.
They can't really afford to dilly down anymore. They're gonna have to make their move.
Ada Odin sama pula di
into the
sana.
Lion's Den. Zels is with his utility, but also with his Odin at the back. Hasn't been revealed. He's so patiently waiting with his gun in hand, and he's going to win the fight again. Oh, even looking to spam through. He's done a lot of damage to Karen, but he's just buying time for the rotation. You don't really see plays like this every single day. Sat at the back with the Odin in hand. He's going to go for some of his own. Again, another 4K comes out for the side of Sentinels, and a solo hold of that C site.
I've never seen anyone do that before. I've never seen it. Just hip fire in the Odin. Every part of that was so beautiful as well. The realization he needs to go for the wall bangs. Then that they're going to swing him, he swings wide ahead of them. Makes it a little more awkward for them to land. Like, this is good. The swing here, it perfectly offsets where Karen was looking to pre-fire on. Like, he could not have read that any better. What an unbelievable play, and then to actually deliver sprays like that, hip firing, when you're just beginning it, you have a lower rate of fire. Unbelievable. I'm going to dream about that tonight.
Well, the dreams of Genji's 2-0 seem to be slipping away. Sentinels extending that lead, and now back to pistols and a hero rifle for Texture. He's had his moments in this game, but most of it has been with an operator in his hand. Once again, Zelsis is waiting. And the thing is as well, that it leaves them with so little opportunity for where they can plant. Instead, they're going to go back, look to put some pressure onto Tenzu. Been having one of his quieter performances, that's for sure. But even still, all he really has to do is get that information, call for the rotations, and get some support.
See Tens flex a lot, and I think here on Omen, the way they've been playing it on defensive side, he's often just the guy throwing the paranoia and trying to get involved afterwards.
30 seconds.
We go to a map 3, might see a little more from him. Genji, few pistols, but as we said, you know, it was nothing but MasterCard thrifties starting off that first map. No reason we can't return to it now. Meteor's flanks have been caught again and again. This time it's Sassy to find him, and with 13 seconds left, they need to make a move onto the site. 10 on the clock as they get close. Blast pack still in play, going to be used here, but not booping him fully off. Just about far enough away that he could continue planting. Karen falls. Pistol standing, Guardian spotted and dropped, and it's cleaned up nicely by Sentinels. It's only Munchkin left, and he can't even get near that spike to stop the defuse. A nice shot connected. That's where the hope of the round ends.
Yeah, in the end, he almost has to go down just to make sure that he's going to have weaponry for the next round. And there's going to be a small cost for the side of Sentinels, 3 rounds in a row, and relatively clean ones as that. They've got Zelsis now. 7,000, and they have got the crowd support. It definitely seems like they are the favorites, even if they're on a different continent from where they're normally playing. Sentinels have won the hearts of many, and now will have a comfortable lead. Even still, though, they're going to be put under pressure. An immediate push here as they take control of Mound.
That util in response, good paranoia, but too late. The player's already able to see and take down Zekin as TenZ fades from the angle. They find themselves in a 4v4. Good retake ultimate online for Zelsis. That can counteract the Viper's Pit as we've seen before, but the potential to play aggressively on the back of Lakias could cancel it out. It has for Sentinels previously. TenZ on the other side of this smoke has John QT covering the cross, but Karen's already gotten up close. A shrouded step that wasn't expected, and now the Nightfall gone all the way through. John QT, 13 HP, but he fades into the corner, and now he'll be able to get his health back online. Even notices the Nano Swarm chasing him down. Snakebite now landed right on him, and he's jumping forward.
Oh my
caught
God.
by another piece of utility. This time the alarm bot. Sassy almost had it, but he's caught. Zelsis in on the Odin, picking up one, and he's got his lockdown in prime position. Another swing, and a player spotted. Only one to root out of that Viper's Pit. And Munchkin's already given up the angle, essentially. They're running for the hills. As Zelsis steps forward, he'll catch Lakia, setting them up to close this out with Munchkin falling. It's Zelsis' round. As 11 goes on the board for Sentinels, they're close to a map 3.
Wah, Cuk, ini mah, Cuk.
This tournament, we've seen a lot of
Parah
teams
itu
lose their own
retake
map
anjir.
pick. We've seen a lot of teams fight back. Mentioned it as well that throughout their last 9 series, Sentinels have taken the first map every single time. But we're seeing that they have no trouble looking for a response in map number 2.
Kayaknya 105 jauh-jauh.
Zekin leading the way, but we've also in this second half seen a massive resurgence from Zelsis. Had a couple of really high impact rounds. Seems to love the C site. And more for Genji. They're going to give the legend that is Solo an opportunity to try and talk this one through. As said, we have seen him play
Cyphernya
against
sebelum jadi heal sih.
Sentinels. The last time they actually won an
Kayaknya
event, he played in
105.
the upper match to go into the final and lost. Now he has to find some wise words to try and bring this team back and have an opportunity for the 2-0. Otherwise, they head into Breeze. And honestly, either of these teams have looked fantastic on that map, so I have no idea which way it will go.
It's going to be whoever's made best use of the downtime, what little of it there is in between these games. Again, talking about the stakes of this match. I believe it was Kaplan that was talking about it, and actually it was because we showed it on the desk. The fact that whoever wins this, first of all, gets to watch their opponent play, always a great advantage to have, but mainly they get a day off. They can prepare, they can scrim, they can relax, get up late, whatever
And
they
the
want.
veto advantage as
Veto
well.
advantage, exactly. The impact of winning this series, it's not just about, oh yeah, they can get to the grand final anyways. They can, but they'll be on the back foot when they make it there, running off
Tekstur
back-to-back
nggak nyala
game
gini,
days.
Well, 4 rounds in a row.
Susah, bro. Cuma
This
meteran
attack
ini yang
side for
carry.
Genji hasn't looked great. We're going to see the same again. This adaptation to the C-side controllers to have aggression, and then Zelsis now sits with his setup on the A side of the map. And I think they're going for this again because it's yet to be tested. We haven't seen the pressure put onto Zelsis on the other side. But they feel confident in it. They've left him there alone. In fact, there's no support at all. The rest of the team are massively far away. In fact, we're even seeing a rotation from Sassy towards the players over on that C site.
He has to cover the B gap.
They want this man to go for a real hero play with no support whatsoever.
Oh, if he commits to it. If he just commits to it, he could have so much value spraying through that wall. Look at the players creeping up towards the switch. Zelsis doesn't know, though. There's no information to play with just yet. He's waiting for his alarm bot to get contact. Now the door's open. He needs to run. He knows players are about to flood that part of the map, or that they might be. In fact, Genji have changed their idea. The direction now brings them towards B. Smoked up, and a good kill as TenZ is caught out of position. Nightfall through. and that is going to slow them way down. Keep the information in their hands, allow Zalsis to
Oh!
and second does much the same. This one's done.
GG anjir.
Zalsis spraying away. It's 12-7. 5 in a row for Gen G. Well, we're going to go all the way to Breeze.
Yeah, they were so ready for that. Had the utility available to play the retake on C if they needed to. So Zels's only play was to just get out of there. They had 4 players ready for the B site, and the second the Nightfall goes in, Zekken, he can smell his opponents. He can sense the blood in the water and gets himself a couple of headshots easily. 5 rounds in a row now, and that's exactly what Gen G need on the other side to take us to overtime. Feels unlikely with how clean this has been for Sentinels. And already they're getting the early read. The spam almost gets the opener.
Anjir nebelin banget Jalsis pakai ini anjir Odin.
After you spam
Iya.
that, you spam this wall and Karen's
Emang
right there.
emang main enak tuh sebenarnya main di sini tuh pakai Odin banyak yang setipis kertasnya
The door is open, but all the while Texture is creeping
As-
his way towards the stairs.
Asen ya?
2 players spotted, one up close, and even suspecting one near the switch. Zalsis has a lot of information. Oh, and even the kill on Lakia.
Nyebelin ya.
The blind fire pays off. Karen's in danger too. He was going straight at
Aing mau gitu aja nanti ya.
all the while, they're just hoping that on the side of Gen
enak
G,
banget main di
somebody
situ pakai kayak gitu.
on Sentinels will make a mistake.
Asal nggak keburu-buru ke clear aja itu
Pushed
doornya.
all the way up, so he knows that they're not going back in this direction. I like this though. The adaptation that maybe
Ke base cu, cepet cu.
expecting.
Ah,
Never
ketahuan
mind.
saya
Sassy
sih kan.
makes the play but gets
Udah
caught
ke B.
out. Even still though, Meteor's found another. Somehow this round has become competitive. 30 seconds left on the clock. They still have themselves a lockdown available. The spam might actually just about get rid of it. It's still online at least for now. Surviving
Anjir,
an extra
bisa di
second
spam,
and they
anjir.
haven't been able to put the pressure on. Tension's got another. John QT with one more. Leaves it all on to Karen. He's on
Wah,
1 HP.
kayak gitu.
And through the smoke, John QT will close it. They're getting the map 3 we desired as both teams will win their opponent's map choice.
Convincingly at that 13-7 for Sentinels. They came in with control and they
Kita
never
main
let
dulu
go.
aja, guys,
It was
lah.
a close fight all the way up to that 7-8 score line, and then they ran away with it. Gord from the Sentinel side, and we saw the resurgence of so many players.
Breeze nih terakhir Breeze guys.
Breeze rame sih.
This is a good sign for what's to come. Breeze map
Biasanya di ban anjir Breeze.
and send one team to the grand final. It's coming up after this.
Kayaknya mereka mengendarin sunsetnya ini tuh.
Match found.
Sentinel.
Sentinel sunsetnya keren ya.
Bagus banget anjir asli ya.
Everyone is a
Anjir, ada Ryan Adi. Hai, apa kabar Ryan?
Ryan.
Mana Ryan
Oh.
Adi? Woi, halo bro.
Anjir.
Aduh,
Lu pada
Ryan
lagi
Adi.
nonton ini?
Yoi.
Cing. Bete tadi blind shoot-nya kayak orang nge-cheat anjing.
Siapanya?
Blind shoot-nya kayak orang nge-cheat anjir.
Blind sheet itu apa?
Hoki itu.
Blind shoot yang terakhir yang di dalam smoke gitu sama yang nge-wallbang bener-bener kayak orang nge-cheat anjir, parah Sentinel bangsat. Wah,
Kamu apa kabar?
anjir, harusnya aku ikut di sini dari tadi, Om.
Kenapa? Sudah diajakin loh
Aku
dari
baru
tadi.
ingat.
Ayo, kita nonton sampai Perex.
Sombong Rian sekarang. Bacot anjing. Anjir, gua nginep di sana dari sekarang apa?
Aku main sih Om. Aku main sih
Aduh,
Om.
anjir.
Samperin aja ke Wanet ya.
Iya, kagak ngapa-ngapain ini.
Nah. Terus mabar.
Nah.
Bener nggak Pang?
Aduh. Ada ini gue outputnya dari speaker yang kayak kalau nelpon, kenapa nggak bisa di speaker loudspeaker ya?
If you dig deep enough,
Kalau Discord emang gitu.
let's find out what they buried.
Ada settingan.
Aku cari dulu Om settingannya bentar.
Discord.
Apa?
Discordnya. Ke
Biar
ini,
biar output lu pada ini.
user setting, voice and video. Nah itu ganti.
Voice. Oh ini kali ya, change audio output. Gue di HP BTW.
Iya. Hah?
Dulu biasanya iPhone anjir.
Reloading.
Bring them down. They're blind with fear.
Gue Senin kantor lagi anjir, kalau gitu gue stay di sana ini.
Where are you?
Ya Allah. Udah bisa bro, keren.
Gotcha.
Tapi suara gue mantul nggak? Sorry, memotong.
Mantap betul.
Fuck. Udah berusaha sekuat tenaga aku.
Together fade. I will show them the true meaning of fear.
There. Where are you? Bring them down.
Abang ntar PRS main.
Main malam ini bro.
Keperek.
Yang
Bukannya kalah mereka.
Floor
Lower bracket.
Ini juga cover si Sen ini.
Upper. Uppernya
Cover
mereka.
duluan, belum.
Iya kan, aneh kan. Padahal aku nggak minat nonton nonton Ten.
Iya kayaknya nonton Paper X doang kan.
Kenapa gitu Om? Kan sudah tidak ada India. Gue kira kalau udah nggak ada India lu bakal demen Sen.
Parah emang.
Gue juga mikirnya gitu ya.
Opang memang rasis.
Emang
Rasis ya Opang. Sama sih.
enggak lu anjir yo. Kan yang nggak suka India lu yo.
Iya kenapa lu ini Opang? Gua nonton aja.
Last round in the half.
The night
Opang. Anjir.
Aku mah nggak suka Shazam karena Shazamnya sombong ya, bukan karena dia Indianya.
Parah, siapa yang nggak suka Shazam gara-gara India?
Yang nggak suka India kan Vio aja. Aduh.
You want to
Iya,
play? Let's play.
Iya aja.
Still waiting.
Nonton India.
Bring them down.
Publik.
Dia masih Spike Rush, padahal mau ditemenin Spike Rush.
Spike planted.
There, take them! My ult's not ready. Bring them down. Enemy spotted A. We found one. Take hold.
Si Sachi ini dulu laut kagak sih?
Laut.
Sachi laut.
One enemy remaining.
Sekali. Orang lawan laut.
Kasih sadap, dadah-dadahan.
Switching sides.
Ih,
Dadah-dadah.
Savor the good dreams while you can.
gue baru lihat hari ini. Ternyata kalau tiap nonton kalian bareng di Discord deh. Gue nonton sendiri.
Kemana aja?
Dan si Vio nge-live Yan.
Where are you?
Oh iya, bener. Berarti gue misu-misu begini kedengeran di YouTube.
Bring them down.
Demi apa lo?
Bring them down.
Ya lu seriusan yuk.
Jangan kan gitu ya, gue bisa dok sama lu sekarang ya.
Iya, selamatnya nomor telepon.
There.
Ya jangan dong, didoksi gitu.
One enemy remaining.
Kita full Gezalian aja lah.
Bapaknya namanya, ibunya namanya.
Aduh.
Peliharaan
Ya
pertama.
coba gue mau lihat lu dong yuk.
Biasa ya di YouTube.
Match point.
This is
Apa namanya?
Segame lagi.
Their courage falters.
Segame lagi tapi
Hah?
yang ini. Segame lagi.
Segame. lagi.
Tapi yang ini yang logonya biru.
Ya, anjir,
Game
tadi
lagi yang
ngambil,
lebih.
anjir. Game lagi kuis siapa anjir?
Yo, sorry yo.
Mark one.
Gue liatnya kayak ini kenapa apa namanya? Aneh banget mainnya aja, ternyata lu lagi main Spectre, gue kira lagi party ini aja.
Bring them down.
Cabut si Riannya.
Setting kayaknya.
Anjir.
One enemy remaining.
Teman-teman main cupu yuk, main Spike Rush yuk.
Last player standing.
Kemana kamu? Kenapa? Lu pasti ngomong sendiri ya? Kenapa Om?
Clutch.
Kenapa lu lift tadi ya?
Apaan?
Kenapa lu lift tadi?
Nggak apa, mau lihat live-nya Vio. Suaranya mantul, gue bingung yang suaranya yang mana.
Kan nggak harus nih.
Di donate dulu lah, yang di donate ya.
Di donate lah ya.
Time to work.
Goblok deh.
Gimana caranya donate?
Bensin.
Itu ada QR-nya ya.
Aduh, ini gua apa tuh namanya?
Oh iya, lagi nge-send
banking gua lagi banking gua lagi kagak bisa yo, habis ganti. Ntar gua benerin dulu.
Last player standing.
Pinjam di Bia.
Kagak ada di
Gak
dia.
apa-apa ya, nanti kita ikut ini aja, ikut Nazar kita.
Apa tuh? Nazar lu apaan, Pang?
Sudden death.
PPRX menang, kita bagi-bagi takjil.
Bagi-bagi takjil.
Iya.
menang keseluruhan apa menang match nanti?
Menang match.
Where are they?
Menang match.
Setiap menang match, pokoknya bagi-bagi takjil.
Demi apa lu?
Iya.
Bring them down.
Bagi-bagi apa? Dia menang match, bagi-bagi takjil. Dia udah masuk semifinal anjir.
Kata Vio ini per map satu tajil.
Per map satu tajil, menang ronde satu tajil.
Iya, menang ronde. Tajilnya 10.000 per ini, per porsi.
Jadi kalah lah, Spike Rush-nya.
Last player standing.
Itu ya, lihat nggak sih yang dari sini dia ngancurin.
Defenders win.
Ini ada Bang Gambit, diem aja Bang Gambit.
Oh, ada Gambit ini. Halo, Bang. Mana nih bos nih?
Obviously, from the side of Sentinels, they don't normally invest much into these rounds, and they haven't again.
Sabar bang.
They're not like a share.
Sabar bang.
Let's put a little bit in.
Nggak seru ada temen kita nggak usah ikut satu orang.
Ada apa?
Nggak seru, bukbernya ada temen kita yang nggak bisa ikut satu orang.
Siapa tuh?
Normally though, it's a
Yure,
lack of side rounds that are really hard to break through if you actually play diving. They have a lot of reactive utility. Meteor can always get towards that side.
Kemarin tuh baru lihat foto kita bukber waktu ada Alpha yang kita panitia di hotel Pratman, hotel Mitra. Terus kayak
nice
sedih lagi gitu kayak
which are grouped up on the back of the site. Good shots to start this off.
Pin
It
satu
doesn't look like
teman.
there's too much being found, but you gotta look at the HP bars. Meteor's down a
Udah,
little bit low.
udah mulai yuk.
Alpha nih, Alpha dua.
Betul, Alpha Race aja Nitra.
Another opportunity for kills.
Betul, oh iya.
HP on Meteor, but
Gap
not a
Gap
shot
ini
to hit.
temennya Alpha SMA Gap.
Jangan di doxing.
Oh, anak ini,
Stop.
anak apa?
Weaponry's going to be picked up.
Anak orang kaya.
Stop.
Anak orang kaya.
Anak Darmus kamu.
Oh, fuck, di doxing.
Satu angkatan berarti, satu angkatan ya.
Iya, gue seangkatan.
In some cases, will actually have made a difference in having full shields, having full utility, which, as we know, there is
Gak
now
apa-apa,
so that will actually make a difference.
Yes, absolutely.
Nggak apa-apa kok ya, sama apa kan nggak ada apa-apa ya.
It's really
Cuma ada dua.
Bentar,
Ada apa sama apa nih?
This is going to be the more conventional.
Iya nggak ada apa-apa kan sama apa.
Attack side split.
Nggak ada, cuman ntar di belok-belokan informasinya ada anak Tarnus ngomong anjing-anjing gitu.
Ini live YouTube loh.
Iya makanya ada jejak digital. Wah.
Kalau yang clubbing boleh nggak ya?
Oh.
Kalau yang clubbing boleh nggak ya?
Apa?
Kalau yang clubbing
Clubbing
boleh nggak?
apaan? Gak usah ngadu bang. Gak ada apa-apa ya.
Oh gitu.
Oh gitu aja nih.
Oh. Emang boleh. Emang boleh.
Looking
Ini lihat Sasi aja.
at their flank. They know that there's a very good chance, especially now that they're starting to clear out the positions
Botak,
behind,
botak
that
boleh
he
naik.
will be somewhere towards their spawn, already pings on the map. It might even just be a scenario where we're going to have to wait the full 50 seconds for Sassy to just try and hold on to the gun, but again, I want to shout out the utility being thrown in from Lakia. He's someone that I definitely don't think always gets his plaudits, has some rough games individually, but his dart basically gave a free kill over onto the side of Karen.
Langsung keluar.
It is just going to be Sassy holding on to the gun. All 5 players looking to survive. Upgrades as well. We were talking about them having, I think it was a Marshal, a Sheriff, and an Outlaw. None of those weapons are in play anymore. It is just the rifles for Genji. If you're talking about a great start to this map, it really doesn't get better than this.
No, that is a boost to their economy if ever I've seen one. 3 upgrades across the board, able to make it work with the weaker weapons. And the funny thing is, the Viper Wall can be so useful. Viper Wall wasn't there. Viper Orb, same thing. Not there. It's just straight up fights. Players spamming through the smoke, putting them low. Now they found Sassy. After all that time.
After we sat there for 50 plus seconds, waiting for him to hold onto that guard, and Meteor just goes, no, right, but that's disgusting. But that's the thing. That's where you see actually just the coming out of Lakia, and then also just the denial. Like, it's having that second controller. Like, Karen's just been able to slow the push by putting that smoke into position.
Dari kiri.
Watch party over in Seoul as well. After what was probably a bleak 2023, it is paying dividends to be a fan of this team now.
Yeah.
Maybe even a few people might have jumped ship over, but we won't call them out.
kind of feel like you did call them out there, Tom. I'll be honest with you. That's I heard a bus coming. I saw you throw someone under it, but there's no evidence left behind. That's for Genji, gotta be one of the most successful rebuilds we've ever seen in such a short turnaround as well. I mean, to be at this stage, to have challenged Sentinels on split, to move to 3-0 up, winning out a low buy round there on Breeze. We've never seen a Korean team look this scary, and we've heard about them. Hell, I talked a lot to Achilleos and Paperthin back in 2020, 2021, 2022. I'll even throw 2023 in there.
80.
Now, for once, they were right.
I think the thing that's been most impressive as well is they have built this team out of players that ultimately didn't have mass success. You're talking about Texture coming from G, Karen coming from Ranked, but Munchkin definitely didn't have a great 2023. Meteor as well, expectations were high. Lakia came back from Tier 2.
Yeah.
This team just works together. Nice start though from Zen.
Anjir, bisa gitu deh
And
kan.
that's going to be an instant kill. Looking to try and break back with what is some weaker weaponry here. Look to try and go through the smoke. This is awkward now for Texture. No dash, no escape.
Kalian lagi mabar.
They're not expected to be here. They're not expecting him to stick around because now he has
Lagi
delivered
pada
on a rifle.
Oh.
Aku enggak, aku nonton dulu.
Oh,
laki ya.
Mana ini game free? Mana ini Rian cabut?
Main game? Mau main game?
Lagi power.
Lagi power. Seru banget ya power ya.
Lagi gila power, aing
udah berapa jam game?
Asli kalau main tinggal itu siapa aja main power.
Dangerous, but is this man again coming alive exactly when they need him most?
Valorant
7
terbengkalai.
on the scoreboard. The comeback of Latvia.
Baru 270.
Anjir 270 jam.
Seriously understated when he made it back into a tier 1 team.
Aing aja baru 48
There are
jam.
many of us who have been waiting for this for such a
Aing sehari bisa 8
ridiculously
jam,
long
iya Aing udah
time
6 jam main
in
power.
jail. Over
Sendiri
Vision
mainnya sama teman.
Strikers.
Sendiri
They had a
solo.
long redemption arc.
Gak ada anjing, gak ada yang main.
Aing main.
Under pressure, but he's not shying away at all.
Wah,
Again,
waduh.
Zekan's removed him and taken
Dunia
the
Aing sudah gede banget.
Anjay, udah kaya.
Udah kaya.
Nothing to be found. To swing out from Zekan confirms another kill.
Udah beres sih, ini mah tinggal nunggu map baru aja.
Finally, it looks like Genji have been left in the dust here
Iya,
on
sekarang dia
defense
habis
with
map
much
baru.
control.
Ada
That's
red boss
confirmed
juga.
power. 1v4, the first
Nah,
is his.
jadi sekarang Aing cuma sibuk ini doang, leading sama bangun
It's
base.
quite a while before that's up and online. We're gonna bait out the op, but he won't hit the shot. Snake bite up and over. If he's
Aing
anywhere
pengen bikin
nearby,
base-nya
we'll take him
sederhana
down.
yuk.
Playing ahead of it.
Pengen bikin apa?
T spots him. One
Pengen
round
bikin
on the
base-nya
board for
sederhana.
Sentinels. They found their first on the attack.
Yang simple aja gitu. Ini kalau mana mau lihat ya, kesederhanaan Aing.
Anjir kesederhanaan. Pasti udah ini base-nya.
Walah, gila. Base-nya simple aja gitu.
Screenshot. Mana base power nih?
Sentinels have in this youngster. Still just 19 years of age. Literally
Oh.
just.
Oh iya, bisa screenshot ya?
During this
Oh.
tournament.
Ada di Twitter Aing kalau mana mau lihat.
Oh di Twitter ya, cek Twitter dulu.
You better believe that contract is.
Kita mah orangnya tidak mau lebay ya guys ya.
Again, they're just going straight back
Seal,
in
kita mah
for this
seal.
play in towards the A site. And again, no fear out from Texture. This time he will catch it, but it's a player that can be brought back. It's going very differently this time around though. They're being destroyed.
That's like one of the first A-site pushes we saw come out of Sentinels. Ult used by Meteor, human drone, aggressive op pick. They try to punish that op, and then they get swung by the smoke. They have a guy calling shoot me as well. It's never easy to play in rounds like that.
Asli.
Even uses his decoy as he comes out of the ultimate just to bait them even further. You can see they're getting hyped up on the Genji side, and understandably,
Jual si Aryani apa ini game? Power. Jangan dia main lagi.
halfway through the first half, and Genji have their hands stuck on the reins.
Yeah, we've heard behind the scenes that in scrims this map for Genji has been going fantastic, even if the results don't display that. When it comes to the officials, they were confident, they were happy to take it here. Again,
Aku ke tempat teman dulu ya guys.
Sentinels, we haven't seen it successful in Americas, and it's definitely not looking great here. Tex just so aggressive in his control. Has to be using the drone just to force him back. Not a main shot does being sent onto him.
Edge restricted semuanya.
If you believe that he's giving this up, you'd be foolish. And look at what.
Internet bapuk.
Ini apaan sih? Roundnya kacau banget.
Aing buffering, Pang.
What's happening on the other
Oh,
side?
yeah, sorry,
Genji are already stacking up players into this B side. The read they have is bang on.
And there's not even an intention to have Meteor go somewhere else, rotate to A if the pressure's there. His gate crashes on side, decoy used. They might even think that's the real one they do. Flashed on Zek and he slowed down and peeked out from the side. Munchkin wrapping to get a nice angle, and he found another, and they still haven't found Meteor. He's spraying away, catching the jump up and dropping the spike. These players have to come out of the pit. They're getting a reveal. Meteor staying alive for now, and he's up close to the pit. knowing that they have to emerge from it to pick the spike, but they already have. John QT's around the backside, and he's coming right back into the safety of the pit to try to get the plant down. A flash inside, but it's all a decoy to push them towards him as Meteor moves around the other side. This is beautiful play. They're not even ready as he goes back in. And now the plant, sure, it's going to be found, but blinded up, he is stuck in a corner. John QT doesn't stand a chance. Huge round from Meteor on the Yoru.
Nggak ngejar ini mah. 1080 anjir.
Sentinels in such an aggressive manner. The operator on Killjoy in the last map, happy to run in 1v2s, use his ult immediately and clutch it. But then you put him back on the duelist, and you almost miss it. If it wasn't for Textra, he'd probably be playing.
Wah, nggak bisa nih 1080, cuk.
By Meteor, 1 spotted, 2 spotted, and 2 taken down just like
Udah
that.
bisa, yo.
Saw the final player, they know exactly where he is. Nothing slipping past Genji right now. In the 7th round, locked in.
Yoru
Sentinels
masih
have to
di
be
replay.
stuck in the mud. They got 1 round. This has not worked for hits.
The problem they have is either they go for these direct,
Maju.
aggressive
Kayaknya
takes
Yoru
on the other
tinggalan
side,
sini.
or they lose that map control immediately because it gets pushed by Texture. Like they have to challenge for it.
Oh, sih.
They're not winning that fight. So they almost
Manskin
have to
lagi teriak-teriak.
mid-control
Iya.
own you.
Terus
Sounds
ini
like
lagi
it.
anjut-anjutan.
Mid-control has not been
Lakia.
something that we've seen too much for.
Anjut-anjutan.
Sen. I almost want to see the
Lakia
pressure put in
anjut-anjutan.
because these A takes are just being slaughtered. And now we're even seeing the switch up of Gen G putting Texture on the other side of the map. I think his expectation is, well, surely they don't go for that again.
There's going to be some Halls congestion off rip. Lackey has given up the space. Just going to drone it instead. Close the door. Shot goes and the follow-up. That is gorgeous. But Sassy does manage to trade with the ultimate. And look who's got running
Anjir,
through.
Karon.
Uses their own util as a smoke. Walks up and surprises everyone. And the spike is on the floor again. Not just Karen anymore. Meteor's holding it. He's still got his flashes. Cosmic Divide. Insult to injury. Sentinels are locked out as more rotations are coming through. Munchkin not even looking at the... He's not trying to hold anything other than Halls. They know that they can't go back because of Texture on mid, and there's 2 players watching for that walkout. Sentinels need a miracle to get away with this.
They also lined that up so that he can peek in front of it. It's a dual access ult. Trying to make their way out. The pop flash is perfect and it's instant. Both players executed. Gen G, after losing their own map choice haphazardly, have come back in like nothing ever happened. 8-1 up. I want to see a second pause coming out from Sentinels here. Yeah, I don't know how he won that battle. And like the flash, a split second later, I thought Lackey was going to be dead immediately, and then we need to talk about what he just did.
In through a Hunter's Fury, through a snake bite, through a smoke. Guy just ran through the whole opposition utility belt and came out on top. Gen G have got Sentinels in their pocket. And so I don't know what they can say. Kaplan's got his task cut out for him. Him and Drew better be combining a fusion dance of brains to get this one across the line. It's looking grim. And the best part about it for Gen G, you spoke about how they had all their ultis online. They've used them incrementally. We had Yoru pop his, Karen pops the Cosmic Divide. Still now, they have a Viper's Pit. Still they have a Blade Storm. And they're about to have the Hunter's Fury back online. There's no way in which they're letting this slip without Sentinels running up against a brick wall again and again. They've got to be sensational to even have a foundation play coming out of this half.
I'll give you one better.
Go for
in
it.
the last 4 matches, they won only 1 of them. And they got 11 rounds on attack.
Breeze, just on Breeze.
Yeah, on Breeze. So, if anything, they should be feeling more, and especially when you look at the composition they're running, the expectation is that they'll be able to cause chaos. You've got a double duelist, and you've got double controller to just basically create space for them. This is almost seems like doomsday
for Sen City. Genji have dropped a nuke on them, and finally we're going to see some mid control. I wanted to see this challenge for, but again, there's always another layer. A disgusting position that's not going to be checked. Even sticks around to fight, maybe goes a little bit too far with that one. Not able to escape, and because of that, it's just going to be the 1-for-1 trade.
Well, the man advantage might not sit with any team, but TenZ has been tagged pretty low. That will stand to them in future fights. Not if it's Texture taking it with an operator, but he also has that Blade Storm. Of course, with TenZ online, that knife should be coming through fairly soon. It's just back online, and there it is. It's not caught them, though. Texture's still happy, dash online in back pocket, but Sentinels are on the wraparound, moving in for mid control, moving back through mid, in fact, hoping the rotations have come through. There's an aggressive push from Lakia, so he'll be inside of main for this retake, not able to get past the trap wire. And on the site, there's only one man. All alone is Karen. Off the smoke to give himself a safe haven to play from, and they're trying to root him out. They suspect that he's in this position, and Celsius has got him on the running spray.
It's whether they expect anybody to be in A main, though. Lakia might be the snake in the grass. It does seem like they're watching that position now. Enough time has gone through. Has to be an instant win on this battle. Otherwise, it's definitely going to become problematic in terms of the time. The thing is, though, in terms of finances, Genji can definitely afford to throw some players into the win. Munchkin looking to lead the charge. The time, though, is ticking. Texture has already found one, but surely this round has to be going the way of Sentinels at this point. But it's more so, how many players do they come out with? The answer is 3. A solid hold after a huge hiatus from the board. Sen finally bounced back.
Well, as if I'm Cypher popping an ultimate. I'll take my hat off to you there, Kaplan and Drew. Good calls to change up the pace of this game. Look like it's a B play. Wrap back through middle, which is somewhere they've had trouble holding on to control with.
They've barely gone middle. That's been the thing. It's been mostly A takes, like battling to make sure that that control can't be taken. This time it was taken, but it didn't matter because they managed to get those rotations back through, and a good call from John Cutie as well.
They have tried a few times with John lurking around mid, right, trying to get up through elbow, but every single time there's somebody there ready and waiting for it. John did also get a little bit of space on mid, but they've seen the constant aggression. Camera up and watching this, but it's a little closer than you'd like to see. John QT gonna survive the round and rally the troops towards the A site. Good wall to cross in mid, drone clearing it out, and the pressure on. Lakia's close to the wall. Meteor's already rotated through, albeit he's only got, 0 HP now, never mind, not 40. But there's also Karen on the side. Managed to chop and change some of these fights. He's in a little bit of trouble there, but it looks like it's gonna be fine with Sentinels crossing the site, grabbing the plants, presumably for free. Is received. Fury is popped, push up by Sassy. Shut on the one by Texture with 2 kills.
Texture.
Took it all by his lonesome.
Yeah, it's almost like he just completely ignored the plan. The plan was that Lakia would get a tag, kill someone with the Hunter's Fury, and they retake together. Instead, he kills the guy who gets tagged immediately. He hits the most disgusting headshot with an operator, and then just peeks through the Viper screen to kill the last. The guy has no fear whatsoever.
Whoa, nice.
And while for Solo, we've already mentioned, he may not be in the server anymore, but there is a story of redemption. Elise versus Sentinels, and more so TenZ. The MVP of that Reykjavik that New Turn finished 3rd. His move to coaching was something that anybody knew and was excited for. Now it's going to be a more direct approach, straight in towards this B site for Sen. Desperately looking for a 3rd round.
Shot by Texture. That's 4 in a row on that off. He's making a highlight reel of his own, and still to be dealt with. All 3 players spot. The info there. Blade Storm in the back pocket. Sprays are in, forcing them into this angle. The shot didn't actually land. The Blade Storm only doing marginal damage. Eventually, TenZ falls, unable to be rezzed back anymore, but Sassy and John QT keep it competitive, keep it in Sentinel's favor now. And they know exactly where Munchkin is. Snake bite towards the back. It might force them into Texture, but they go the other way. And Sentinels handle every battle perfectly. 3 rounds on the board at the half. It's not ideal, but it's workable.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary prospect going forward, but similarly to what we saw in the first map, a slight resurgence from Sentinels at the end. Of course, as mentioned though, you look at the composition that's there for the side of Gen G, and you feel like it's going to be better on their attack, which really is a marvel to look at, because they have been truly unbelievable, making a mark as the best team in Pacific, and they are very close to making that final.
Well, a big factor on their attack is going to be Meteor, so let's hear what Meteor had to say ahead of this game.
안녕하세요. 젠지에서 활동 중인 메테오 김태호입니다. 일단 저희가 리빌딩 하고 나서 제일 성적을 좋게 내고 있는 것 같은데, 사실 아직 실감은 안 나지만 그래도 또 저희끼리 잘해서 올라왔으니까, 사실 페이퍼렉스라는 팀이 에임이 굉장히 좋다고 생각하고 있는데, 이제 저희 팀원들도 그 페이퍼렉스 팀원들 간의 에임 싸움이라 해야 되나? 저희끼리 그런 거 피하지 말고 우리도 한번 싸워보자 라고 얘기했던 것 같습니다. 사실 감이 온다기보다는 그냥 평상시대로 공격적으로 할 것 같으니까 이제 새로 리빌딩에서 팀원들과 친해지려고 노력을 많이 했고, 그리고 팀들끼리 이제 각자 다른 팀에서 해오던 사람들끼리 모인 거라서 우리가 어떻게 게임을 풀어나가는지
pakai ghost sih tadi, nggak tahu sekarang.
또 이제 저희 팀
This could be a big win if it comes through. Nice work from Meteor.
Cek
One
belakang,
bullet left.
kayak main.
Nothing being spotted towards the
Dia jadi
spawn.
jangan
This
percaya
means
sama
they
aku.
know where they are. A pick out is perfect, and he goes back with the pistol.
사실 센티넬 경기를 자세히 보진 못했는데, 사실 센티넬에 대해 아는 것도 많이 없고 그냥 이 선수가 뭐 잘하더라 이런 것만 알고 있기 때문에, 그냥 센티널이랑 하게 된다면 그냥 저희가 하던 대로 하면 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다. 일단 저희가 한국 팀이라는 게 굉장히 자랑스럽고, 그리고 한국에서 또 많은 팬분들이 응원해 주시고 있기 때문에 저희가 꼭 그 응원에 보답해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 세계 각국에서 젠지를 응원해 주시는 분들이 계신데 그 응원에 보답해 드리도록 하고 싶고, 그리고 저희와 함께 항상 달려주셔서 감사합니다.
Well, Meteor says they've got fans all over the world. I'll tell you what, plenty of them showed up here to support them today, and they'll be thankful that they did. Got to witness history already with Sentinels.
Anjir, Meteor.
And
What the
Meteor,
fuck?
off the
What
bat,
the fuck?
he is swinging with Zekin down. The man advantage goes to the team. 9-3 in the lead. Winning this pistol could spell the end for Sentinels.
Well, that's the thing. He talked about the pride he has for being that Korean team in this tournament. They win 4 more rounds, and they have got further than any Korean team has done in the history of the VCT. Right now they've matched Newturn and DRX, and to do it on their first time out be truly impressive. The fact is, they're building up into an A-take. The re-aggression. Karen waiting, watching, not going to be checked. Looks for the second, but Sassy will take him down. Even still, though, it's fought enough for the rest of the team to make their way in towards that A-site. Sassy hoping maybe he could hit something with a miracle shot or a shock dart, but instead, they're aggressive.
Ini kita dukung Genji biar cepat beres aja.
Iya emang.
Has done damage
Siapapun
to the
yang cepat
other
beres
side,
kita
though.
dukung.
68 and 40. Obviously, Meteor tagged up in the earlier fight. Munchkin now in danger. One of the few full HP players goes back, opens the door, and is going to try to bail. Snakebite chasing him down, but he's out. And he'll close that door right in his opponent's face. That buys a little bit of extra time as he turns around. Munchkin wins his. And Meteor, that's a triple. Sensational pistol round with Gen G, losing only one player. They're now 10-3 up. Sentinels, I don't know if they'll consider the Force. I think they'll play the Eco, but either way, it's not looking good for the #1 America's team.
He could have been dead within the first few seconds, and instead he ends up burying the pistol round. The stories with this team. Munchkin, the leader, had so many bites at the cherry at internationals, never even come close. 3 rounds from a final. This would be his 7th international event. 9th to 10th was his best placing before this.
Ini dia lari ke B ngambil lagi.
To say that this Gen G side, this squad is special, even if Sentinels manage to run this back.
Ini kalau first second main di rugi Brisky.
History is
ambilin
already
apa
being
kerjanya.
made. On the side of Sen, it's not a pretty picture. I say they normally buy nothing. Well, they have a single Marshall in the hands of Zekin. He's had an amazing tournament, but he's got to hit some crazy shots just to give them a little bit of life in this round.
Even the one hit off rip, Texture's down to 76. Wonder how much impact that can realistically have once these players round the corner. It's Classics waiting for them. Decoy leading the charge, spotted by Sassy. He's ready for this, and there's the finish on the earlier shot out of the Marshall. Damage done to Meteor. He's actually going to use his ulti already, thanks to a fantastic performance in early rounds. He's already diving in.
Oh, Zelsis!
That's a mistake. A mistake that Zelsis punishes and leaves John QT in a spot where he could get this done. The first player. The first bullet. 11-3. Good damage from the side of Sentinels. But Gen G, 2 away from sending them to the lower bracket with players like Sassy showing up. We had a great first map out of 10s as well. Both of them fighting for their 3rd appearance at a Masters Grand Final. For now, it's looking like they're going to have another fight later on.
That's the thing. There's players on the Sentinel side that have been there, done that. Masters winner, a Champions winner.
Tadi anjir temennya,
Right now,
temennya Tekstur ngomong si banget sih.
Squad that are proving this is a new world, a new realm in 2024. The time of the rookie, Karen. Maybe the time of the comeback for some of these players. The thing is though, Sentinels are not out of it just yet. They're trying to find a pocket, get a little bit aggressive. They've got the better buy here, but already not the greatest of starts. Sassy does trade, but he takes damage. And Zekan's aggressive position should be revealed. He's going to try and play ahead of it, see if anybody gives him a fight, but they don't.
Oh, and there was cover as well, just in case the wide swings came through. That was through the wall. That was blind fire. Texture's got another up top, aggressive. Still with a dash to play with. John QT backed into a corner. All their credits on the line. This defensive side has a decision to make.
Oh, ini quest lagi mah.
Texture on his 4th kill. A potential ace to put 12-3 on the board. John QT. All that's left of Sentinels. All that stands in the way of this accolade for Texture. And what a time it would be to find it. For now, John QT's making the right decision. He's legging it to the other side of the map, but he's not away. Not yet. Okay, Karen is actually going the other direction, so he might have just managed to slip through to the next round with this rifle by the skin of his teeth.
It is going to be an escape. Unless he goes peeking into the window, but I don't think he's ever going to do that. He's also had his team spot them out as well. Not going to risk the rifle, but it means that the purchase that's there for Sen, 9 rounds in a row needed. We've seen comebacks. What was it? It was the side of Fnatic managing it versus Loud. This is absurd, but this just shows the confidence that this man is running with at this stage.
Jet low.
It wouldn't be doom and gloom just yet. A lower bracket awaits them. Loud and PaperX play after this to decide who will likely get the chance. Zekan's going to try and get aggressive, but this time it's a B execute. They're looking to end this quickly. Straight into the site they go. Sassy has at least kicked it off with an opener. The spike dropped for a second, and Meteor desperately low.
But that doesn't deter him. He is still going aggressive and swinging! But with hands on 5 HP, those pieces can be picked up by someone else. Texture, Munchkin, and Karen. History on the line, but still plenty of opportunities. The pressure won't be felt just yet. Snakebite up and over from Sentinels. They look to push some players on backside out of position. Here comes the util from Sassy. The swing from Karen is good to start. Another for Texture, and there's only 2 on Sentinels left. Sassy does well, but they need to get on this spike, force these players out into an open fight, and it's Sassy to look to punish. John QT gets it half, but they're both extremely low. The time is running out. It's gone. History for Korean Valorant as Gen G 13-3 Sentinels. An absolute demolition of America's #1. They booked their spot in the grand final, and anyone who faces them moving forward will be terrified of
Pemain
these new
ke-6 yang nggak
names,
pernah main.
players like Meteor, Texture, Karen. Unbelievable performances from every one of these players. 3 rounds for Sentinels, Tom. How is that even possible?
I don't think they're going to be playing Breeze much throughout the rest of the tournament, I'll be honest with you. And they'll go into the best of 5. That's the thing, though. There is still time to recover. It was mentioned by Kablan. He wanted that day off. He's not getting it. He's got to get right back to prepping. He's got to get right back to watching this next series. Because the Korean powerhouse, the new look Gen G, they brought back some risky players. Some players who didn't have success last year. Taking a gamble with a
pertama ya Genji Sentinel seru banget. 3 map. Tapi kita berharap memang cepet aja matchnya. Soalnya mau nonton Paper Rex.
What a performance from them. And this ragtag
Anjir, jersey Paper Rex mahal banget aja.
Together to build one of the best teams we've seen in
Iya,
a long
ada
time.
ini, ada neon light gitu-gitu. Jadi kalau
Iya, jadi kalau gelap nyala.
770.000
tadi di Tokped.
Maybe the first Pacific team to
Kan
ever
Leo
win an international event. They just need to
Tinggal
win
ukuran
one more
es. Kalau ada yang
They've already
gede mah
taken
aing
down
beli anjir.
tournament favorites, not necessarily 90% like the community
Ada tuh,
called
ada
earlier
Vito.
on, but certainly.
I don't blame them.
Satu X doang.
No, not at all.
Excellent sih.
Insane. This is somewhere that coming into this game, we set the stakes. Genji could win,
Oh iya.
could win, but it will be close.
Bukannya mana udah urusan.
This was a demolition
Tergantung, nggak sih, aing lebih suka lagi yang oversize gitu.
Iya sih.
Kayak enak gitu loh. Lowong.
Aing juga sudah mulai suka oversize.
This series by no regard makes any sense. A map that, as said, Breeze, they looked rough on. They just won 13-3. I don't think anyone's going to want to play them on it anymore. After, I think their record now throughout this year is 3-3, by the way.
Anjir, pada
115 tau, nice.
Pada beli itu anjir.
Nice.
Apa player card bagus anjir.
Mau nemenin Vio Spike Rush dulu, Pau, abis ini, Pau.
Apa?
Aku mau nemenin Vio Spike Rush dulu abis ini.
Oke.
Oh, nanti mah Pau marah-marah.
Patah.
Oh, nanti Pau marah. Kok gitu, Pang?
Bilang aja ke Parati.
Ada.
Guys, mau pergi bentar ya. Saya nemenin Vio.
Pau sini aja sih, Pau. Pau sini, Pau. Biar mereka berdua, kita bertiga.
Mereka bertiga.
Oh, mereka udah bertiga.
Kita bertiga, nice.
Oh, iya.
Udah dapat satu, Bang. Enggak enak, aku cabut.
Oh, yaudah.
Oke. Nonton juga ya, nggak bisa. Tonton dulu.
Ih, seru nih Paper Rex nih. Lawan laut, bro. Mereka pernah ketemu nggak sih dulu?
Pernah.
Kalah kan? Yang Paper Rex.
Lautnya menang.
Iya maksudnya Paper Rex-nya kalah.
Menang, Paper Rex-nya menang.
Split.
일단 저희 팀이 오늘 나왔던 실수 정도만 좀 줄이면은 좋은 결과를 낼 수 있을 거라고 생각을 하고.
I'll fight anybody. I'll fight everybody.
Kita main yoru.
If we just clean up some of the mistakes, make sure that mistakes don't happen, I think we have a great chance at winning everything.
Bueno, le he preguntado que después de toda la carrera que él tiene, que sí que ha llegado a playoffs alguna vez, pero nunca a la final. ¿Qué es lo que hace que este equipo del Pacífico
sea tan bueno y que consiga tan buenos resultados. Dice que lo único que tienen que hacer es limpiar un poco de esos errores que cometen y que de verdad creen en ellos mismos. Now, my next question is going to be about the opponents that you faced. Of course, you have already won against all of the opponents you have left here in the tournament, but you most likely take it to that last and third map. What are the biggest hurdles that you want to brush off for the grand final?
일단 젠지가 그동안 2대1 경기를 많이 해왔잖아요. 풀세트 경기를 하면서 좀 힘든 여정이기도 하는데 결승전을 앞두고 좀 어떤 점을 고치면 좋겠다고 생각하시나요?
일단 앞서 말했다시피 저희끼리의 실수를 좀 줄여야 될 것 같고.
Lama banget anjir tim musuh satu lagi anjir. Ya ampun, spike rush aja nggak jadi, Bang.
더 고쳐야 될 부분도 만들어야 될 것 같고 추가해야 할 부분도 이제 감독 코치.
Match found.
Main race ah.
Yes, I'm pumped. That are necessary afterwards build on top of that, and just mistakes and making sure that we don't drop the ball and we keep the momentum going. So we'll just head back to the hotel and.
Kayaknya beban ini coba kita lihat ya.
Enggak sih tadi.
Masih buat frags nih. Ini enggak beban. Wah, tense-nya nggak nyala ini mah, yuk.
Iya, tense-nya. Tadi mana lihat nggak? Tense-nya sedih mukanya.
Oh iya.
Dia kecewa mungkin sama dirinya sendiri.
20 kill, 45 dead. Siapa nih yang masuk? Andrea.
Wih, Bang.
Wih. Ih, anjing Genji membantai Sentinel itu.
Anjir. Seru kan? Mana kemana aja, Bang?
Ya, begitulah.
Nggak jadi main sama si Pau. Kayaknya mau keluar juga.
Ini terlalu ini.
Jauh.
Terlalu ini. Maksudnya baru juga ngomong kemarin.
Oh.
Ini baru bangun. Tadi tidur sebenarnya. Ternyata nggak bisa tidur sampai pagi.
Apa anjing pisau ngeluarin pisau? Bang, Bang. Di satu, heaven satu.
Gotta go. Shock it.
Last player standing.
Shotgun, Pak, shotgun.
Dikit banget anjir dasar.
Bang, sini Bang, mau ikut nggak Bang? Spike rush.
The enemy only looks composed.
Lagi makan kok gue.
Oh. Pepper Rex, kita mau nobar Pepper Rex.
Gas.
Go. Satchel out. Coming through. Satchel out.
Still inside.
Making cover.
My ult ready.
Grenade.
Anjir 88 sekali ya. Heaven. Bang, nembak kemana Bang?
Bisa tuh di
Player standing.
Ya.
Itu.
Ya. Ya.
Last round before the switch.
Great.
Ah, komplit apa?
Go.
Yeah, I know you got the good stuff.
Ayo mati terus Pak Ama. Ih, fan ulti di sana.
There.
Woo! Grenade.
Heaven.
standing.
108 anjir di atas ya.
I've got
108.
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted. Here comes the party.
Wah,
Anjing culun banget mana yuk.
menang anjing.
Roketnya culun deh.
A good fight is like a dance, and no one dances harder than Raze.
Main ini tuh gimana sih?
Lebih culunan siapa, Aing atau Sky-nya tadi? Kebe Bang. Banyak banget.
Grenade. Satchel out.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Dia.
Out of charges.
Careful now. Come on, let's go.
Someone's.
I defused the last player standing.
Yo banget sih ulti naik.
Clutch. Match point.
That Typhoon wants to watch us? Let him. We don't hide. Gotta go.
Pang ambil orb di mid, Pang. Ayo, Pang. Mana? Itu ke situ.
Grenade! Watch out! Chill out. Go. My ult's ready. Out of charges. Here comes the party. I do it. Reloading. I'm out. Bomb buddy out. Take this. Gotta go. Sky's out.
Last player standing.
Ini dua-duanya
Attackers win.
Fire in the hole.
Dua-duanya Odin. Lagi. Roket Aing cupu banget, Bang. Enggak ada yang kena anjir. Fuck. Itu timnya Pau aja situ cupu nggak, Bang?
Match found.
Wah. Pau, ini ada jejak digital, bukan gue yang ngomong, Pak. Anjir. Res aing,
ini
Pang.
pas. Pancing dulu bentar.
Pang, res aing, Pang.
I'll fight anybody. I'll fight everybody.
Welcome back to day 7 of Masters Madrid and our lower bracket semi-final between PaperX and Loud. And this is going to be their second meeting here on the global stage, but I'm expecting this one to be fireworks. Hopefully, PaperX gives us some funnies. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, you got Mimi, you got Kakuka. This is going to be a good one. I'm excited.
Yeah, totally. I mean, after the introduction that you gave, I'm kind of scared to say anything, but also the stakes were different in that time that they met because, as you were saying, it was the upper final, right? It was the upper semifinal, so nobody was going home from there. We're talking about upsets. We
Kecap lagi kapan ya?
Minggu 24.
Emang ke Jakarta ya?
Kapan?
25.
Senin atau anjing?
Lah, iya.
Aing kerja lah.
Wifi aja.
Rabu aja Rabu.
Aing harus ke Jakarta ngantor buat bukber anjing.
Demi Allah, cuma buat bukber.
Iya. Aing jadi bilang minggu lalu kan dibilang ada bukber.
Terus
lah gitu.
Cuman
Kita nggak pulang gitu kan.
Cuma Senin doang.
Iya.
Harus ke kantornya. Jadi mana PP?
Iya, betul. Kalau nggak PP besoknya.
Ya udah nanti ya, lihat nanti ya kalau bisa. Kalau bisa mah seminggu lah di Jakarta kita lah.
Ya anjing ngapain?
Dah? Ini lah, happy. Pulang ini.
Oh balik.
Pulang Kamis. Oh si Pau balik ya?
Oh balik.
Nggak rame. Ya udah, berarti kosannya buat kita anjir.
Kurang ajar banget anjir.
Ajak si Abang ke kosan si Pau.
Spike rush.
Anjing itu udah terlaluannya tuh udah lebih aja.
Go.
Pang aing mau jadi Yoru jalan. Pang aing mau jadi Yoru jalan.
Cutting through.
Careful now. This way. Go.
Bang, cara pakai akun ini gimana sih?
Last player standing.
Cara pakai akun lagi agen ini gimana sih?
We do what we do. Get back
Nabrak
to
anjing.
Go. I'm out of here.
Pang aing mau Yoru masuk Pang.
Do you want to play? Let's play.
Itu Pang. 677 jetnya. Jetnya low Pang.
Udah gitu doang yang bisa.
Get out of my way.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Aneh ini finishnya juga aneh sih.
Ini langsung ulti katanya.
Ulti gimana kurang tahu.
Oh, yang kira kalau mau plan dapat 2 di sini. Oh, tunggu aja.
No charges left.
Foto lagi.
Ready.
Ya, kalau nggak low itu mati kita, kalah kita.
Last round in the half.
I belong here. We all belong here.
Bang, aing harus persiapan ya.
Aing mau maju ke sini.
I'm afraid this might get rough. I'll return.
Enemy and defender spawn.
The hunt begins. Spike planted. My ult's ready.
Apa itu teh maksudnya?
Time to jump. My portal broke.
Ulti lah.
Last player standing.
Watch your eyes.
Nggak di diffuse. Oh, kirain nggak di diffuse aja.
Switching sides.
Oh, kita yang ulti aja.
Don't stop
Lupa anjir.
fighting. You must keep going, even if you're the only one. Show you how the boss does it. Decoy. Time to jump.
Di WP.
Fake teleport.
Taken out. Enemy B.
Last player standing.
Cutting through.
Fire in the hole.
Apa anjing di ulti?
Match point.
That's true.
Go, go, go.
Ini harus lihat ini gamenya mini juga ya.
Cutting through.
Ya bro.
Careful here. Time to jump. Over here.
Luar.
One enemy remaining.
Aing kira itu mana yuk, baru mau Aing puji.
Nggak cu, Aing kan dioru.
I don't care if there are 5 of them or 50 of them.
Aing ulti pang
Let's
pang
go.
pang. Ke pang.
Mana ulti ini aja yuk, ulti bimen yuk.
Iya.
Aing stunin.
Iya sini.
Hey.
Takut di spam balik, Aing mah tapi ya udah.
Time to jump. I'll handle this.
Nggak ada anjir.
Gak ada.
Nggak ada, ambil ordernya pang.
My ult's ready.
I'm back. Decoy.
Bete pang.
The hunt begins. Cutting through.
Bentar, 30 seconds left.
Bentar bang.
Spike planted.
Die.
One enemy remaining.
Gak bisa ya, 102.
Fake teleport. Stop trying. My ult's ready. Cutting through.
Sudden death.
Kenapa anjir?
Dari tadi saya lagi 1v1 pakai pisau. Kalah terus anjing.
Time to jump.
Ambil itunya pang.
Time to jump.
They're dead. Put down. Ion ready.
Anjir, 124 Rena.
Watch your eyes.
Here we go.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
My ultimate's
Last player
ready.
standing.
Ini nggak pemain.
Rese cupu. Rese cupu.
Oh, Asen nih guys.
Udah mulai.
Udah.
Oh ya.
Baru pick agent ini.
Oke.
That's
Aduh,
how
main
it
lagi.
gets done.
Kebiasaan, bro.
Who would have said, you know, that in 2024, no Sova, no Jet, this is a new way that Ascent is going to be played. I personally really like the Gecko and the...
This is a massive rematch for Loud. If they could beat
Be right back, guys. USA dulu, guys.
to go for a run in a finals and maybe gets it off that second trophy, it would be incredible.
Beser streamernya.
Beser.
Agent barunya rilisnya kapan ya?
Di league-nya nanti minggu di league.
Oh.
storylines, whatever, put in a large focus, but for both of these teams, feeling like maybe they've got something to prove here, but maybe not so much for PaperX.
I think at the very beginning, this is set up to be an explosive game. But Des pointed out that neither of these teams are playing meta, and both teams love to fight. QCK immediately has just spotted 3 people over towards Tiles.
Well, luckily we didn't quite miss the action there, getting into the game, because
both of these teams are so fast.
Slow pause as well, just a rip waiting for the reaction of PaperX. And look at this, there is that reaction. Loud wandering and waiting into mid, trying to go for the double setup, just swinging into it now with the fault line to set this one up. They want to try and take the brawl, and it's a delayed fight, honestly. At 1 minute, who can really call it? This is it, the damage now, finally. Bullets peppering through, and blind as a bat does not matter. For
Nice.
It needs to be the response, and it's there. PaperX coming out swinging. Heads have been found here, straight to the cranium. The shots, that's a little bit messy. Still, the job getting done. QCK. Last one standing, players are weak, walking right into him, but he instant trade. And so a pistol round for PaperX, a highlight focused on by the desk, talking about how much these pistol rounds matter for both of these teams. They're leading in terms of that metric here in Madrid, but it's PaperX who are the victors.
And guess who comes out on top throughout all of that? Being able to bail his team out of a rough situation. From top mid, against a tiles crunch, essentially. It's Forsaken, the guy who's been clearly, in my opinion, the best player for PaperX.
Udah lagi ronde 1, bro.
During kickoff, I don't think he always has been,
Manfred
but he
terlihat
is
lebih tenang
right
sini.
here, right
Oh, yeah.
now. Getting him online, getting something online, major win conditions in a match like this where we're expecting so much of this to be brawling.
Tuh, satu. Anjing, dia nahan berapa orang ini?
Taking a gamble in round 2, going for a mid exploration.
Might be caught by Mindfreak. I mean, Mindfreak only has the Sheriff. Plenty of shots. Rattled away.
mantap the fight.
Probably missing the heads here.
Oh!
So might drop down, vulnerable. Kawazin's holding some util out into his hand. Doesn't know which direction
Oh!
to push through. There it is, the
Dapat
follow-up and double face.
Uff,
Cleaned up though here
main
by
yang telat berarti.
Should
yang telat ini.
Nice
Mana
reaction.
udah dapet lagi.
Beautiful business.
Kaunjin tinggal Kaunjin kan?
No real chance.
26,
Still out.
25,
Looks like to really
24.
win this round. A good chance to highlight.
Aing yang telat.
Really how important winning that pistol round. And this follow-up as well is for them. I mean, PaperX and out of these comps, very
Run
old
win,
generation.
run
They
win.
want to try and get these ultimates online. Their attack sides, and they go for these
Oh,
big
udah
hits.
telat.
Iya, Aing yang telat.
Yeah.
Iya.
Yeah, and I think they're going to turn Ascent into an attack-sided map as well. It's one of
Aing
the
kira mana udah dapetnya tuh si Kwanzin yang kedua.
Enggak anjir. Yah, ke back. Aing liat muka Shazam di home Aing.
You told they want to dump it into these sites alongside the ultimates.
Yeah, and I think they're going to turn Ascent into an attack-sided map as well. It's one of the reasons I think that QCK's gone back to the Phoenix here rather than the Yoru they were dabbling with. They know the PaperX are running this comp without a Sentinel anyway. They're not worried about a Cypher or being able to get into the sites. It is truly a bizarre situation we find ourselves in. Very different from Meta's past when these two teams clashed. But they've been here through thick and thin, through all the Meta's in Valorant.
Don't get me wrong, PaperX have never been standard even on Ascent.
That's very true.
Playing there right now.
27, 26, 25, 24, 3,
Knows which direction it's
24.
going to go into.
17, 1, 15, 14.
Taking a wall, not less. He peeks. Plays looking away, but Nice double face of Paper X, making sure that they clean up those mistakes. And now the
Yeah.
smokes drop down. More exploration into mid. Only a stinger, so Forsaken can't quite take
Sama
it.
satu kan tadi.
Will they clear this corner?
Yeah.
The peak angle, Sadak might just be able to react in time.
Aduh.
So push it.
Forsaken,
Just holding for it too.
Ay.
Anticipating some sort of reaction there. Something now. He's in a forward close position. Sadak lucky to be alive there with a util out into his hands. But finally with the paranoia sent flying. Follow through with Divide. Watching all the appropriate angles and avenues of the plant down to
Paper X are going to be able to pull a lot of time off the clock here, even if Lauda's successful.
Oh keren ini smoke-nya Davai, maksudnya dia
flash around the corner, but it's an empty site. Fully evacuated. Wall up. This is cheeky. Divine now has to get a move on, pushing forwards. QCK half on the board, finds the first kill. 1 versus 1. Can he win it? To Gamble!
Anjir!
Oh, has he got it? Time just about.
Fuck.
That's from that
Kenapa nggak di spam ya?
Iya anjir, something anjir.
Davai sih maksudnya pas awal dia gak usah ngejam dulu gitu loh.
Obliterate the Loud economy because it was a bonus round for Paper X. But still, to be able to find the 1v2 defending the wall against the buy. Look, he comes off it just at the perfect time to grab that one. But like I said, it's a bit of a Pyrrhic victory. Loud cannot buy into the next. So
Kaget kali ya. Dia nyangkanya kaget kalau diloncatin kali ya.
Essentially.
Ternyata dia yang kaget.
Already, we're seeing an attack-sided operator come online for something.
He loves to pull it out.
He's the strangest Gecko player you will ever watch. Do not study his VODs if you're trying to learn Gecko in your ranked games.
Been watching some old
Nyimpan dulu ini nih, satu round PRX menang sama dengan satu takjil.
They really do love to opt into it.
He's also got a vendetta against Dizzy. He tosses him away and doesn't ever pick him back up.
Contacting in could be spelling his own defeat and
Anjing,
doom.
Sadak.
Here's the judge. Close to the corner, Sadak. Real specialist with that regard. Here we go, thrash forwards, wants to take the fight. Stray shots flying through.
Nice.
Pellets for no kill. Only the damage being done. Money now fast onto the approach here. Have to cancel that off for a bit of info divide. And they have taken tree control. Looking to slip into the back here. Now QCK has a rifle and he's watching for this.
Oh, nggak ada lagi.
Just holding for the right time. He's might freak with that one, with the pause being called. I mean, Paper X, this is a bit of nuance being added into their own gameplay here. 2 left standing, double face into heaven. That was the real threat, which was QCK with that rifle. With him dealt with, it looks like a sealed up, done deal, detained. You might see some knife action swinging around. We won't make the London reference again, but listen, you know the deal.
Anjir, Mindbreak emang anjir. Dari kemarin anjir.
For the knives to be coming out for Paper X in round 4, yeah, this is going to tick all the boxes.
I think it speaks
Yang pas ini juga kan, lawan siapa?
massively, I think, to their mentality coming
Yang
into this.
yang lawan Heretic ya?
Iya.
Really going deep in terms of the mentality of Paper X as a team. They were saying they'd be happy if they just got 1 win at this event. They're treating it as almost like just a practice boot camp. And so the fact that they've made playoffs, they're playing with house money. You might not think that's much, honestly, if you're listening to that as a viewer at home. But I tell you now, there is no team more dangerous than a team with nothing to lose.
And a team that's readjusted their expectations. This is a great idea from Paper X. They're making it feel like it's a full A main exec, and they've got Monyet so deep into tree already. Faking as if everybody's coming towards A main.
Rapid here with a nightfall as well. Sound cue's cut away. It's going to be breaking the glass and already in their faces. More. They know that they've got a couple of trails, so that's why the nade's rebounding under, below, sees, connects, but there it is. And they're just wrapping around.
Bisa gitu. Bisa gitu.
Monyet. Ace.
Eager.
Monyet. Ace.
Kabur QCK-nya kabur.
QCK.
I don't think he's got any intention of allowing the ace to occur. QCK is miles away from it. What a beautiful setup for Paper X. I don't think Paper X getting
Nggak dapet ace ini mah.
enough credit for the way that they set up some of their tactical stuff because they move so quickly and so
Monyet nyala nggak nih?
fluidly. People just assume it's very intuitive and there isn't too much thought really going on. That round, they're making it feel like a big A exec. All of the utility is coming through A, and Monyet finds the timing down mid. When you're a defender on ascent, if you see utility being piled into A main and you're playing in like tree or grass, you are going to focus on A main. You expect it to be 4 or 5 people coming from that direction. And so the fact that Paper X have 2 going through as an A split, even though they're not throwing utility for those people splitting, absolutely ruins this defense. The small adjustments that they make are lovely.
But I feel like we've seen this team evolve over the course of this tournament.
They have, yeah.
I'm completely sure that Alex is telling the truth
The
when he says that when they came into this, they were only looking for one win. And I was watching them in kickoff, and frankly, I wasn't that impressed with what I was seeing from Paper.
Membeli PRX
They were
bundle.
throwing ideas into the mix. It
Biar
looked
ada
like
orang
they
Indo
were
anjir.
really improvising.
Yeah.
And just to pull another quote from that exact
I
same
get it.
interview that you referenced, Brett, Alex, the coach, said, "We have problems that we need to fix. There's too little time, too much to do. We've been carried by our individual performances, in my opinion, rather than good gameplay and good Valorant." But to me, actually, some of that incredible individual performance has bought them enough time to start figuring out what is working for them. And they get into a match like this, and I don't think they are underdogs. I actually think that both teams could win on any of the 3 maps that we have here. And it's so difficult to predict because they play such off-meta styles. You know, when are either of these teams going to be practicing for what the other person is doing?
Never.
Nobody plays like Loud and nobody plays like PaperX.
Yeah. So a blistering pace to begin here from PaperX, but throwing enough nuance into their own game plans that it doesn't quite feel like the old textbook, the old documents being read out aloud. They've had that time now to reinvent themselves.
Dan yang mana asal pada nembak menang
With
aja
that timeout, we're heading into
PaperX yang penting
half-time.
nembak.
Time to think about some of the mistakes, the adjustments. Probably not going to be
Mesti cek partner
active
aja.
here.
And I think one of the things that you're seeing from Loud is that they're very willing to fight forwards. You see the angle that Kawanzin is currently playing at. Think about Sadek with the judge, Kawanzin playing market aggressively. They want to contest PaperX and not just give them space. But finding those timings and being able to match the tempo of a team like PaperX is quite difficult.
Oh! 4 seconds.
Especially if they're hitting timing shots like that.
Just off the cue of the flash. 2 players are left stacked now. Cad is being watched. You can see something. He's got his eye on it. Anticipating that there might be that reflank with a minute on the mark here for the round. Definitely time to play with. Definitely time to work around. But if they do walk into the Bucky, there is some level of danger.
Sampai si
Sadak can't really escape.
ininya bilang
No,
kayak
but
bagi
he's way
kalian
ahead of the pack, so I don't think he's going to get traded, and he isn't. So Sadek's still stuck here. Might have to use util.
Jadi bagi kalian ranked player kayak jangan
thorn in their side. He's buying them time, and the Moshpit
jangan
has to be
belajar
committed. Force it out
dari
wide.
vote-nya
Still alive, by the way.
something main ini.
Okay, well, he's found that time.
Aduh,
Okay, a heavy position, 2 years. He's got his, and now it is a little bit messy and scrappy.
But Monyet lurked in through A main, and now Devi is lurking in through B main. So because Loud are playing the comp, oh my god, what a shot! Because Loud are playing the comp without the Sentinels, that doesn't play spread around the map, that needs to group up and fight and peek for info, PaperX are finding those lurk timings real nicely.
Lagi populer aja double smoke di mana-mana ya. Tapi di Aserna baru yuk.
Dulu ada yang pernah main double smoker waktu masih ini anjir, Astranya Blue Dinner.
Ya, tapi kan kayak maksudnya nggak common gitu, nggak semua
pakai.
Laut
anjir nih kalau nggak salah. Duluannya double controller.
Wasn't the most dangerous in the world. That timeout that you were talking about, Ren, that Loud took, that's for the rifle round coming up here.
Main T1
We can see that QCK is
kan
going for an operator.
ngerekrut yang Rossi itu dia mainnya Viper doang aja di semua map.
Viper.
There's no chance. Just no chance at all. Fast though, a lot of util now being dumped straight into main. Instant response though, so Paranoia, Fragment.
Yeah, actually so much utility being used there by Loud because every other team would cancel after they get full 5-person by the KO knife, but not PaperX. They will still try to apply pressure to you, trying to look for that timing. So Loud forced to use more utility than you would normally expect, but just giving so much respect.
Hit the TP. Must have.
Tapi bagus sih sekarang maksudnya
Certainly thinking about it, wasn't he?
sudah mulai banyak player-player OP tidak menggunakan jet doang.
Clear into mid.
Dulu bosan banget
To set this
jet.
one up with the Prowler. PaperX going to be aware.
Jadinya-
Going wide here, but yet no one to cover.
jadinya
Kawazi.
cuman gitu doang
Disgusting
gitu.
work, and QCK would have followed through.
Here are the lurkers. 1-3-1 default for PaperX. It's on Mindfreak or something to try to find timings. The spike dropped makes everything way more difficult.
Whoa, what a
Fresh
shot.
Yeah, he does find that opening.
Let's see if this gets work here. Being defended up into mid, crouched, tucked into the corner. That's Sadak. He's essentially alone in this spot. They've doubled up through main. Now he's crouched. He does find that angle and fight. So 1v3 looks just less and less likely. Gunning. Okay, saves the day there for Loud. Finally getting that second one on the board.
And Loud choosing to try to fight over mid. I think they're getting the read now. After the timeout, the Paper Rex are playing pretty heavy for mid. And with the Viper wall that Loud goes for, they have the advantage over fighting that cat.
Alex belum marah-marah, Alex.
See where the Viper wall goes. Well, assuming that Les throws the same one in this round. And you see that Loud can double up with Tui's Sadak and try to fight over that area. Now, you know, yeah, there it is. There's the wall going down at the beginning of the round. A judge for Sadak, as is
tradition.
Classic.
As is tradition. Loves to pull it out.
Sadak kalau di Asen di situ tuh Sanjin tempatnya terus pakai ini shotgun aja.
In the war chest.
Diem di sono.
Iya, anjir pasti di situ.
B main control. Heavy priority here for Loud because they know how close Paper X are to a few of these big ultimates. That's a nice one. QCK punishes that one. Mindfreak usually going to be the lurking player.
I like that Loud swap it up. Previous round they were playing heavy for mid. Now they're playing heavy for the outsides of the map. And Sadak, he's used the ult there. I'm not exactly sure what pressure that was off, but he certainly thought something was happening.
Did indeed Forsaken. Oh my, lurked all the way up. How was he even expecting? No, he's backing away. Silent jumps up though. I don't think Forsaken knows that he's backed away from the angle. For time, honestly, making a lot of noise on both sides of the map. There's a thrash and QCK layers down with the bottom of the TP forwards to just get right past it. Divide slunk his way into the side, but can he follow? So much going on all over the place.
Yeah, Forsaken lurking through mid, caught though, and now Moniac becomes the other lurker.
25 seconds left. He loses this duel at 2 years. Critical one at that.
There.
No gaps here into the play, Judge.
Ya kan, lihat
right
something. Ngecek corner aja.
Operator as well, the barrel practically in his mouth.
That is a bizarre round for Paper X, but you can see that they're very clearly trying to work their lurkers into position. It's just that none of them actually found any success. Alex is calling a timeout here and might want to readjust the game plan to have less of the lurk plays going on. But to be honest, look, Forsaken's got a chance of making something happen there. I don't think Cowanty knows that he's around. And if Monier is able to win the duel against Tui's, these lurkers are finding opportunities, but when they lose their duels, it looks stupid. It looks like they were just destined to fail. But with Paper X's style, if they win that fight, suddenly there's a gap in the defense, and Paper X are very opportunistic. They do tend to exploit those fairly well. So certainly a weird round, not a successful one for Paper X on their attack side, but indicating a little bit of their game plan that Alex might try to adjust.
Time to talk about Loud's expectations, I think, heading into this entire series, right?
Yeah.
The team that are eager to try and take that battle again against Sentinels, who have just been knocked down into the lowers.
Yeah.
So winning this matchup would guarantee that rematch. And
for the fourth time this year.
Exactly. You know Loud are eager for it. They've been shut down, put down.
Yep.
The most recent 2 attempts. It was a very close series the last time those two teams played. So listen, they're going to be looking to try and pave that way to redemption. Bit of revenge maybe on the cards too.
Both of these squads had to retool in the offseason after losing a superstar player. You lost Aspas for Loud, you lost Jing for Paper X. Alex was talking about how difficult it's been readjusting to life post-Jing. Loud were nose to the grindstone immediately. Started in October, only taking about a month break after Champs, and tried to reinvent themselves, find this new style. And this is what they've settled on.
Brawl to be taken here.
This is guys,
approaching from every single direction, and nobody can hang on. Paper X didn't stand a chance. They're the ones that are supposed to be going for the W gaming.
And such a classic, great idea from Loud. You come out of your opponent's timeout and run a set play to steal the tempo.
Buffering, siapa
and
mati anjir?
they've wiped the floor with Paper X. An absolutely flawless round. You'll see that so often. It's a great idea. Your opponent takes a timeout. They clearly want to do something about their attack style. And you say, right, well, we're just going to force the fight to them. And they go for a bit of a task punch there, punishing on very wide jumping by Monier. And ruining everybody over towards B.
Yeah, Paper X players left reeling.
Divide going for the glass cannon bundle in this round. So the economy in a weird spot. That is an unusual thing to opt for. Been watching the Howdong VODs.
Yeah, apparently. China gets wild with those. Strange economical purchases. Still, Prowler here setting it up. Disrespect by something. Look at this guy. He's up onto the angle. Doesn't care that he stand up. Hits it with a second shot. Finally, the second bullet. Dashing in with the satchel. He's upset the aim entirely. Cowsy. Know which way to look, didn't know which way to aim. Opens up the sight now for the plant. His post-plant positions of Paper-X pretty sublime. Divide falling. Only chances here.
QCK is going to be ulting back in potentially with only an op to work with.
Dropping wall down in his face, Molly.
Panas.
Iya anjir bisa nembus gitu aja apinya.
Everybody's giving this up. It looks
Wah,
like
anjir, jalan.
what is that? Hello, 2 years chasing him over extension.
Dulu balik.
Surely time is running out, but handing these kills just over to him.
Ada ngechat di follow anjing siapa anjir.
And considering the Paper-X's economy was not amazing to come into this round, these are not fantastic kills to be given in the other direction, but it won't make too much difference because we're so close to the end of the half.
Yeah. Maybe a 200 IQ player didn't see how close they were. Maybe they're like, okay, let's just feed our life away. 2 years has already got his. Let's try and build up ours.
What a way of entering. Right? Monyet skipping, jumping into the site, and the spacing perfect for the trade. That coordination not quite as good there. We'll keep an eye on that.
Did him dirty.
Oh, you know the camera operators are watching for every one of those situations.
For it. Yeah.
Bentar deh nih nunggu semap.
Early knife fall. This is an attempt of a fake, but the early knife gives it away. Only one tag.
Anjir bisa gitu
It's
kan.
going to be onto Forsaken, so the goal of that really to try and make a fake play over towards A. Cut away the sound. Use Odin. Spam spray. They are getting absolutely destroyed here. Yes, something managed to win his one, at least through the main angle. Alter now with that showstopper. Wants to send it and let it rip. Rolling Thunder cannot save you away from that one. It's explosive. High octane, but an adjustment there. Beautiful by 2 years. Really just expecting that reposition, and it's about catching the tempo and the timings here. Walking right into it, but misses the opportunity. 2 years. Jump spots, gets a bit of additional information.
Good patience though, not trying to force the fight in this situation. Because they have a player advantage to go for the retake. This is going to take Forsaken and something to clutch this out.
Feels confident enough to use the flash here to try and clear his way forward. Some popping up onto the boxes. Forsaken going.
Mau main sana aja lah, jangan di Discord lah.
Now 1v3. QCK's on the flank. Should be unwinnable. Blind as anything. Hasn't given it away though. Still was holding the shift key this entire time, but if he opens himself too wide, QCK's already there. Justin, did he see anything? Not too sure. Call being made, jumping down, and there it is. Kill found.
Very competitive half that we've had so far here. Paper-X have found some opportunities to burst into the site, but the more that they default, the more Loud are picking them apart, I think. You saw there a cute idea from Paper-X, like you said, going for that fake play. But the exec wasn't quite coordinated as well as you would hope for. Certainly not compared to the previous round, where Forsaken was right behind Monyet on the entry. Perhaps lacking that fade in terms of the pressure that they put on me. Final round of the half. Chances to tie this up, but Paper-X's economy in the dirt. Compared with double op setups I saw for a moment there on Loud. They probably toss them on the floor, looking to play them in the early game.
Heavy stack of Loud as well. They can play over towards A because Les has got the pit down. Not being contested. He was assisted with an early fault line of Kawazine. QCK, he's not worried about it.
No, he's not. I mean, they don't, you know, you would be a little cautious in this situation for some pop flashes through the smoke or this kind of thing, but he's not worried.
Nice shot, 2 years. Expecting it from the high ground angle, QCK. Thrown at them. Still, it's back to a multitude of players now, and he's going to try and at least put up that wall to try and prevent them from getting past it. 2 years repositioned, still with the operator, and it's Paper-X who are the ones who aren't coming up with really any of the appropriate answers. Double smokes out to try and get themselves into position, but it's being spammed at the right for at work. Hopes and dreams placed on the barrels, and everything stolen away from them. So evened up. Loud doing a miraculous job there, honestly, bringing it to 6-6.
I think this map is probably going to be a little attack-sided. I think it bodes fairly well for Loud that they were able to pick up so many rounds towards the end of that. It's a game of two halves there. Oh, brutal. But I think the
Matinya
adjustments,
nyebelin gitu for
nice.
second.
2-is with the operator on Omen, ended up playing really well.
He's getting tremendous value, putting in work. Well, earlier we spoke to QCK just before this match. Let's hear from it.
Sou o Gabriel, mais conhecido como QCK, atualmente duelista da Loud. Não sei muito específico o que eles tiveram de diferente, mas talvez eles tiveram mais momentos dentro do jogo, conseguiram otimizar esses momentos e ganhar rounds chaves que quebrava a economia ou faziam um snowball de ult, e aí o jogo ficou um pouco complicado. Falar sobre isso logo depois da derrota é complicado, tô me sentindo triste, sentimento ruim, mas o campeonato ainda não acabou. A gente tem muito para mostrar ainda, então sem muitas delongas, vamos pro próximo jogo. Sendo bem sincero, não importa, perder é perder, independente de round. Perder por um round ou por 14 é a mesma coisa, a derrota do mesmo jeito.
Oh man, it's looking more and more likely. Finally fades away and it's back into him, and here it is. The follow-up. With all the rifles online.
He doesn't have the time.
My God.
Eu não vim para substituir ninguém, eu só sou um novo jogador do time. O time se tornou um time novo, com novas formas de jogar, novas composições, então eu acredito que estou me saindo bem. Não sei se é confiança a palavra, mas traz um conforto por você jogar com pessoas que já lidaram com essas frustrações antes. Então a gente vai lidar da melhor forma possível. A gente já venceu times com esse estilo de jogo, então a gente vai saber lidar com eles.
It's really interesting inside QCK and his ideas. He's coming into this team. Obviously, a lot of players saying, a lot of players, fans watching it saying.
Ngantuk.
He's talking about how they've reinvented the team kind of around him, this new style that they've come forwards with, and there's parity there between them and PaperX. PaperX about to do the exact same thing, missing Jing, one of their best players.
But I feel like Monyet is filling in Jing's shoes a little more. They haven't adjusted that style yet, and that's probably one of the things that had the confidence knocked for PaperX. They haven't really figured out what the new team identity is. The deeper they go in this tournament, the more they'll be learning about themselves. Yeah. 6-6 at the half. Both QCK and Monyet playing well individually so far. But Loud's composition is devastatingly effective when it comes to site executes. So I can expect PaperX to be doing their classic style of trying to disrupt things before you allow your opponents to ever get into an exec.
He delayed knife. Monyet was tagged, but he did not care. Still holds his ground.
Interesting that PaperX have gone for a defensive wall that allows them to, contest mid as well. So they're not worried about Loud's wall.
Giving up that presence. Loud now opting to just contact in through A. And it's an open site, it's a free site. It seems to be a bit of a read. Look at them, they're just fast on the approach. Maybe just hearing no sound cues out to Madrid, but they close the door in their face. It's going to be safe though. Safe and sound, able to get that plant down.
They need reinforcements quickly there. PaperX are apt to flood defend. Currency no less is still really far away.
Pause in the play, a bit of a break in the timing, at least taking Monyet still with that nade. Now, does he choose to use it? Fragment. First wave of it being used out. Here it sends it. Paranoia go flying along with the Dizzy. Swarming into the site. Yeah, 3 players into hell. Anything to clear this one might have to just jump in. It's a beautiful smoke. 2Years is using it to just divide up this site as well, and it's making it more than difficult. Damn difficult. Have on a defuse might make a difference. PaperX, Mindfreak going for
Wah, anjing Mindfreak.
away.
Gitu dong, Mindfreak.
Something running.
Wah, Mindfreak something.
Straight through.
Bandel diferensial.
Plenty of time.
Lucu banget bandel diferensial.
With the execution of that one.
I don't know how he's managed to pull that one out. 3 players in hell with the smoke set up. The spike is planted for them. Very clear game plan.
Yeah, of course it's PaperX.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah. Look at that thing. It shoots different.
Sale numbers up.
Bye, PRX bundle, guys.
Go
cool. It looks cool.
Yeah, that's a nasty round from Mindfreak. Nothing more to it, really, is there? Loud had a game plan. It got dismantled by some right clicks from the classic.
Sometimes it be like that. You shot, you die.
So again, PaperX being able to win the pistol round, right? They won the first.
Yeah.
And one of the things that Des was talking
Oh,
about
sadap nggak pakai ini, nggak pakai bandelan.
in their prior game.
Pakai apa sih Z-nya sih tadi?
It's their own medicine. It's not sad.
Dibalas sama something.
But
Itu ada yang pakai ini kok, bandelot siapa tadi ya?
Grouped up side by
Kisike.
side.
They can pivot this quickly into a B split though.
Contact being punished for that. Could try and pivot, but not now.
They couldn't get away.
Anjir, itu main free kenapa anjir?
Couldn't get away from something with this judge.
Chasing them down. And into mid as well. Pistols out now. Wants to take the long range
Lihat
fight.
nih, ngecek kanan nih.
Into the
Oh,
corner.
dicek deh.
There it is, cleared out. Last one to stand here. So an important beginning really for PaperX. I mean, again, we talk about these comps. We expect them to be attack-sided. Big execute, generating these ults. It's a clear game plan for both of these teams. PaperX winning this pistol and the follow-up eco, you know, relatively cleanly. I mean, the economy is flourishing after this. You can come into this bonus looking nice and strong.
Just to talk about how Loud got anti-stratted so heavily during kickoff by EG. Part of that was a Cypher, which doesn't exist for PaperX. Part of it was a double Odin buy, which we might see later on in the half, so keep your eyes open for that. And the other part was playing disruptively before Loud could get into execs. I think this is a perfect round to go for that more aggressive, disruptive defense. It's a lot of util, but it's all a fake. It's to make you feel like they're fighting over A. And PaperX already out there, looking to try to catch a reposition elsewhere on the map. Now Loud have just decided to slowly contact re-clear this area, which is a serious gamble, but they have called the bluff of PaperX perfectly. What a read.
Not sure who that is on the team. Give it to Sadak for now. Nade into the corner. Devai almost getting spammed down, losing his life. But here we are. Another post-plan situation. Loud will be getting this plan down with no real pushback.
Don't put 3 in hell again though.
No, probably not.
Dia sebenarnya nonton di situ lebih bagus tau daripada di Gen 2.
Oh ya.
Soalnya dari luarnya kelihatan, kalau mana dari 3 juga lebih kelihatan.
Weapon is not too ideal either, but Dizzy does the work. 3 revealed and suppressed out there. Forsaken is just in their faces now. Still trying to double up into hell.
Against the judges.
Double judge anjir.
As well, there's just random spam and spraying through. PaperX, man! Still not
Bisa kayak gitu tuh bisa.
Destroyed in the process. Man's there, ready to try and pick up the pieces of this fight. Can't reset the aim in time, something.
Nah gitu, kenapa enaknya ditaruh di situ tuh?
Kayak gitu.
Iya, dari luarnya itu juga nggak harus terlalu wide begitu. Enak. Nah, kalau Aing yang megang spek kayaknya suka main di situ, atau nggak di triple box.
Iya, enak di triple box itu kayaknya di tengah kan. 2 aja boxnya, nggak 3.
Kayak double box.
But actually, we're seeing a fight on the exact opposite side of the map. He's so aggressive with the off.
Wah, anjir gelo.
Just takes it to him. That's because they're waiting for these right timings, and they think that they're ready for it. I mean, they're holding that with a lot of players. But something just too quick with it, man. Too quick with it. 8 rebounds close to the corner. That's Munyet hoping to catch a player that might have just repositioned there.
What I love about something is he's so good with Gecko's mobility utility, the legs.
Yeah, I love the way he presses 3 on the keyboard. Pulls out the knife just to run away. He does it better than anybody.
He's got to rely on the Thrash.
Thrash is trying to set this up here. Good return on the fire there from Sadak. Gets the trade-off at least. Attainment into the corner, so it's slowed them down once more. But 50 seconds left into the round. No prior map control here for Loud.
Yeah, they've stacked everything in a fight over towards A main. They're losing it, and now PaperX have 3 players ready to collect.
Deep orb. Placed by less. Trying to use this to try and get themselves into position. That spam, the spray, a few stray bullets, TP forwards into the mix of things. But listen, Munyet, inside the smoke, Loud! Paving the way forwards here. It's brute force, it seems to be the name of the game, but only 1 player will stand. Sadak, the IGL, doesn't stand a chance there. Collected.
Ini main trick nembak mah oke lah.
They realize that their composition is extremely good at A executes, so they try to dominate A main at the start of these rounds with 4 or 5 players. And they know that they're going A. Very, very difficult to stop once they send a big exec into you. But before they can even start to take A main control, something's already run out and got a pick at the very beginning of the round on their duelist player who has an ult to try to entry.
The tempo just at those extremities, man. I mean, it's a clear win con. And, you know, funnily enough, it reminds me of when PaperX played against Genji in the regional finals. And Genji absolutely counter-shotted the ever-loving sugar out of them. And they were going for the heavy extremity control because the comps operate in very similar manners. They were disrupting that tempo.
Yeah. And I think Loud's comp does struggle the more you force it to split through mid and try to take map control, these kind of things. It doesn't have, for example, a Fade or a Sova to be able to use drone utility or a recon to clear out close corners. It's much better at being able to get these big retakes, big XX going. Loud are skilled enough, talented enough to adjust the game plan on the fly, but they're always going to be limited by what the comp is good at versus what it's not good at. I think PaperX has got a nice read here. It's also great to see something, hitting shots, feeling aggressive, going for plays. Because I feel like outside of one awesome game against Karmine Corp, he hasn't quite been at the top level that I expect from him.
He's a very confidence-driven player, I think, as well. I mean, if you take a gander at any of the PaperX vlogs as well, you see it, you know, he can wears his heart in his sleeve, actually. He has to be picked up on a frequent basis. You know, confidence being the support staff and the players. But when he has good games, you know, this guy is just unleashed.
Yeah, he's phenomenal.
Di band musuh, di band dia.
And that's where you should expect the op to play. Many flashes to try to push him off the line.
So to try and defend the line as well. Bit of Odin spam and spray through.
Oh!
You do not survive that, apparently. It's a nice attempt and a nice clear runs, but still, as they're trying to swarm the position, they're getting absolutely pounded with artillery. Westo. 1 HP, man. 1 HP. Maybe more than a dream. He's managed to bring this to a 2v2. Doesn't have the spike though. That was dropped down a little bit earlier.
He just jumped up on the same spot with a classic in hand. 2Vs.
Menang sih, tapi ini mah harusnya ya.
Just altered up there and he just sees him crouched. That's unreal. Knee or an elbow, I'm not too sure, but it just pokes out here. It's on the other side of the map.
He's thinking, how on earth have my team lost this? What's going on?
Just no shot. I mean, less. Of course, being a difference maker. And they don't know what it is.
They have no idea. And PaperX are the kind of team to over-rotate a little on defense, so they assume that he's close.
30 seconds
now
left.
Monyet's wondering, well, where have they gone? Because if they were just on B, surely they would have got the flag down.
Incredibly winnable.
Iya, udah seharusnya itu udah ketahuan sih.
Exactly. The nade, and not just that, went away from the showstopper, where he really wanted to try and seal the deal.
Udah granat tuh backside 2 kena tuh.
Maybe gifted yet. Bit of that information. Pulls out the rifle, expecting the re-swing. Both the players are towards the back of the site now. A smoke. Drop down, classic out. Thinks twice against it, thinks second against it. Boombot forwards, that's going to have to be broken. Nade, rebounds, out wide, and now he's just firing. Here's the rocket, talked about it earlier. Pre-fires in the corner, but he gets
Aduh.
And now he's left wondering, which way is 2 years? How did he reposition? Time, ticking, shortly, getting away from him. He thinks he's behind the boxes. A miscon perhaps away from him. 2 years.
Overthinking.
Asli anjir.
What a wild way to end that round.
Ultinya kebuang.
I'm really unsure how it even got to that point, frankly. You could just see the mind games between both of those players. The less information there was available, the more it favored less and 2Es.
Maksudnya dia juga setelah nge-kill 1 health-nya masih banyak gitu loh. Setelah ulti kalau misalnya udah masuk info mah dia nyantai dulu gak sih?
Iya. Wah, didadain.
Tinggal gerak.
Alek marah gak nih? Alek gak marah.
Resignation almost.
Tapi main freak anjir. Kayak ini telunjuknya tuh apanya? Namanya apa? Nggak bisa gerak. Kaku anjir.
Kram.
Kram. Tinggal peluru anjir, tinggal gerak.
Sigma males.
Ya temat ya sama pistol aja.
Very similar actually, very similar. So Loud now in a great position, right? Having won that round, it just turns the whole of Ascent, at least this half, on its head. Their economy is now flourishing, right? They're going to be in a position where they've got a good economic bank to work with. And they're also coming into this round with a huge rifle advantage, starting to get up to big ults. This is where Loud's attack side comp looks so scary, even though they're 1 round behind in reality.
That's when they start to come alive. This spot here, that's how pivotal that last round was for PaperX to end up winning it out.
Anjir, kalau misalnya momentumnya habis gara-gara run itu mah bete banget anjir.
With a runner back facing him. QCK going to be making sure to clear all the available corners. Has a bit of util to set him up. Knife out. One to the cranium, does drop that one. Here we go.
Dua,
Second
anjir.
door things. Seika doing
Lumayan.
well in that position there, but
Ulti tadi habis juga.
they're going even here. 4 versus 4, but he has more time for the fast rotate.
And everybody on Loud playing on-site post-plants. You know, even if Loud are able to get this, PaperX can make it extremely expensive just by holding B main and the defense spawn.
Being cleared out now. Smoke propped up. Pre-firing up to the sky. Expecting Dizzy. Ozzy though, now defaulting over towards the fold line, using that util to try and delay. You are right, this could get pricey very, very quickly. Dizzy, broken. You're in there with the protocols, and now it is Loud to realize they have to really just barrel their way through this one. They are being penned in here with the gun, should be favored. Almost nice with the movement there from Divide, but shut down there. 2 players surviving from Loud, 9-9, even scoreline.
And Loud keep enough players alive that they do still have that cushion to work with. Tuis can drop Sadak, and they've got a good buy going with some spare cash to float around. It's Loud's ults that now become an issue for PaperX. The more you let them get set up to go for example, the Rolling Thunder, the more difficult it's going to be. I'm looking at the minimap, and PaperX look poised to go for some serious A main aggression.
That puts the pressure on
Berapa yuk?
doesn't it?
38.
As soon as Sadak calls that, they're going to be running into the pit.
Okay.
Knife spam into the corner. Mindfreak already dropped down to 50. Never mind, he's dead.
He's gone.
Finished.
Salah
Dealt
anjing.
with.
Ultinya teh di situ
And now, to
gitu.
be honest, Loud have no reason to immediately go into a B site hit. Right? They know that PaperX are very fast on
Masih di mana itu
defensive
di ini?
rotations.
Di
They
spam
cleared out
Di
Gelato early.
spam.
Loud can just pump the brakes here and allow PaperX to spread out a little bit around the map, or even force them into making a play that they can punish.
Oh, ulti dua ya.
No commands. Smoke off the timing for it. Just try and block off B main here. Molly sent flying into the smokes available here. Ready with the
Anjing
spam.
2 HP terus
Damage being done. Sadak
anjing.
barely alive, but does return the fire. Forsaken still.
What a
tucked
spot.
into the side. Yeah, but not going to be clear potentially, but faced by too many targets in opposition. This time storming into the site. It's going to be going for them with that territory. Loud now. Reload.
Sudah balas.
Asli anjing males
Alive here,
nontonnya anjing.
Maniendo. He's got us back to the available players. Flash is really quite excellent, peeking through.
Yang nonton aja langsung merot, apalagi yang main ya.
10-9.
Pantesan Bang Alex marah-marah
Danger
anjing.
zone for them, but this is how the comp operates, how it works.
And you can see the PaperX are trying to
di
disrupt
spam
it.
lihat.
If that had been allowed, taking A main control at the start of the round instead of B main control, then they would have had an enormous clash in Gelato.
Yeah.
And who knows who would have come out on top. But PaperX kind of gambled incorrectly. They were going for the hard read. Loud do tend to favor the A site with the way that they call their attack sides. It just happened to be the wrong one. They were hoping that Mindfreak could hold stuff down on the B side of the map, and Les has got the read just inside his head. I think both of these teams struggled a little bit to be able to impose their will on the defense side, but what we saw from Loud on defense was that they actually found those rounds to be able to catch PaperX doing something. And we're not really seeing that when the sides are flipped. PaperX are going for a lot of early round aggression instead of mid round aggression. And I think that timing difference has ended up being quite important for them. It's easier to read when it's just straight off the rip.
Yeah, it is.
Bete.
Lotus.
I mean, honestly, there's worse things to play. There are worse things to play.
Yeah, yeah.
I've seen it firsthand.
Like League of Legends.
Okay. He said it, not me. He's
Alex
cackling.
angry.
Come on. All right.
Alex
Elimination game.
Asian parent.
PaperX are in a tough position here, though. They really are. It's about to spiral out of control. Forsaken's not really found opportunities to have his will imposed upon the game, and he snuck up to try to take fights. Away, and he gets out. Forsaken's got
Udah got
He's the
out.
player that's been the difference maker
Udah.
at this tournament, and he wants
Masih
more.
ngepick
punish
anjing.
the jump
Aneh
spot.
aja.
So punished for that.
Nggak ngerti
Players
dah.
waiting for him to just make that kind of mistake with the paranoia flash over the top. There was a bit of a team blind, but outside control for them, and now fighting towards market. Something dropped dead. Difficult spot the PaperX are being put into here is that the fact that Loud are just getting into these sites, obviously it gets a half by PaperX, but they're not having to use ultimates doing it. They can save them now for when PaperX have a bit of a buy round, the money's back into an orderly and sensible fashion.
Udah mau balik, ini mah mereka udah homesick,
To apply enough pressure that the ults do get invested. It just doesn't seem likely though.
No, it doesn't.
And PaperX's game plan has broadly been. We'll see. No, there's no danger here. PaperX's game plan has broadly been to try to stack one of the sites and just kind of hope that Loud go in there.
One enemy remaining.
And the problem with that is, if you gamble incorrectly, Loud have just got into a post-plant situation.
Yeah.
And not just that, PaperX are not playing the other side for full retake. They're playing it to still anchor with like one player. For example, when Mindfreak was inside his pit. Or here where Forsaken is trying to challenge B main alone for a cheeky kill. They're on the eco. But if you're gonna stack one side of the map super heavy, you're kind of forced to play full retake on the other. Just relying on the double initiator bomb. At least something's enjoying himself out there. This is the round where PaperX absolutely must get back in control if they have any chance of winning the set.
Need it.
Oh, di ulti ini mah.
Good positions here. I mean, the Molly, maybe not 10 for that one, but just to slap it down onto the orb. Paranoia, blind, nade, rebounds, and will clear out a few of these players. 2 years timely there with a TP.
But Loud are going for a lot of re-clears, right? We haven't seen them go for big rotates around the map. PaperX are realizing that. The re-hits coming through.
And here it is rolling in front of that. Will be a large
Divide dodged it.
I did dodge it, but there's a one-way
monyet!
to deal with that. Run it back. Seek to try and disrespect this timing. Out and through, yes. The PaperX players still holding their ground and basically rooted in place. And Les is now going to offload the pit to try and get them through. This is a call.
This is an amazing ult if you're planning to rotate and maybe split or go over to B. It's not that great for going into site, but it keeps a lot of players on site.
Using a Nightfall. 2 tags. Here and out. Prowler sent straight through tree, wondering if that split's coming through. But now with 40 seconds, Loud are happy to wait this one out. But which direction are they going to take it towards? A seems like...
They've smoked for a B split though, so Forsaken's worried.
30 seconds left.
Nah, bagus sekali lagi.
Peel himself away. Top of mid, eyes onto it, Monyet. Paranoia settling in to buy. Inside the smoke, wants to rule that position and take names away from them.
What?
He's right behind
Anjir,
them. What
anjir.
is that? Kind of play.
Anjing Mindfreak.
Still, heads are falling and so are the bodies. Toppling down. Time working against them now over the top and running around. Oh my God.
Untung menang, Cuk.
That is the most important round though the PaperX could have secured in that moment. They got the read that it was over towards A. They're starting to figure out how Sadak's calling the attack side.
Lagi, bang.
Do you remember earlier on in this game, PaperX were throwing huge utility into A main and then rotating away, expecting Loud to pivot, do not want to hit a heavy site. And because Sadak's been going for re-clears and re-hits so often, PaperX had stacked so heavily on that area. Now if that has got to be Alex's reaction to 2E's making the play because
ngeliat Dafai mati itu anjing kayaknya.
despair and
Anjing Dafai ngapain TP ke depan. Nggak jadi Ding, menang Ding.
2E's is actually ready to counter op something in B
Messaging
main.
something di itu lah anchor.
Reason has got those tingles on the back of his neck. He knows it's not a great idea, but he's starting to creep a little closer.
Spotted, tucked to the corner now. It is home and he can reposition here, but sets him up onto the line nevertheless.
Anjir,
He's going to back
double.
away and respect it.
Pertarungan OP anjing.
Important to note, you know, we talked about it that previous round, but Loud did end up using 2 or 3 ultimate, something. Wall up in his face.
Something.
Out of there. Away, covering fire from Forsaken.
Nice.
Evacuation goes off without a
Nice.
straight into the line of sight. It's something who's snapping them away. Precision across the board for PaperX.
Nah, udah ini udah dapat momentum, dapat lah 12.
Awesome round. This has really turned the tables.
Bete sih itu mah.
Left alive. They know where he is.
Satu.
Trapped in a corner. He's going to have to duel 4 players to be able to get out of here.
Util in the stun.
He's just
Hampir 2 itu, Dafai hampir mati anjing. Lihat nggak?
11.
Sosial udah sepixel lagi tuh ke kepala.
PaperX don't try to contest super early. They've got like a slightly delayed off peak into B main, which is a nice timing to go for that. And they just catch this timing. Something is always a couple of seconds ahead of the play here. If he was a second slower peak in market, he might have died to Forsaken. If he was a second slower peak in B main, probably dies to 2E's. It's all about those tiny, fine margins. No hesitation.
Crowd scratching their heads a little bit here, wondering how they can get that advantage. Now Les takes a load of damage off the rip, 61 health drop down.
Yeah, it's actually one of the first times that we've seen Les try to solo take this area, and he's immediately dropped.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a counterplay, I think, as well. Les usually throwing the orb from that angle.
Something makes it feel like it's the same setup in this round, which broadly speaking it is, by taking that op shot into market. And now it's actually caused Loud to pivot away. They do not want any of that smoke.
Crack of an angle. Devi turns away just at the right time. Flash in his face, backs away now holding the paranoia. Now there is no contact for this kind of play, so he's going to be backing away to the site and gives up control of tree.
With all of this noise,
Ayo, pick them up.
on a more aggressive line, so if they try to go back into a B-split, it's going to be difficult.
Just can't quite land the bullets, no way. This is overzealous potentially, perhaps, maybe over aggressive, but not expecting still. They've set that space right back away from them. Sadak, the sole survivor of a position in the tree, lays down the nade, but there's no follow-up.
Dapat!
Dari tadi.
Gitu dong. Dapat anjing gelo anjing.
The late resurgence in the final rounds. It's looking excellent. Loud dragged 2 of the maps against Sentinels into overtime.
Terus Dapat mainin smoke-nya.
Iya anjir.
The economy is not good.
Main
Their
trik
game
senyum
plans
bro.
through mid have been
Ketawa anjing.
but they were winning when they
Marah,
dominated one
marah.
side of the map and went for the exec.
Menang.
Wow! 2! Yo! Menang.
Working out again for Paper
Yep.
X. It's like they just run back the highlights of the previous rounds.
Kecuali Kaunzin bunuh 3.
Insanity.
Forsaken spamming, as far as I can tell, the exact same line, and this time,
Something's
feasting.
Kalah
Little to no chance for Loud now. This map
Kalah
one.
throwing berarti.
Kalah throwing.
Sealed up nice and
Kalah throwing.
go on top of it. For Paper X, all the right adjustments at all the right time, but
Udah,
ini.
running out for Loud as well.
Game aing teman-teman aing lagi jago jadi aing bisa nonton nyantai.
Those ults online, but Wingman is about flying. Quite connect. Kawazin seeking to try and pivot, but he can't break the door in time. Has to reload too on top of this. And already something is there. Following the sound, she's jiggling out. Bates had it on top. Please, but right into the judge.
Tolong,
Trapped
ada
in the
4
corner,
second.
but it matters not. It's a 1v5. It has to be the play of 2 years of his career to stand even a chance in hell. For Paper X, a leisurely walk is what it feels like. Happy and secure in the knowledge that they are just setting sail into the sunset. Happy as
Anjing main freak masih bisa ke-kill. Main freak mati cu. GG. Seperti janji kita ya 13 takjil ya buat Paper X ya kalau menang ini ya. Udah ditabung. Ayo menangin dulu lah. Ayo hitung ya 13 takjil ya.
Going instead for more of a play through mid, trying to get value out of the Viper wall and connecting so often with the judge or primarily the Odin and the Op.
absolute insanity. And guess what? We've got plenty more action left to come. Sunset on the cards. That is going to be a fantastic one. Two teams that are potentially evenly matched. It doesn't stop anywhere near here.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15
Pro
Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on
Sunset. Maaf 3 bind. Let's go.
Nih, sampingnya nggak main jet ini.
Hah?
Sampingnya nggak main jet.
Siapa tahu anjing, Paper X kan suka aneh tiba-tiba anjing.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Belum kepelentang. Mau 200 IQ nggak, Bang? Gak jadi deh.
Foto Alek anjing, tepuk jidat.
Ah. Oh.
Hey guys, Mika here, and I'm with Alex of Paper Rex. That was a really, really close map. I want to know what was the most difficult part about the prep for this match, especially since it's such a high pressure match and you're up against a team that you really only get to play against in events like these.
Yeah, I think Loud is one of the most intelligent and most consistent teams on the circuit, right? So they don't, we don't even know what they're gonna pick on the map. Vito, they can play almost all 7 maps, probably can. We just have to focus on ourselves this game. I think we haven't had the best run, so we really just want to get this, get ourselves like quite more aligned, if anything.
Okay, keeping it humble, but that had us on the edge of our seats. So let's jump into the game for more.
PaperX proving that you cannot judge a book by its cover. You think when they're out of this one, when they don't have it anymore, they find the magic yet again, and they're up 1-0, Mimi, in this elimination game against a Loud team that I don't think a lot of people were giving PaperX the time of day against.
The thing is, even if you judge them by their contents, the context, it's changed a lot throughout this tournament. I think this team came in not looking in their best form, but they just displayed an incredible map against Loud here. Their executes were looking clean on the attacking side. Yeah. Something's up was dominating on the defense. It was clear that with time, this team is really starting to figure themselves out.
Yeah, exactly. And on the side of Loud, even though they have a lot of experience with this composition, we still see some mistakes, like dry picking when you have a composition that has Phoenix, KO, and Breach. Cowan seen from the defense not finding enough moment to even use his ultimate until like the penultimate round, and holding them and actually not using the composition to the full of its ability.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people watching this team regionally was kind of bringing pointing out that some of the combos looked undercooked. I was one of those people. But at this point, it's so well put together, right? The timings they're playing with, using the fade ult to deny noise, send that heavy presence towards A main, as Wanyet just picks the perfect timing. The coordination for the squad is looking on point.
Yeah, I think that overall, the way that they were working the map, sometimes at a certain point in their attack, it looked a bit of overcooked. You see that the map looks very different when you don't have a Sentinel in both of the ways. And I also think it has to do a lot with the Viper play, right? Because we saw a lot of very different walls coming from both of the teams. I don't know if we will have the time to actually like dwell on what each one of them do. But I think that overall, this could have been an overtime perfectly.
One.
I mean,
you know what's one thing I really enjoy about Paper X is that you think that they, like, when they go for these like wild plays, they look like they're geniuses. But when things don't go their way, you're questioning, you know, what they're cooking up here. One example of that, I mean, the guy was just lights out that whole map because he was just taking risks. He was getting in front of them, and he was creating opportunities and creating space for his team with that on.
I've been a big hater of the Gecko off in the past.
You have.
But I think the way that they played it, in particular on this defensive side, was really good. Loud is a comp that relies on getting extremity control with the double flashes and splitting into sites. Something is really good at finding timings around flashes, taking that split-second moment and getting a kill on an extremity. That was utterly shutting down Loud's execute in the first part of their attacking side.
I got a stat from Space, shout out from him. Something took 33% of first engagements and won 88% of them. That is crazy. Coming in from a Gecko. And by the way, you know, now that we're going into Sunset, this is not the composition that is played without a duelist, okay? This is his Gecko when there is a duelist also in the composition. Definitely, this is one of the other things that throws everybody so off of a Paper X. It's not that their duelist is going to be in your face, which he is going to be probably on your back because of that movement. It's also that you have to deal with something on the operator.
I also really want to credit Coach Alex and whoever the IGL du jour was for this team today, because they really varied up. Thank you. It's a very small word, actually.
I'm not a smart guy.
Actually. But they really varied up how they were going for that aggression. Early on, they were going for those extremity fights I was talking about. Then Loud figured it out. They varied it up and went for mid-round aggression instead. And then towards the end, very last round of the game, they go back to the extremity fight, win it. It was a beautiful map from Paper X. Another heartbreaking, close map loss for Loud, which now brings us to Sunset.
Exactly. We need to talk about Sunset, about obviously what happened yesterday. A Loud that was running out of time in a lot of instances, that was losing the plot, and how this Paper X is going to be different, right? We're talking about a Paper X that most likely will be playing with the Sage. Again, with no duelist on this map against a Phoenix.
Munjeli ngencleng 5.000 buat bagi-bagi takjil. Go Paper X.
Was off for Loud yesterday.
Well, I think also too when you pair in with the fact that, you know, these teams have played this map, but we've seen both teams, you know, go at this. But here's the funny thing: I was looking at the stats. Paper X a lot more successful, right? In this
Terima kasih Munji.
Gila Munji, makasih banget loh Munji.
They've beaten the likes of Heretics and EDG. They beat Genji in the Pacific Kickoff. This is doable for Paper X at a 2-0.
Yeah, I really
Munji
like
kayak
the
kenal
way,
gak sih?
especially these two teams comps are going to compare. Loud is playing the Phoenix.
Namanya familiar
it's
itu.
a similar win condition of playing for really heavy extremity control on their defense, getting QCK posted on those lines and farming him orbs. Paper X did a good job of shutting that down in map number 1, but I think it's a lot harder to deal with this breach when Loud will be on defense on Sunset.
Especially we go back to something that we already saw on Ascent. No Sentinel for this
Emang udah Faisan di Sunset.
Oh iya, Deng, sama monyet ya anjir ini ya. Apa? Combo teh ya, lupa.
Monyetnya Omen gak sih biasanya?
Iya, monyet Omen ini.
And how Loud is going to read onto those.
No matter who's on the team around him, Sodox Loud has an expectation of making it deep in these international runs. They lost to Paper X at Champions. They have a chance to make up for it here if they can push us to a third round.
This could very well be a fitting battleground here for the final battle between Loud and Paper X. If Paper X end it here, they will sunset the run of Loud, or Loud can force a map 3. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow for the call.
Exactly right. It's Loud who are now on the chopping block in this elimination game, our first one of the playoffs. And Paper X coming out with some surprising form, surprising improvements, you know, against all regular expectations, I will say. And now we set our sights onto Sunset, the second map here of this series. Should be relatively even. Both of these teams, they like to play this map. They're quite good at it in their own way and form.
I love the way the Paper X approach this. We're going to see him immediately take some mid-control. The clashing tiles.
Yeah, they're just trying to fight them. They're watching for it.
Anjing.
2 detik.
Asli anjing.
Habis 3 orang.
Baru anjir.
Baru main. 3 orang mati.
Udah lagi gila.
Twice about it now. Backs himself into market.
Kocak game.
Beginning, I mean, the smoke
Udah
down,
ini.
not expecting that Tiles aggression there. That just comes down to a game of chance.
By PRX bundle, bro.
PaperX are so happy to opt into the variance that is ever present in this game, and hope that it works out in their favor.
Wow, di Phoenix ini
The
QCK
smoke
dikasih
there to try to
outburst.
block off certain sight lines coming from
Wah,
both
ini udah
mid.
bisa ulti anjing.
But as you say, they just had no idea that Loud were going to run a pistol, which also involved them charging towards mid through tiles.
Iya.
I want to take the fight
Wih.
to him, try and earn a few more of these ults. Less
Masih
onto the
sanggup.
corner.
It's a good idea for GCK to try to push through that, see if he could find the kill. Yeah. It's going to be his ult that they try to build up early, but that's not exactly the way the cookie crumbled to open things up. It's actually very close. 2 kills and a
Good
death,
beginning.
plus the ult.
We'll see how that opened up. I mean,
Ini
yeah, just
sate
using
nggak sih itu mah?
that deep smoke to
Ini
hide that
sate.
potential deep dart that gets used.
Sama twist.
Allowed just above the sign of
Itu
market.
smoke-nya siapa sih?
Yeah.
Smoke-nya
It's a
monyet
specific
anjir.
Counter-Strike pistol, and Loud just happened
Marahin
to
aja.
utterly destroy it.
Emang plannya kayak gitu kayaknya.
Now, PaperX stacking towards the A side.
Iya, kebaca kayaknya yang
Kebaca
ini
itu
pertamanya.
bolong soalnya anjir.
Smoking mid in the exact same fashion, hoping that somebody sees it. Just a call, like there could be that presence into mid.
Les completely alone here.
Nice.
He's going to get
Nice.
overwhelmed. And now PaperX are going to understand that this was fake pressure early on over towards A. So Salek's got to accelerate. They've got to get into the B site. But you've always got to be worried with PaperX. Is there still one player hanging around this area?
Iya, soalnya 1v5 tadi di A-nya
Well, they're
anjing.
clearing it. Due diligence. Showcase, drone through as well, making sure they're into the back of the site. Players though, deep flash. I mean, it is collided and collected into that deep corner here, but it just don't have the weaponry to really nail it. It was fantastic. I mean, so one player to stand is 2 years.
Oh, let's go, monkey.
To the spike, it's turned just like that.
Dapat
Divide blocking it has to be broken here, but a reload for 2 years now, and he's so loaded it just feels like.
Dah lah.
Percuma, aing tembakin udah kena. Pas smoke-nya habis kayak ini bangsa ada wall.
Anjing ada wall. Wah!
Ya, nggak
Nggak dapet anjir
He
seri
can't
apa
recover the
pandang.
rifle. But what a round for PaperX. And
Cuk,
that is
ini cuk, keren,
immediately
cuk.
in round 2 showing you some of the power that PaperX have on defense. And it comes down to the fact that their comp is so good for flood defending into B.
Monyet santai gitu.
Back B is
Duh,
one of the most successful ways you can possibly play this map. And when you have flash dizzy combos
Tapi
that
coba
you
itu
get backside,
retake-nya
and then
buta,
say
semua
smokes the
buta
box to bomb
anjir.
and smokes additionally too.
Semua buta.
Loud are going to find it difficult in post-plant situations.
Buta.
4.
Nice, 4 spotted here. Wonderful indicator. What danger is there in this round? Maybe if 2 years is able to just flip the back ahead of Devi. Doesn't. He's in mid though.
2E's is fast to get into position to make the play. But 2 players doubled up, Devi and something looking to re-clear.
Yeah, good level of awareness.
And Forsaken also with pretty decent awareness
Forsaken
on the
mati
other
ini
side.
nanti.
You know that
He's
one-way
trapped.
missed.
Yeah, into this corner. He's really stuck
Dibilangin
here. There's no repositioning. They've overwhelmed them.
posisinya
Doesn't matter about the superior weweaponry. Needs to be that refight, the re-peek as well. A little bit strangling the beast that is their rifles. Aftershock can't be walking too far into this one. Dodging of the flash. Dizzy up into the air. Beside, he's taking a fight straight to him. And now, frustration really showing. Dodging at a time.
Tahuan lagi.
Anjir.
Back-to-back thrifties, man.
Nggak hoki anjing.
Mastercard are getting their money's
Nggak
worth
hoki
today.
doang main free.
I mean, we're coming off the back of the Sen Gen G game where we just had thrifties over and over and over too.
Gak keburu masuk
I'm
smoke-nya tadi.
confused though.
Yeah.
In what way was
Forsaken jelek
Forsaken
banget
stuck in the
positioningnya,
corner?
anjir.
Monyet's above it. He can walk
Tapi
backwards.
Phantom
whilst keeping
menang
his
sih
crosshair
harusnya.
focused towards A-Link. They could have set up a double face.
Kira-kira pakai vandal sih.
Shoved himself in a corner looking to try to take the fight. I assumed he was just going to continue backing up. Very odd. Opened up the door though for Loud. Opportunism. Finding them the second round there and getting things back on track. There's that same smoke to try to deny.
Udah gitu bagus Forsaken.
You're joking.
And it gets Kawanzine down
Not
with
again,
the
that's a
spike.
spike dropped. And they've gained control.
Nice.
Did another kill. You cannot be doing this to me now. I'm telling you. The Mastercard
Masalahnya itu siapa tuh si Omen ini bahaya tuh. Ditungguin sama first second ini tuh. Di push. Oh, nice. Sumpah, ini apaan sih mainnya? Drifting terus ini, apa-apaan?
Drifting 3 kali, Cuk.
Kayak Sentinel tadi juga, yuk.
Iya, persis anjir di sunset. Di sunset kan sih?
Iya.
Emang sunset tuh mapnya jelek anjir. Kecil banget.
Masih macam Xbox.
Nggak, ada map yang paling jelek menurut Aing. Harus dihapus. Fraktur anjir. Map macam apa anjir, susah banget masuk fraktur anjir.
Nah, ntar lagi
ada nih
ulti. Hero ini baru ya, agent baru, fraktur datang tuh mantep banget yuk.
Ya. Rotasi map pasti anjir.
Mbak kangen HPM.
Iya, HPM.
Aing bisa ngechat nggak sih ini di party mereka? Udah dong anjing.
I say worse utility, I scrambled my words. I meant worse weaponry. The utility was fantastic. But that's Cowan's trying to get that deep tiles position, and this time no one from Paper X punishes him for it.
Thrifty lagi.
Mereka giliran punya senjata jadi tak kabur.
A little bit of gambling of where Paper X want to fight.
QCK will lead the charge here, making sure all the areas are cleared.
Let's go.
Into a position, and attempt at a timing by Mindfreak is immediately punished. 2 left to stand, 2 left to fight. Paper X. They got in them. Really wide face there, and he's just going to get beamed down straight through the wall. Divide does have the money to make a go of this, but he's really still opt into it.
Nah, abis ini sekali lagi lah.
The thing is, their economy is still in a good spot because we've just been sent through the tombola machine. You never know what's coming out the other side, and we're all getting shaken up and down.
Backside position though, quickly, Divide is going to be swarmed from this position. Molly at the feet, dropping
Ada
down,
Pop.
and a nail.
Ada.
Drifting 4 kali, Cuk.
I'm not saying
Game macam apa ini, Cuk?
I'm not doing it.
I mean, I'll do it.
Udah beli
I'll
serif
activate
aja
the
anjing.
sponsors. I'll make them happy. Mastercard Thrifty.
Look, Loud are now in a position though where they're starting to get huge ultimates online. Their composition has ults that you need 7, 8 points to be able to get online. You're not supposed to really have access to these big ultimates as soon as the economy starts going for your opponent. But Paper X are one away from being broken here. Not that that means anything in this map.
Pusing gua dah.
Now Lauda pretty close to some big ults. Now I'm looking at Cowan's positioning. And he sends an early fault line up towards A. He's trying to take space off the back of this
Bridge
region.
enak sih.
But look, he is
panjang
quite
itu
exposed in mid here. And he's trying to take this tiles position. The second fault line perhaps for a later reclear over towards A. If indeed you had somebody
di ulti bridge semuanya kena anjir.
there or something with his operator.
Quite slow and steady though, cautious.
But they have multiple tools for these map control plays, and this time deciding to invest the drone. No tag, so no ult from Sadak.
Delayed wall.
Yeah, and if you break it, you give away that there was serious pressure behind that.
Pinging up onto the top of it. I mean, Divide loves to play on top of this here.
One heaven.
Taken, rattles off a few bullets, lets them know his presence. And that's going to be sent into the opposite direction there with 2 tags. They seek to try and make a go of this one here. Pop Flash plays the Hunter's Fury at his back to set it up. And then we're in anti-flash position. Okay, so Loud have the protocols to deal with that. Themselves now into this site. Will they choose to use any more ultimates? A bit of random spray once more by Divide. It's that Phantom at play, at work. It's a bit of chip damage, but nothing really more to show for it. And here it is.
4 players blinded.
ini dia.
Dizzy on top of it, rolling thunder now. Has to be
Ulti tapi guys.
There's a monster in this spot. This particular position and any attempt here, they just want to barrel over the smoke position. Something, no chance here on the retake, not with the operator now, so he has to just run tail between his legs.
Paper X's composition is fantastic on those A retakes. You saw the amount of utility that was flying towards Loud, and they still managed to come out the other side unscathed. Mostly, I think, due to the fact that Cowan's had managed to save his ultimate. They were thinking about investing it. You could see Kawanzin positioned in a spot where he was thinking of ulting sight towards A. But they took the gamble, saved it for the post plant, came out to the good.
Nggak apa-apa, tadi Sentinel juga ketinggalan dulu.
Kawanzin dying to spike there. Don't ask me.
Ada 2 orang soalnya, Cuk.
Luckily they've got money to spare.
Yeah.
Whoa.
That's a great punish onto Forsaken. Unless choosing to try to take the aggressive option, not caught by any of that retake utility. It was perfect. Les and Kawanzin stepping up for Loud.
Yeah, and now time out being taken into Paperex. The trouble is, how do you get a grip in terms of what is replicatable?
Wah, Rian, thank you banget Rian.
Down to just hitting a few straight shots, going for the mid aggression.
Rian,
They have an anti-strap prep.
Cuk, Rian ngasih Cuk, buat takjil Cuk.
Try to deny info for Sadak's recon, right?
Terima kasih Bang Rian.
Thank you Bang Rian. Ini kita udah nulis ya, ada 13 takjil yang harus dibagiin ya. Maaf 1 tadi menang ya. Tunggu aja nanti kontennya. Oke Bang Rian. Anjing kaget anjir.
I think the other part of it too is they just allowed, because of the craziness of how this map began, allowed to start getting some big ults online. And to be honest, in my opinion, that was the biggest problem. If Paperex had been able to run that same retake scenario, but without the breach ult, I really think they're favored.
Looked like it.
And it is so important in moments like this to not overcorrect. If you have the right ideas, and they're just not working, you might still want to stick to them. Like I was talking about earlier, Paperex do have a lot of variance in the way that they play. And you have 2 teams like this that are so down to just opt into fighting against each other.
Gila.
Kok nggak muncul-muncul di streamnya yuk?
Iya, tapi nggak muncul, kenapa ya?
Feel like just a coin flip at times here. Goodbye for Paperex. See if it makes
Bukan di Aing dong kan nggak munculnya?
Freak is
tapi tadi yang Aing goceng masuk.
He's going to be holding down a B angle just by himself here. He's going to be given up.
Salah Aing itu Pang ini Pang.
Going down, so they know that there's players lurking around, a slow default play, which isn't anything out of the ordinary for Loud.
No, and you can see that Loud
tapi leaderboard juga nggak masuk.
Iya di leaderboard juga belum ada.
Go for any deep plays over towards mid. Or Mindfreak. Barely going into B main until just now. Spot the shoulder of Mindfreak and he hops away.
Coba ya kita refresh juga leaderboardnya.
Did they even really get confirmation there that he has a rifle? I'm not sure.
Mindfreak position. Always trying to tuck himself up onto the box
Rian
here.
masuk tuh di leaderboard.
Going to be aware of it through slow warp at their feet.
Oh, Mindfreak nggak ketahuan Mindfreak.
Wow! Played to perfection here by Mindfreak. Might be
oh, hampir 3 Cuk.
Drop down the 2 of them. Divide has gun of his own.
Dapai!
Bang Dapa.
Dapai!
To the corner, sidearm out.
Bang Dapa.
We'll put him down and put him to rest here, dodging to the flash, but he's got a lot to overcome now.
Ini semuanya.
Bang Dapa.
Weaponry handed over. Discipline honed and ready, showcased by Paperex. Now listen, the spike is on Les's side, but he's going to have no opportunity to really get a free plan off here.
Okay.
Down, running.
Apaan anjir monyet?
And there it is. Round 1, they know it. Tucked to the corner, something. Recognizing the win conditions.
Nggak kena.
Iya, Indiaan.
OP-nya cu. OP-nya cu.
Crazy this game has been. We have another 50 round, powered by Mindfreak being able to get a Q play in this corner.
Mindfreak sini,
Really able to clear it.
Sama ini anjing Dapai anjing.
Divide following up with the rifle.
Bang Alek masih pusing tapi.
Unless does what he can, but it's
ya
just,
lumayan lah gitu.
it's not enough. Taking the risk, playing for that variance, and it pays off for Mindfreak. Now Loud change up the pace.
Oh my goodness! It's Paperex taking a fight straight to them. Yeah, Loud opted into that pace increase. They wanted to try and fight it. It ends up them being punished. One-way smoke as well. This is just sharpness on display.
That's wild. That caught me completely off guard. I mean, Loud have been playing such slow defaults to start these rounds off, focused on main control, but not that fast. Forsaken almost caught a timing. Surely will.
Gun, yeah, sticking wide and out. Tap with the AD. Yes, 2 years. Survives the duel and encounter, has the spike in his hands, but he'd have to do a lot more than that to make this winnable, especially when he's on the HP.
And I'm not exactly sure what the read was there for Sadak in this round, but Paper X have been fighting with 2 or 3 players every single time over towards A main. I think you've got to start trying to take space in the early round somewhere else on the map. You can go back and late re-clear with the fault line or the drone.
Itu Twist tinggal ini diteriakin juga menang aja mati.
Nah,
Nah, kan?
Kelihatan moncongnya.
There are so many tools though that Paper X have at their disposal when there's no duelist composition. If you ignore it completely, sometimes the might just wall it off, and then they can just ignore it. I mean, what are the chances that both teams just decide to fight A main that fast? The flash connections were so perfect. Paper X fight through all of the smoke utility to get the kills.
Wah, ini mah bagi-bagi tajil kita ini 26 Pang.
Yeah.
Harus buat konten atau yuk.
And that was something that I was a little concerned about going into this game, actually. Loud are going to take a tactical timeout, but I felt like from what we had seen over the course of the rest of this tournament, Loud had more players stepping up with their individual form. You know, Les is just consistent. He's always a monstrous player. But I feel like QCK's had some big moments. Tui's has been playing better than expected too, and Kawanzi's been like putting in some solid work at times. When I was looking at the other side of things for Paper X, it was only really Forsaken that was blowing me away. Something had some big moments, but wasn't always there. Today, he's been on fire. If you want to look at one individual that turned the tide of Ascent, it would be something with the operator in his hand. And you've also been getting better and better performances from Monyet as he spends more time with pressure on him on the stage.
Something that Alex has been alluding to as well in these interviews, but just that stage experience being so valuable for a team like Paper X when they've been making these adjustments, trying to find that identity, I think. But listen, if it's form that carried them to this point right now, the ideas and time are kind of flourishing, honestly. They've got good reads, they've got good adaptations, they've got good counter strats prepped and planned. They're making it so damn hard right now for Loud to try and deal with.
Again, Paper X start 3 players ready to fight over A. And Loud go for the exact same default setup again.
Di sini tuh yang
Viper over
cocok tuh main Gecko juga cocok anjir.
Ya,
ready for
Gecko
any kind of mid aggression, sure, but not actually taking aggressive map control in B main.
Nge-clearnya pakai trash tuh enak banget tuh. Enak banget.
Alah. Double duff in the high-low, but no casualties.
Alah.
Bang Dapa.
Iya Bang Dapa anjing. Jualan ayamnya Bang Dapa. Terus monyet anjir masih nge...
Oh no. Wait. What's going on?
Monyet parah banget.
Monyet anjir ya anjir.
Wah! Gara-gara monyet itu anjing.
Anjing kau Jin lihat nge-kill 2 anjir.
Who, of course, is not in A main where the fight is happening.
No, we wouldn't be. He'd be on the other side of the map, of course.
It certainly is. Without the Omen, be able to make the play happen.
Twist lagi bagus juga anjir mainnya. Oh, ketahuan sama Trash. Oh enggak anjir, Trash
enggak.
doang. Kejauhan nih.
Misdirection might be working to the
30 seconds left.
Now, time pressure will work against
Tukeran
Spike
side
drop down into no man's land.
If something gives him a free kill though, this is winnable.
Ini nih timing nih. Oh enggak.
Nice try.
Staying in the wrong
Nice try
location.
lagi.
4 kills.
Nice shot.
For something.
Nice
And this
shot.
round, Loud did actually try to. It wasn't early round market control, but QCK started walking.
Kayaknya tadi monyet sengaja. Ini ada orang nih di sini nih.
Emang anjing monyet.
Was looking to
nunggu satu lagi lewat kayaknya monyet tuh.
But there was no smoke up towards top.
Cuma ngelewat-lewat ya.
Players in mid to dominate those sidelines. And so there's a kerfuffle that happens over there that Paper X come out, I guess, to the good. And Sadak's trying to make it fake like it's happening over towards A, and the Paper X players just peek. The more mess that's involved here,
Seneng
the more
banget lihat ini. Bang Alek.
Fast play again. Mighty dart flash into the corner when gets here with the judge. No clearance. No clearance. It's starting to get sloppy. It's starting to get sloppy indeed. And guess what? Exactly where a team like Paper X thrives.
Monyet masih di situ aja.
Oh,
monyet.
Lagi ini teh kayak gini lagi ini teh.
Gitu lagi anjing. Tinggal Twist lagi. Ah, Twist punya ulti juga nih BTW.
Straight into it, 2 years again.
Ya, makanya dia mau ngambil. Tapi ini keburu dari belakang nih.
Aing jadi dapat aing nge-revive sih. Iseng aja.
Paper X coming out here. They're really not
Dia masih lihat
adjusting their
belakang ya.
defensive setup too much. It's that Loud cannot come up with the answers. We've now seen 4 rounds in a row, roughly following the same kind of trend, where Loud want to take control of A and push Paper X back, and they can't figure out how. the judge, the paranoia, the sweets from both sides, just getting pulled into the maw of PaperX.
It's all smiles on the faces of the PaperX players. Of course it would be. Never, Alex. It's scary when he smiles, actually. You don't expect it.
This is the first time PaperX decide not to fight over towards A, so we might see a very different round here. Loud are actually being given this space. PaperX anticipating that they would change it up. Surely they don't go A main again after we've just been beating them.
Take orb.
Loud not to be deterred, though. One away from the ultimates. Sonic builds up his. The drone that wasn't used to clear elbow, so they can start to use that now towards the site. Munyet, his position is vulnerable here. It's a pop flash play to set him up with a bit of supportive utility. He wants to disengage now with a smoke dropped down. No command, feeling the heat, feeling the pressure.
That's a weird one, actually, because it looks like they're playing for retake, but they've popped the null command. And Loud think that they're anchoring the site, so they haven't committed. This is a strange
Sabar pin, padahal pin. Santai pin, maaf.
Line in the sand has been drawn. TP into mid here, 2 years. I believe just sticking that one, so he's given himself a deep position to mid. Probably won't matter too much.
Monyet mati nih sama
eager though for a challenge.
Di flash
How's your reaction time, son? Flashes,
flash.
paranoia to meet their match. And a deep dart as well. That's not going to be accounted for. Hunter's Fury though tucks into it, gets the gets the collision course straight into these players. And Munyet does a decent job just avoiding it.
Something.
Reload online, shot darts. No,
nice. Dapat anjing. Sadak kasihan aja.
Dikira sendiri.
Iya anjir.
PaperX still find a way to come out on top. This is 5 rounds in a row now.
Kalau katain Davai revive sih atau mau dibawa ultinya ke map selanjutnya.
Ronde selanjutnya. Udah beres kali yo.
Iya. Oh iya menang ini ya. Jadi nggak ada map 3 ya.
Iya.
Jangan sampai nggak menang lah.
Surely Loud are going to change things up.
Penasaran ini PRX tahun depan aku. Janji tuh kayak counter PRX gitu loh kalau lihat tuh.
Oh monyet.
Ayo bunuh satu, ayo biar di revive.
Iya ini aduh Davai dari tadi nyimpen ini.
Ini siapa yang bisa di revive gitu?
Oh anjing. Mau nge-revive juga ini anjing mayatnya tuh di
Something kena nih.
So he will be falling. Flat line to the side and a sight gains now for less. Going to be calling for the rotate and the pivot. Smokes.
Bahaya nih. Viper Pit sama ini. Hei, monyet.
Udah itu di revive itu harusnya monyet.
That late lurk player dropping like flies.
Your duty.
Here, Loud have a massive advantage here with the pit with the rolling thunder. Really just letting it loose and letting it rip here. Sky high.
Ketahuan.
Flying forwards and won't be able to withstand any sort of pressure there, leaving it just to Mindfreak now.
Mindfreak's been good at catching 2Es in
all
of
these
previous rounds,
but
finally 2Es gets his value on the lurk.
Davai ini udah.
Loud with 5.
Langsung punya ulti ini pistol orang.
Questions in my head about whether or not that's going to be enough.
Who knows?
There was a serious streak there of dominance from PaperX on the defense side. And I do like the way that PaperX
ini
played their attack
dikira
too.
sama something kan dia ngeliat ke sana ya. Ngepick terus dikiranya nggak ada yang lewat anjir, tapi kan udah lewat dari tadi kan si ini. Coba
iya.
Of course, listen, it's elimination. They're already one map behind.
Bingung anjir.
It's going to have to be that comeback starting at the pistol round
bisa
in
di
that
situ
second
gitu.
half. Before we even get into that as well, earlier we did hear from Forsaken.
Gak apa-apa, 75.
Hello guys, I'm Jason, aka Forsaken, and I play for Team PaperX. Against Genji, we lost, but I don't feel anything and I don't have any regrets. I mean, I can tell that we're gonna lose because, I mean, they play well, but at the same time, I would say we just want to go lower bracket, you know, because I know that they're good, and also we're not in the good shape. I mean, like, we have like shaky map, shaky roster. Also, it's like, we're not doing as great as last time, so I didn't like regret or whatever.
Something needs to do a little bit more. He's done some damage, and there's the follow-up. A shot right to Texture's temple. That's going to put us in a 4v2 with PaperX. Definitely favored to take this pistol now. Forsaken fallen. A little bit more of a chance. Something, though, delivers. Okay, he's up top and not spotted. Easy peasy.
If we meet Loud, I mean, I'm just going to go all in, and I hope you guys enjoy our W gaming, you know. Actually, I feel like we shouldn't have been in the playoff. We should have been like lost. like long time ago, maybe against TH or KC, because I felt like lucky, I would say last time, but you know, like I said, when we go lower bracket and every time we already played the match, finished the match, no matter we win or lose, we will like improve very fast, and hopefully in lower bracket, we will show you guys on our improvement.
Yeah, Forsaken just handling that pressure like water off a duck's back, coming into this entire tournament, just with the lowest of expectations, and now they're just improving at a meteoric pace, looking to really just take it to a team like Loud. They have the lead here at the half of a decider map.
Yeah, I think that one of the big problems for PaperX is that their previous playstyle involved them being in the flow state, of all just having the same understanding of what was going on. And the more that you try to force that kind of thing and worry about the fact that you're outside of it, the worse it gets. But just getting absorbed into this tournament seems to have brought back some of that synergy. Some of the single-mindedness that we see from them, the hive mind of PaperX.
That's what made them deadly.
And the pistol rounds have been, well, I hesitate to say important, because they did flip-flop a lot at the beginning of this map.
Second half,
But it could be decisive. Everybody on PaperX grouped up to try to punish 2Es.
Disrespect for that one here.
Kejar.
The off-angle approach now with the paranoia sent flying onto the left-hand side. 2Es.
Dapai!
Accounted for. QCK just trying to back him up as well as bail him out, and they are just collecting all sorts of kills, but the damage done through the wall, not enough to collect the kill onto Davai.
Too far forward and not playing great angles. Pushing themselves into spots where they couldn't quite get it. Overextending to deal with Davai.
Anjir, sadap masih dapat anjir. Monyet, cepet monyet.
Monyet!
Wah, monyet.
With the reset of the aim. Less.
By PRX
Scene magic.
He's done damage, but he can't get through this wall. It's so powerful on the pistol. On both sides. For the retake, to block off angles in the post. It's such a nice addition to the KO Gecko comp that a lot of teams have been looking at.
Look at this, too much to clear really for Less. Man in his face, follow through with the bullets.
Bete.
Kill collected,
Sama
but
mainannya Gecko tuh
doesn't have too
bete
much to
anjir.
do. Already the time's getting
Dasar
late.
Pokemon,
Stands up, holding their ground, swinging off the contact, and that's pistol round 1 out for them. It's been so damn important. Like you said, you know, we've been talking about the details of the importance of it, despite the initial start of this first half, but really it sets them up beautifully.
Slow up there. Davai is used as bait, and they really do bait Loud into taking bad fights.
Gecko tuh bisa dipakai ininya, semuanya bisa dipakai barengan gitu nih. Keluarin wingman, keluarin dizzy, keluarin trash aja langsung. Pusing aja. Semuanya ditembak.
They are really good at being able to combo those together to apply a lot of pressure to their opponents. And frankly, PaperX move fast enough that sometimes you wouldn't even use the second round of Gecko.
Ah, buffering. Cowok, buffering.
Sama yuk. Sama.
Berarti dari sana ya.
Anjir. Aggressive gambling on the fact that PaperX would not have.
131.
28. Anjir, ini streamnya rusak.
Iya, sama.
24, 23, 22.
Very old generation heavy, something now one away from the thrash to be used.
Nih, saking panasnya nih PaperX, jadi streamnya nggak kuat.
Juga bro, panas bro. Anjir, terus smoke aja itu. Ya. Wah.
Ya.
Dibilangin Fountain anjing ini.
Iya.
Kryptonite.
Ya ini. Good adjustment by Mind Freak.
Close. A decent opportunity actually to turn that
Parah,
away.
throwing.
Send us down the spiraling path of thrifty after thrifty. It was not to be. And as you were saying, Brett, building up something's ultimate here is really devastating for Loud. Difficult to deal with. And I think the addition of the Sage Wall just makes so many of these post plants a little easier to play. This is a map where we've seen a lot of teams develop really solid retake setups, where the amount of utility coming in just ends up being overwhelming. But if you force the retakers down a certain path dictated by that Sage Wall, things get a little easier for PaperX.
Just throw a wrench into the plans.
Pin.
Orthodox on this map. Early thrash.
Entry.
Anjing lihat hilang semua anjing dia.
Yeah, I mean he did have the spike on him, but the rest of the team are working into mid. Pop flash, wall up. Hearing all this noise, hearing all these sounds, we can't survive past the box. A call is made though. Loud runner committing to this fight. Something drops down as well, forced into the spectator's seat with the spike dropped down. It's a very good situation for Loud now.
They have spike. Very difficult to retrieve. If Monia gets another smoke online, which he does, he just sneaks in, sneaks out, and now all of Loud are in a pretty rough spot. They don't have any map control or information. Could be worried about some lurking happening here. So just like that, there's a lot of doubt in the heads of this Brazilian team.
Daylight robbery from
Disimpan aja.
Expect the spam to be coming as
Disimpan
soon
ya.
as the smoke gets deployed.
It wasn't there though, and now
Udah nggak punya
because Loud
wall.
was so heavily stacked up around that spike position, as you were saying, they've lost all map control.
Yeah.
They're having to triple up and re-clear everything together.
Kawan
just in
Zin
case.
masih full lagi tuh. Utility-nya tuh. Flashnya masih 2.
Is that after throwing that A utility, they were immediately up mid. And I was praising Sadak in the games that I've been recently watching from Sunset. He's very aware of those mid lurk timings.
Gas.
The Paper X are faster than Loud are anticipating. And didn't we see that all the time on Ascent? With individuals finding timings ahead of when they were going to be expected. And look at the map here, how far away the nearest Loud player is. Paper X have got tons of time to try to reposition into a spot where they can upend the player disadvantage.
Miles away. Paper X seeking to try and fight them deep into these angles. Now Loud already for with those protocols. Monyet left alone to his devices. Only the Spectre in his hands. It would have to be a miracle. There have to be mistakes to be made. Less though. Hot on his heels as well to really collect up that kill and get that trade online. So that was a bonus round for Paper X. The 2 players surviving for Loud. They might even consider that a bit of a success.
Yeah, I think I would. Paper X's economy is in a really nice spot. And not just that, they did find a timing through mid. So anytime one of these timing-based macro plays works, it's going to add another layer of confusion in Sadak's calling.
Yeah.
Because with a composition like this, you have to be mobile to plug the gaps. And if you're slower than your opponents, you're going to leave those gaps open. Something, of course, he is picking up the attack side operator here on Gecko. His opping was sublime on Ascent, one of the big reasons that Loud are now 1 map away from elimination.
Massive round for Loud. Have to really lock this one up.
Thank you, Pal. Apin.
Pretty heavy with the economical
Ini something masuk kena
Loud. I
nih.
mean, 2 players with a bit of
Kena
money
twist.
to spare, all picked up as well. So Forsaken just doing his
Something
damage to
nggak
try
boleh
and build
ngepick
up
duluan
towards
ya.
that big
Harus
ultimate.
mancing dulu kan.
Cabut,
main freak,
Loud
anjir.
choosing to try to fight A main there. Recommitting to the angle after this utility was thrown.
Pushing them up. Here's a pivot though, straight into market. They got anything to try and push 2 years off. Here are the sound cues. Tidy placement there with a snake bite. Less well timed on top of it. Here we go. Drone into mid. Monyet. Second tag. Fakes like he could be TPing away, but he still maintains his position and his composure. In through mid now. Deep knife going to be landing into market. Wall through. Broken immediately. Couple of shots sprayed out. Can't quite break it though. Monyet really be an insurance player now. Coming out from the back here. The rotation QCK. Collapsing. Quick on it with the trigger. Now we see it. Players lit up like a beacon. Something only the one. It's the trade. Something Forsaken just trying to play in tandem with each other. But they are overwhelming them. Mindfreak towards the back. He's dodging and weaving, gliding across the floor. Finds it now, leaving it to Divide. Time ticking away. What is the call here? Tapping again, this time less sticking, not making the same mistake as the prior game 2 years. Locking down the angle and approach.
Loud coming out with a big win there after allowing Paper X to get in onto site. Really crucial that they picked up that mid lurk. QCK is at the bottom of the scoreboard, but most of that's because he found it so difficult on the attack side to get in through A main. He's got beaten up over and over again in that same position. It's not really that he's even been able to take some fair duels. And I'm surprised at how much the Paper X economy was hurting there. They came into that round with a Stinger and a Spectre, even though I thought they were taking the previous one as a bonus.
Sampingnya sih, coba dia mundurnya rada jauh anjir.
Their own economy a little bit has put them in a really tough spot.
Oh, they're going to be happy with it. Ooh, all down. Face potentially can hear it. The footsteps rumbling towards him. He's looking for a tussle and a tumble. Less backing away. Will be postured away from that angle.
Very rare that you see less scrambled. But he did seem
sisa 27 ya.
calm usual self there. Forced to backpedal at some pace.
Clear game plan here for Paper X, making sure that they can absorb up all the orbs around the map. Paper X now defaulting back over towards B main.
And Tui's getting posted on A with the AWP. This is something that Loud have brought out fairly recently. Tui's been doing quite a lot of AWPing at this event so far.
Yeah.
And it allows them just to post him up on A. They're not too worried.
Kita lihat aja nanti something.
Pertama muncul 7 kali anjir.
Loud are mostly playing B for retake here. Not going to have any way of being able to challenge this.
Inside the market, Dizzy. What's that connection there onto QCK? So it looks like the wall is intact. Wasn't able to spam it down in time. Forsaken. Tux.
Ya gitu.
Side by side as they play together now. Him and something here. Running back forwards, facing with it. The flash is not connecting here. Less from the back, feeling really the heat and the pressure. But Kawazin seeks to relieve it. And now back into the action and the fight. Rolling front, committed. You're not getting away with that one, man, yet. The TP to evacuate and escape the ire. Still at the shock. Plenty of util left. Where that come from? Mind Freak. 2 on the table now. 2 left to go. Dropping down. Knows they're not on it. Peeking through. Another tap. Will force Mind Freak out into the open. Kawazin really seeking to this one.
Mantep.
Wah, mantep Mind Freak. Anjir. Anjir. Fuck, gitu dong.
Nah, itu Mind Freak.
Ah, ini Bang Dapai punya ulti.
Bang Dapai ulti dulu lah tuh. Revive teman-temannya. 1v4 anjing Mind Freak gelo.
Their economy was not good. It all came down to Mind Freak. And Lau could not find a safe position to go for the half. Hesitation just to
Bang Alex senyum cok, senyum lebar cok.
Hold down the angle, the Kawazin in that spot. I mean, super reminiscent honestly of the other day. It's very hard to send clutch. They can't decide who's sticking, a bit of miscommunication, maybe getting frantic.
It's very tough in those situations where you don't have smoke
Mind Freak.
because you don't
Masuk kena mentalnya Laut anjing.
that the clutch player there Mind
Mind
Freak
Freak-nya lama.
picking from. So really, you gotta just tap and push.
Itu tadi kalau misalkan si ininya si Kauzinnya ngambil yang kiri terus ya ngalangin si Opanya masih bisa itu. Dia malah ke kanan.
Dia ke base sama Mind Freak-nya soalnya. Mind Freak-nya nge-pick kanan kan tadi kan.
Because other than that, the game plan is actually not really working here for Paper X. So weirdly enough, it's Loud to take the tactical timeout, but I think Alex will be happy to have a little chat with his team here.
Yeah.
Because what's happening is Paper X are getting into post-plant situations quite a lot, and then they're forced to go for some post-plant aggression, and there's a bit of anti-synergy with the Sage Wall and the positioning. You saw them swing with just stingers into market there without too much util at hand. They're finding it difficult to pick those targets to disrupt the Loud retake. And if they just sit there, they can do that against other teams, but not against the comp that Loud are running. They're going to get obliterated.
Yeah, monyet bagus.
See if they change things up or coordinate that post-plant aggression just a tad
Ada
bit
burung
better.
satu lagi, tangkapnya nggak sih? Sama something.
Pokemon kelima ya.
Pokemon kelima.
It is, yeah. It is a force.
Yeah.
But Les would rather have a sheriff than anything else.
Sky, I mean, he is incredibly consistent with it.
He is.
It's insane.
Got some of the best calm, raw aim based on his crosshair placement that I've ever seen.
Muter-muter aja.
Slow beginning though for Paper X, nice and cautious off the rip. Trying to see if Loud will overplay their hands. Initially, lots of ults really to work with for Paper X on top of that, so being given that B main control essentially for free. Looking like there is that hesitation though in terms of how they want to play it.
Yeah, it's interesting. They've spotted 2Es, and that seems to be a hard read that if they see 2Es over towards A, it's not the Breach Phoenix setup. Because they were ready to go for the B exec there, and now they've just come all the way back over towards A. And that's got to be a call from Mind Freak, I think, because he's the only one getting info on this side of the map earlier.
Something,
Gonna
ambil
hit a
orb,
fairly weak site.
planting anjir.
30 seconds on the clock.
Orb rebounding, 2 years, chance to play spoiler. But no, he's out of there, so I'm sticking around to find out with this one. Hunter's Fury to try and deny this one. Plans will be disrupted. Flash up into the air. It's actually a nasty one as well. Connected onto a multitude of players now. The plant and the pit all laying down onto the site. This does make it difficult. Toxic screen going to be covering much the entirety of the field.
No way of really using these flash players to retake in this spot.
Absolutely. Paranoid one yet going to be using this one nice and early, still holding for the shotgun. Molly at your feet, Mind Freak going to be pushed out to the open, and he is the critical player. Has to dodge and duck and weave away from these bullets. Led just flying straight past him as they're trying to attempt to clear. Look at the orb placement.
Twist, anjir bahaya, twist, anjir.
He's got so much more to do from this position. He just doesn't have enough info to really work with. Disastrous here for Loud. With the fact that it was that weaker investment. In fact, the total
Nyala main
investment
freak, Cuk.
correction from me.
Menyala.
Put everything into that one.
It was weaker because it was a force.
Bener dikukut ini nih, Davai ulti, astaga.
Sama kayak mana berarti bang? Waktu itu bang.
Iya.
Ulti
Ulti bridge. Mau dibawa sampai map selanjutnya.
Loud are now only 2 lost rounds away from being eliminated in 4th place.
When was the last time that happened?
I mean, top 4 of the Masters, listen, that is not bad by any means. They made it to playoffs, but when there's only 8 teams here.
Masih ada Trace.
Of the top teams, look at this. Another boost play coming out from Paper.
Oh! It's disgusting.
They were innovating with that over towards A, and they do it again. Very reminiscent of when they first brought out
Hello, boosting annoying banget anjir itu tuh.
Iya, boosting annoying. Monyet. Anjing monyet udah kayak monyet, gerakannya bagus anjing.
Smiles on the faces to having it. I
Oh.
mean, they have brought this
Flawless.
to serious play.
Match point.
Being eliminated.
And I don't think many people had Paper X winning in 2-0 fashion. Loud now need 5 in a row to be able to pull this out. And for them to go for this boost play, they know that the Dizzy has been broken in many rounds, so they know that somebody is top mid, waiting to break that piece of Gecko utility. They boost up, get the punish, and all of that in a round where Loud were just going for the eco anyway, trying to play for overtime. Forced to, by the Force, in round 19.
Monyet bing monyet ini.
This is now going to take some heroics.
Dadar.
Attack there with a knife.
He's
What's
so
the call
fast.
now for Paper?
He's so fast.
Oh, monyet gila anjing.
Man, disrespectful in nature. Back though on
hampir
the
ya.
head. Clipped up by Kawazin as he does seek out that trade, and he will be granted it. Now to Thrash though.
Indah Messi.
Still slowed.
Wah, anjir, Kaunjin kan berbahaya. Kaunjin sama Twist anjing lagi on fire mereka. Akan Davai anjing mau ultinya sampai kapan anjing.
One more onto Forsaken, important, and he takes it.
Good control. 4K in the round. Something drops him though. No ace to be really. Something pulling this out of seemingly nowhere. 1v1.
1v1.
Loud.
Ketahuan sip.
CK knows the position. Throws the molly. Flash round.
Wah!
Juked.
Wah, anjir! Bikin lagi tuh.
The day.
Nice try. Yuk masih bisa yuk. Davai belum pakai ultinya cuk. Kata something,
Just
ntar
the
nanti baik.
first of 5 necessary rounds on the board. Kalanzin was slowed up. Top A link. Had to take out 2 players where the trade. It looked like the spacing was good. And he'd already shut down
Itu
that play
kurang
from
kanan
Monya.
ya.
Asli kalau kepres selamat
Leads 2
monyet.
players as they come around the corner there. Might make the divide, both falling.
Gak kedengeran juga kan?
It still came down to a 1v1. Oh.
You have to see that repeated a few
Yo,
more
Davai,
times. Loud. Ideally with a couple more players intact because taking some nasty hits to the eco.
Biasanya
Will
pakai apa
have to
sih?
be done if they want to stay alive in the series, stay alive in the tournament.
Diambil.
Something. Looking to try to take an early timing here. Dueling against Les. I don't see how he's going to find the opportunity facing against this Viper wall. Les normally plays a little more passive, actually.
We have seen, you know, when Loud's back is up against the wall, Les tends to take
Oh,
matters
Twist.
into his own hands.
Hey.
Davai, udah Davai revive, Davai! Anjing,
No longer
Davai.
available.
Fuck, nggak ada yang ngasih tahu gitu. Davai punya ulti.
Looking to try to
Hah?
hoover up this B.
Nggak dilihat kayaknya, ultinya di ban sama dia.
Kalau katain sih nggak ada yang ngasih tahu sih.
Straight in there. Dizzy committed to something. He's looking to see if he can get himself onto the deep.
Why?
You don't expect that.
Buffering,
Texas,
Cok.
3 versus 3 now. Attack. Info gathered. At
3v3,
least,
tiba-tiba
Les is going to be
3v3.
there, but he's already playing now. High-low setup. Doesn't see his team out wide here. Something goes for the peak.
Whoa!
Nice something.
The perfect timing. A bullet to the chest with the IGL down and deleted. 2 left standing less. Again, heroics are necessary. And it has to be coming out.
Mos
swinging,
kemana anjing, something.
traded. 1 to stand, 2 years to do the most. A fake with the TP.
GG.
Kita lihat, momen-momen akhir ini.
It's too strong, it's too damn strong. And Paper.
Something penutupan.
Ditutup headshot, Cuk.
See you later.
26 mil.
Cuk.
Takjil.
Akhirnya Paper X 2-0.
Ya, kita bagi tajil ya guys ya.
Doing everything for them today.
Berapa nih totalnya berarti tajil yang harus dibagi?
Come alive. The best player for Paper X in map 1 and
26 takjil ya guys ya.
sending home one of the
Karena
visitors
menang 26
giants.
round.
What a clash. What a way to
Kalau
have
overtime
this
mantap nih.
rivalry continue.
Oh,
Paper X being able
emang
to do
tadi
it
kita udah siap ya, Pang ya?
over a team that loves
Berapa berarti?
brawling,
39.
loves playing against opponents that are swinging into them. Loud
Udah siap 3
able
map.
to find the control here today to shut them down.
With that, we will say goodbye to Louds. Not the run they wanted, but an admirable effort nevertheless. Top 4 really gets heated when you have 8 teams at this tournament because the competition starts from the get-go.
Yeah, and they put themselves in a difficult position. Honestly, this new style that they've come up with, it
Laut
does
keluar ya? Wah gila ya.
Laut keluar.
Next berarti besok Paper X Sentinel ya.
They had to be mobile, they had to be aggressive.
BO5 ya
Against a
kayaknya.
team that wrote the
BO5
book
besok.
on playing an aggressive, mobile, constantly doing stuff kind of style.
Certainly did.
And Paper X still had that diligence
Monyet
to play
capek tuh.
today. Still had a really nice, close,
Monyet udah kayak monyet tadi anjir.
steady attack side.
Absolutely insane stuff that we've witnessed.
Nanti muncul itu.
Squad lives yet another day. Let's send it down to the analyst to break it all down.
Unbelievable stuff from Paper X. So many people doubted them coming into this series. A lot of people were just flat out giving it to Loud. But
Dengan
today
kemenangan Paper X
is
ini mungkin
the
berakhir ya
belongs
stream malam ini ya
to
guys ya.
W Gaming.
Thank you banget yang udah nonton ya, yang udah donate. Di sini kita ada Rian tadi 250.000. Oke buat duit aja, ada semangat dan tawakal ya. Tadi juga ada Munji walaupun goceng nggak apa-apa. Thank you banget Munji gocengnya. Kita bakal belanjain buat takjil ya, 26 takjil ya buat bagi-bagi. Nanti tunggu aja, mungkin ada dokumentasinya di IG Segamelagi dan IG pribadi kita mungkin nanti ya, ikut bagi-bagi takjil. Oke, thank you banget. Oh, see you guys tomorrow di final floor bracket Paper X lawan Sentinel. Kapan lagi coba Paper X lawan Sentinel?
Match panas tuh.
Match panas pasti. Jangan lupa lah pokoknya. Besok kayaknya jam 10 juga ya. Jadwalnya belum keluar kan ya?
Belum.
Jam 10 sih kayaknya harusnya ya. Udah nanti tunggu aja story di Segamelagi. Oke, dadah, bye-bye. Selamat sahur semua.